She stared up at him blankly. "Work out? Yeah, I bet you haven't moved from that desk since this afternoon. Come along. I won't throw you around because you have this wimp excuse about your arm." She could barely walk, nor could she talk. She was still using all her breath just to pull oxygen into her lungs. It was just as well, because Hannah Paisley turned up just before they were ready to leave. She looked fit and strong, and just about every guy in the gym was staring at her. She was wearing a hot pink leotard with a black top and black thong. Savich gave Hannah a salute as he said, "Come on, Sherlock. I told you you've got to work on your breathing. More breath, or you'll collapse on me, just the way you're almost doing now." She eyed him and gasped out, "I'm going to kill you." "Good. An entire sentence. You're getting it together again. You want to go shower?" "I'd drown. I'd fall down, plug the drain, and that would be the end of it." "Then let's walk home. A nice walk dries all the sweat." "I want to be carried. These legs aren't going anywhere on their own." Hannah was standing behind Savich. She lightly touched her fingers to his bare arm. His skin glistened with sweat. "Hello, Dillon, Sherlock." Lacey only nodded. She was still breathing hard. "You're looking good, Hannah," Savich said. Lacey realized at that moment how clear it was to her that they'd slept together. They were both magnificently made, beautiful specimens. She could imagine how they'd look together, naked, all over each other. She forced herself to smile. To look the way the two of them did, they had to sweat a lot to build those sleek muscles. Lacey wasn't too fond of sweating. She watched Savich squeeze Hannah's biceps. "Not bad. Look at poor Sherlock here. She's threatening to collapse on me, all because she got her arm hurt, and we had to spend the time on her legs. She does look a bit on the edge. While she rests up, could you come coach me a minute on my bench presses?" "Sorry, not tonight, Hannah. Sherlock has to get home, and I promised I'd drop her off." Hannah just nodded, smiled at both of them, and walked off. Every man's eyes, except Savich's, on her butt. "She's very beautiful," Lacey said, pleased she could talk without wondering if she was having a heart attack. "Yes, I guess so," Savich said. "Let's go." They stopped for a half-veggie, half-sausage pizza at Dizzy Dan's on Clayton Street. "You only left me 2 slices," Savich said, picking up one slice quickly. "You're a pig, Sherlock." Cheese was dripping down her chin. She was so hungry she was pleased she hadn't started chewing on the red and white checkered tablecloth. She quickly grabbed the last slice. It was still hot enough so that the cheese pulled loose and dripped down the sides of the slice. She couldn't wait to get it into her mouth. "Order another one," she said, her mouth full. He did, and this Garden Delight pizza he ate himself. She was so full she didn't want to move, didn't even want to raise her hand from the tabletop. "You stuffed?" "To the gills." She sighed, sat back in her chair, and crossed her arms over her stomach. "I didn't realize I was so hungry." "If Marlin didn't kill Belinda, then someone else did. Who was it, Sherlock?" "I don't know. Truly, I don't." "But you've been thinking about it a whole lot, ever since Marlin told you he didn't kill her. Who had access, Sherlock? Who?" "Why don't we talk about Florida instead, or Mississippi?" "Fine, but you're going to have to face up to it soon. I do have some new information from Florida for you. The latest murder wasn't on the projected map matrix, as you already know. Maxine is trying to come up with something else. We poor humans are trying too. This time the police made an effort to question everyone in sight. They herded all the residents into the rec room. They wanted to catch your old woman in disguise. The initial word I got back, and what you heard, was that it wasn't someone disguised as an old woman. However, I found out just before we left this afternoon that a new cop had had 2 of the old folks get sick on him because of the murder, and he'd let them go. One was an old woman, one an old man. Was one of them the murderer? No one knows. As for the new young cop being able to identify the 2 old people, we can forget it. All old people look alike to him. He just remembers that one was an old man and he fainted, the other was an old lady and she puked. You can bet your life that he got his ears pinned back, probably worse. So, it's still unclear whether or not your theory is right. You know, the likeliest person to kill a wife is the husband. He'd steered so smoothly back on course that the words just spilled out of her. No, Dillon, Douglas loved Belinda. Just for argument's sake, let's say that I'm wrong and he hated her. He would simply have divorced her. There's no reason he would have killed her. None at all. No, not that you know of. But one thing, Sherlock, he does seem to think too much of you, his sister-in-law. How long has he been looking at you, licking his chops? I'm sure that's just recent, and I think he's over it now. She remembered him staring at hers and Belinda's photos in her bedroom. All that he'd remembered, all that he'd said about her innocence. She felt a knot of coldness settle deep into her. She was shaking her head even as she added, "No, not Douglas. Your daddy's a judge, but he wasn't a judge 7 years ago. He couldn't have had access to everything on the string killer case." She wondered only briefly how he knew that, but then wanted to laugh at herself. That was easy stuff. Actually, she wouldn't be surprised if Savich knew what the president's next speech would be about. She had complete faith that Maxine could access anything Savich wanted. No, impossible. Don't lie to me. I'll bet you know that my father did have access to everything. He came out of the DA's office. He knew everyone. He could have accessed anything he wanted. But Dillon, how could a man kill his own daughter, and so brutally? It's been done more times than I can remember. Your dad's not all that straightforward a guy, Sherlock, and Belinda wasn't his daughter. He appears to have this mean streak in him.
He didn't much like Belinda, did he? He thought she was nuts, like his wife, who claimed that he'd tried to run her down in his BMW. She scooted out of the booth, the tablecloth snagging on her purse strap. His 2 remaining slices of pizza nearly slid off the table. Then there's Mama. Does she have mental problems, Sherlock? What did she think of Belinda? He was standing there in front of her, very close, and she couldn't stand it. "I'm going home. You don't have to see me there." "Yeah, I do. You've got to do some thinking. You know very well that Ralph York has sent his findings to the SFPD. They just might reopen Belinda's case, or they might not. No way of telling just yet. At the very least, though, everything we're talking about, they'll be talking about too. Douglas could be in some warm water, Sherlock, no matter how you slice it. Daddy, too. Since everything is so inconclusive, it's very possible the San Francisco police won't do a thing. I think once they talk to Boston, they'll know it was Marlin. They won't have any doubts. They'll just shake their heads at Ralph's report. I think they will pay some attention. We're all the law. We're all supposed to try to catch the bad guys, even if it might mean opening a can of worms. I've got to call Douglas, warn him. This can't be right. It can't. I never meant for this to happen. He rolled his eyes. Maybe I'll understand you in another 30 years, Sherlock. Do what you must. Come on, I've got things to do tonight. Like what? My friend James Quinlan plays the sax at the Bonhomie Club on Houghton Street. owned by a Miss Lily, a super-endowed black lady who admires his butt and his soulful eyes as much as his playing. He tries to be there at least once or twice a week. Sally, his wife, loves the place. Marvin, the bouncer, calls her Chickie. Come to think of it, he calls every female Chickie. But Sally to him is a really nice chickie. I'll never forget that Fuzz, the bartender, gave them a bottle of wine for a wedding present. It had a cork, a first. Amazing! Now all this was strange, she said slowly, willing, happy to be distracted, even if only for a moment. So you go to support him? He looked suddenly embarrassed. He didn't meet her eyes. He cleared his throat and said, "Yeah." He was lying. She cocked her head to one side. "Maybe I could go with you sometime? I wouldn't mind supporting him either. Also, I've never gotten together with Sally Quinlan. I heard she's an aide to a senator." "Yeah, okay, sure, maybe, we'll see." She didn't say a word. They were nearly at her townhouse. There was a quarter moon showing through Gothic clouds, all thin and wispy, floating past, making sinister images. It was only 8:30 in the evening, cool with only a slight breeze. "You should keep a light on." "The FBI doesn't pay me all that well, Dillon. It would cost a fortune." "Do you have an alarm system?" "No. Why? All of a sudden you're worried? You were mocking all my locks just a while ago." "Yeah, and I wondered why someone who faced down Marlin like a first-class warrior would need to have more locks in her house than the president has guards. They're two very different things." "I figured that. I don't suppose you'll tell me about it, will you?" "There's nothing to tell. Now, what's all this about an alarm system? Someone tried to run you down. That changes things, big time." They were back to that. It was an accident. Possibly. "Good night, Dillon." 20. Lacey unlocked the front door and stepped into the small foyer. She reached for the light switch and turned it on. It flickered, and then the light strengthened. She turned to lock the front door, the deadbolt, the two chains. From habit, she looked into the living room, the kitchen, before she went to her bedroom. Everything was as it should be. She stopped suddenly. Slowly, she lowered the gym shoe she'd just pulled off to the floor. She turned, silent as stone now, and listened. Nothing. She was losing it. She remembered that long-ago night in her fourth-floor apartment when she'd awakened to hear noises and nearly heaved up her guts with terror. Then she'd gotten a grip and gone out to see what or who was there. It had been a mouse, a silly little mouse, so scared he didn't know where to run when he saw her. And that had been the night she'd changed. She took off the rest of her gym clothes and went into the bathroom. Just before she stepped into the shower, she turned the lock on the door, laughing aloud at herself while she did it. "You're an idiot," she said, unlocked the door, then stepped into the shower. Hot, hot water. It felt like heaven. Dillon had nearly killed her, but the hot water was soaking in. She could feel her shrieking leg muscles groan in relief. He'd told her that working out kept his stress level down. It also gave him a gorgeous body, but she didn't tell him that. She was beginning to wonder if he didn't have something about bringing down the stress. For the hour they'd exercised, she hadn't given a single thought to Marlin Jones or to the inconclusive report from Wild Ralph York. She finally stepped out of the shower some 10 minutes later and into the fog-heavy bathroom. She wrapped a thick Egyptian cotton towel around her head, then used the corner of her other towel to wipe the mirror. She stared into the masked face right behind her. A yell clogged in her throat. She froze.
She realized she wasn't breathing, couldn't breathe, until air whooshed out of her mouth. The man said in a soft, low voice that feathered warm air on the back of her neck, "Don't move now, little girl. I expected you to come home a bit later. You seemed well ensconced at that pizza place with that big guy. What's the matter? Didn't the guy push hard enough to sleep with you? I could tell he wanted to, just the way he was looking at you. You told him no, didn't you? Yeah, you're here a little earlier than I expected, but no matter. I had a chance to settle in, get to know you a bit." His mask was black. His breathing was quiet. His voice so very soft, unalarming. She felt the gun pressing lightly against the small of her back. She was naked, no weapon, nothing except a ridiculous towel wrapped around her head. "That's right. You're holding perfectly still. Are you afraid I'll rape you?" "I don't know. Will you?" "I hadn't thought to. But seeing you all buck naked, well, you're good looking, you know. It turned me on to hear you singing that country western song in the shower. What was it? King of the Road. I like those words, but they fit me, not you. You're just a little girl playing cop. The king of the road goes to Maine when he's all done, right? That's just where I might go once I'm through with you." Slowly, very slowly, she brought the towel down in front of her. "May I please wrap the towel around me?" "No, I like looking at you." "Drop it. Leave the one wrapped around your head. I like that too. It makes you look exotic. It turns me on." She dropped the towel. She felt the gun pressing cold and hard against her spine. She'd had training, but what could she do? She was naked, without a weapon, in her bathroom. What could she possibly do? Talk to him. That was her best chance, for the moment. "What do you want?" "I want to talk you into going back to him, all the way back to San Francisco." "Did you try to run me down?" He laughed, actually laughed. "Do you think I could have done something like that, little girl? Though you ain't all that little, are you?" The hand holding the gun came around and stroked the dull silver barrel over her right breast. She flinched, leaning back, only to feel him against her, his groin against her hips. "Now that's nice, isn't it?" He continued to press the cold metal against her breast, then downward to her belly. She was quivering. She couldn't stop it, her flesh trying to flinch from him.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Fear was full-blown now, and she didn't know if she could hold herself together. She gasped out, "Why do you want me to leave Washington?" The gun stopped. He drew his hand away. "Your mama and daddy need you at home. It's time you went back there and took care of your responsibilities. They don't want you here, involved in conspiracies and shooting people the way the FBI does. Yeah, they want you home. I'm here to encourage you to go. I'll tell you why I can't go back just yet. You see, there's this murderer. His name is Marlin Jones, and he just killed this woman in Boston. He's a serial killer. I can't leave just yet. I'll tell you more, but it could take a while. Can't I put on some clothes? We can go in the kitchen and I'll make some coffee. Hard-nosed little girl, aren't you? It doesn't bother you at all with my dick pressing against your butt. It bothers me." He stepped back. He waved the gun toward the bedroom. "Go put yourself in a bathrobe. I can always take it off you if I want." He followed at a distance, not getting close enough for her to kick out at him. She didn't look at him again until she had the terry-cloth robe belted tightly around her waist. "Take the turban off your head and comb out your hair. I want to see it." She pulled off the towel and began combing her fingers through her hair. Had he moved closer? Could she get him with her foot? It would require speed, and she'd have to be accurate or he'd kill her. Use that brush. She shook her head, picked up the brush, and brushed her hair until he finally said, "That's enough." He reached out his hand and touched the damp hair. He grunted. Keep calm. She had to keep herself calm, but it was hard to do, really hard. She wanted to see his face, to make him human and real, to look hard at his eyes. The black ski mask made him a monster, faceless, terrifying. He was dressed in black, too, down to the black running shoes on his feet. Big feet. He was a big man, big arms, long, but his belly was flabby. He wasn't all that young then. His voice was low, sort of raspy, as if he'd smoked too much for a long time. Keep thinking like this, she told herself over and over as she walked into the kitchen. Just keep calm. She watched him from the corner of her eye. He was leaning against the counter, the gun, a small .22, still pointed at her, as if someone had told him that she'd had some training, that he shouldn't just assume that because she was a woman she had no chance against him. "Who are you?" He laughed. "Call me Sam. You like that? Yeah, that's me, Sam. My pa was named Sam, too. Hey, I'm the son of Sam. Someone hired you. Who?" "Too many questions, little girl. Get that coffee on. Now start talking to me about this Marlin Jones. Tell me why you're so important to this case." Nothing she told him about Marlin Jones would make any difference that she could see, and it would buy her time. "I was the one who was the bait to catch him in Boston. FBI agents do this sort of thing. There was nothing unusual about it. I was the bait because he'd killed my sister 7 years ago in San Francisco. He was called the String Killer. I begged the cops to let me bring him down. They let me, and I did bring him down. But it's not over yet. I can't go back home yet." He pushed off the counter, walked to her, and very calmly, very slowly, pulled back his arm and brought the gun sharply against the side of her head. Not hard enough to knock her unconscious, but hard enough to knock her silly. Pain flooded through her. She cried out, grabbed her head, and lurched against the stove. "I know a lie when I hear it," he said in that low, soft voice of his, and quickly stepped back out of her reach. "This guy butcher your sister? Yeah, sure. Hey, you're bleeding. Scalp wounds bleed like stink, but you'll be okay. Tell me the truth. Tell me why you really want to stay here, or I'll hit you again." She suddenly heard an accent. No, her brains were scrambled. She was imagining it. No, wait. The way he'd said, "bleed like stink," it was faintly Southern. Yes, that was it. And wasn't that phrase Southern as well? He raised his arm. She said quickly, "I'm not lying. Belinda Madigan, the 4th victim of the San Francisco String Killer, was my sister." He didn't say anything, but she saw the gun waver. Hadn't he known? No, if he didn't know, why else would he be here? He said finally, "Keep going. Marlin Jones said he didn't kill her. That's why I've got to stay. I've got to find out the truth. Then I can go home." "But he did kill her, didn't he?" "Yes, he did. I wondered and wondered. Then I even had some tests done on the wooden props used in all the murders in San Francisco. The hammering and screwing techniques, stuff like that. There's an expert in Los Angeles who's really good at that sort of thing.
But his results were inconclusive. Marlin Jones killed her. He must have realized who I was and lied to me, to torture me. Who are you? Why do you care? Hey, I'm a journalist. He laughed again. He was big into laughter, this guy. She felt blood dripping off her hair onto her face. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. Yeah, I'm a journalist, and I like to know the inside scoop. You guys are so close-mouthed that none of us know what's going on. Yeah, I'm with the Washington Post. My name's Garfield. He laughed. He was really enjoying himself. Then, just as suddenly, he straightened, and she knew that if he weren't wearing that mask, she'd see that his eyes had gone cold and dead. "Is that all, little girl?" "Yes, that's all," she said now, her voice shaken with fear. No, she thought, it wasn't enough. More shaking, more show of fear. "But why do you care whether or not I go home? Or does the person who sent you want me to leave? Why? I'm no threat to anyone." Marlin Jones was in her mind. Was he somehow behind this? The man was silent for a moment, and she knew he was studying her, weighing his options. Who was he? He said finally, reaching out his hand to touch a clump of bloody hair. "You know what I think? I think that just maybe old Marlin didn't kill your sister. You're like a little terrier, yanking and jerking and pulling, but you won't find anything. Now I believe that's all I need to know. I'll tell you just one last time. Leave Washington. Stay with the FBI if you want to, but transfer. Go home, little girl. Now, let's have us a good time." He walked toward her, the gun aimed right at her chest. "I want you to march your little butt to the bedroom. I want you to stretch out all pretty-like on the bed. Then we'll see." She knew pleading wouldn't gain her anything. She turned and walked out of the kitchen. He was going to rape her. Then would he kill her as well? Probably. But the rape, she wouldn't take the rape. She couldn't. He'd have to kill her before she'd let him rape her. Who had hired him? What to do? He didn't think Marlin had killed Belinda. Why did he care? What was going on here? "Please, who are you?" He just motioned the gun toward the bed. She was standing now beside her bed, not wanting to lie down, hating the thought of him being over her, of him in control. "Take off that bathrobe." Her hands were fists at her sides. He raised the gun. She took off the bathrobe. "Now lie down and open those legs real wide for me. Why don't you think Marlin killed my sister? Business is over. It's party time. Lie down, little girl, or I'll just have to hurt you real bad." She couldn't do it. She couldn't. He took a step toward her, the gun raised. He was going to hit her with the butt again, probably break her jaw this time. She had to do something. The phone rang. Both of them stared at it. It rang again. "It might be my boss," she said, praying harder than she'd ever prayed in her life. "He knows I'm home. He said he might call."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. "There was an assignment he wanted to talk to me about. That big guy who brought you here, that's your boss?" She nodded and wished again that she could see his face, see his expression. Another ring. "Answer it, but you be careful what you say, or you're dead where you stand." She picked up the phone and said quietly, "Hello. That you, Sherlock?" "Yes, sir. It's me, sir." He was silent a moment. She was praying hard. "I just wanted to tell you that Sally asked to meet you. She wants you to come to the Bonhomie Club tomorrow night. Quinlan's going to be playing both nights." "That sounds nice, sir, but you know that I never mix any business with pleasure. It's a rule I always stick to, sir." He was mouthing at her, "Get rid of him." "I've got to go, sir. Tell Sally I'm sorry, sir. That assignment you wanted to talk to me about, sir? I'll be in early tomorrow. I've got to go now." The gun was pressing at her temple. She gulped, then gently hung up the phone. "I heard what the guy said. You're lucky you didn't blow it, little girl. Now." He pulled some slender nylon rope from his pocket. "Put those arms up over your head." He was going to tie her down. Then he could do anything he wanted to with her. Slowly, slowly she raised her arms. Why had she wanted a brass bed with a slatted brass headboard? He was coming over to her. Soon now, soon, and she would have a chance. He leaned down, the rope in one hand, the gun in the other. He seemed uncertain what to do with the gun. "Put it down," she said in her mind, over and over, as she looked up at him. "Put it down. I'm skinny. You can take me. Don't be afraid." He made up his mind. He backed off. "Turn on your stomach." She stared at him. "Do it now, or I'll make you really sorry." She couldn't do it. She just couldn't. Without thought, without hesitation, she lurched up and rammed her head into his belly. At the same time, she flung out both fists against his forearms. She heard him cursing, heard the pain in his voice, and kept hitting him. Quickly, she threw herself to the floor, rolling onto her back. He was heaving hard over her now, the gun up, and she kicked with all her strength, her foot hitting his hand. The gun went flying. He threw himself down on her. His fist landed hard against her jaw. Then he raised her head, grabbed fistfuls of damp hair, and slammed her head against the floor once, twice, 3 times. She heard a yell and a moan. The sounds were from her. She tried to bring her legs up to kick him, but couldn't manage it. She felt numbness, then knifing pain shot through her head. She vaguely heard his curses from above her, and they grew more distant. She thought she heard the phone ring again. She thought she heard him breathing hard over her. Then she didn't know about anything. She fell into blackness. He was scared spitless. The front door stood wide open. Savich forced himself to be careful, to go slowly, but what he wanted to do was roar in there. God, what had happened? He drew his gun and eased inside the townhouse. Slowly, he reached for the light switch and flipped it on. He was in a crouch in the next instant, sweeping his Sig Sauer around him in a wide arc. No one. Sherlock? Nothing. He didn't even pause now. He ran into the living room, switching on lights as he went. She wasn't there. Nor was she in the kitchen. He was in the hallway when he heard a moan. She was lying on the floor next to the bed, naked. Blood streaked down the side of her face. He was on his knees beside her, his fingers pressed against the pulse in her neck, slow and steady. He turned her over. "Sherlock, wake up!" She moaned again, low and deep in her throat. She tried to bring up her hand to her head, but couldn't do it. Her hand fell. He caught it before it hit the floor. He laid her hand over her belly. He leaned close over her, an inch from her face. "Sherlock, wake the hell up! You're scaring the bejesus out of me! Wake up!" She heard his voice. He sounded incredibly angry. No, not angry, but really worried. She had to open her eyes, but she knew any movement at all would hurt really badly. "Talk to me. Come on, you can do it. Talk to me." She managed to open her eyes. He was blurry, but his voice was low and deep and eminently sane. She was so grateful, so relieved. She whispered over the pain. "You came. I knew the multiple sirs would get to you." "They did. The first time you said it, I wanted to trim your sails, but good. But then you said it again. I knew something was wrong. Where'd he hit you?" "My head, with the butt of his gun." He didn't want to ask, but he had to. "Did he rape you?" "He would have tried, but I just couldn't let him do it. He wanted me to lie down on my stomach. When he moved in, I attacked him.
That's when he knocked me off the bed and started banging my head against the floor. It kind of hurts, Dillon." "Did he hit you anywhere else?" "Just a fist in the jaw." "Let me get you up on the bed." "He's gone? You're sure he's gone? I don't want him to sneak back and hurt you." "Hurt him?" Blood was trickling down the side of her face and she was worried about him? "I'll go lock the front door in just a minute." While he spoke, he slid his hands beneath her and lifted her. She didn't weigh much. He laid her on the bed, then very quickly drew a blanket over her. "Don't move," he said, turned and went back to the front door. He looked around outside, then came back into the house and locked the door. When he was seated beside her again on the side of the bed, he said quietly, "No one's about now. Now, I'm going to call the paramedics and get you to the hospital." Her hand shot up. "No, no hospital. I'm all right. I've got a very hard head. Maybe a concussion, but there's nothing they can do for that. Just time. I've got time here. Please, no hospital. I hate hospitals. They'll give me more shots in the butt. That's awful." He just looked down at her, then turned to the phone. He dialed a number, then said, "It's Savich. Sorry to bother you, Ned, but could you come to this address and check out one of my agents for me? The guy who attacked her hit her pretty hard in the head. I don't know if she'll need stitches." "No, no hospital. Yeah, thanks." When he hung up the phone, she said, "A doctor who makes house calls. That's got to be rarer than the great auk. Ned Breaker owes me. I got his kid away from kidnappers last year. He's a good guy. We became friends. Now, enough of that. It'll take him a good 30 minutes to get here. Do you feel well enough to tell me what happened? After you left, I took a shower. When I got out, he was standing behind me when I wiped the fog off the bathroom mirror. He was wearing a black ski mask and carrying a cheap .22. He wanted me to leave town. Then I talked about Marlin Jones, and he seemed interested in that. I don't know whether or not the person who sent him meant for him to rape me. Maybe, like that almost hit and run, he was just trying to scare me, which he did. Really, though, the bottom line was that I should go home to my family. When I asked him if he was the one who tried to run me down, he didn't answer me. I think he could have been. He had a slight accent, from Alabama maybe. What did you tell him about Marlin Jones? The truth. There was no reason not to. I think somehow Marlin Jones had to have sent him. He tried not to be too interested in Marlin, but he was. He wanted me to believe Marlin was innocent. You sure about that? Yes. But again, I think his mission was to scare me to death. Scare me enough to make me run. Then he said business was over. He said he wanted to rape me. Her eyes were vague, her voice slowing down, her words slurring. He shook her shoulders. "Sherlock, wake up. Come on, you can do it." He lightly slapped her cheek, then cupped her jaw in the palm of his hand. "Wake up." She blinked, trying hard. She wanted to tell him that his hand on her jaw hurt, but all she said was, "Probably a concussion."
"I'll stay awake, I promise." He was going to tie my hands above my head to the slats of the bed, but he knew I'd attack if he dropped the gun, so he told me to lie on my stomach. I couldn't do that, Dillon. I just couldn't. That's when... Curtains, black curtains were swinging down over her eyes, over her mind. She couldn't see anything. "Wake up, Sherlock!" "I'm awake. Don't yell at me, it hurts. I won't conk out on you, I promise, but I can't see. Your eyes are closed. That's not it." In the next moment, she was unconscious, her head lolling to the side. He'd never dialed 911 so fast in his life. 21. The heat burned straight into her head. It was hotter than anything she could have imagined. Any second now she'd go up in flames. No, it was a light, a real light, not some monster that her brain had dredged up. It was too bright, too strong, too hot. It burned beneath her eyelids. She tried to turn away from the light, but it hurt too much to move her head. "Sherlock, can you hear me? Open your eyes." Of course she could hear him. He was using that deep voice of his that made her nerve endings quiver. But she couldn't say anything. Her mouth was too dry. She tried to form the words, but no sound came out. A woman said, "Give her some water." Someone raised her head. She felt cold water on her lips and opened her mouth. She choked, then slowed down. She drank and drank until finally the water was dribbling down her chin. "Now can you talk to me?" "The light," she whispered. "Please, the light." The same woman's voice said, "It must be hurting her." The light was gone in the next instant, and it was now shadowy and dim. She sighed with relief. "That's better. Where's Dillon?" "I'm right here. You scared me out of a good year at the gym. We were both doing just fine until you had the nerve to pass out on me." "I didn't mean to do that. It was weak and unnecessary. I'm sorry. Does my health coverage take care of the paramedics and the emergency room?" "I doubt it. I think it will come out of your pay. Now, here's Dr. Breaker. He got to your house just as the paramedics were pulling out. Claims he was speeding to get there. Turns out he has admitting privileges here at Washington Memorial." Your voice made me quiver, all dark and soft, like falling into a deep, deep well. If I were a criminal, I'd say anything you wanted to keep you talking to me like that. It's a wonderful voice, plummy. That's how a writer would describe your voice. Thank you, I think. Agent Sherlock, I'm Dr. Breaker. He shined a penlight in her eyes, felt the bumps on her head, and said over his shoulder to Dillon, "She's not going to need any stitches, just some of my magic tape. Scalp wounds tend to really bleed. They bleed like stink." Yes, that's right. Interesting way of saying it. It's what the man said, and he said it in a southern way. He drawled out stink into 2 syllables. She'd already told him that, but he said, "That's good, Sherlock. Anything else?" "Not just yet, Savage. Hold off a bit. Let me clean her up. Then you can talk her ear off." He cleared his throat. "She wasn't raped, was she?" "No, I wasn't. I'm not dead, Dr. Breaker. You can speak to me." "Well, you see, Agent, I owe everything to Savage here, and nothing at all to you. If he wants me to report to him, he's got it. I report to him. You report to him. Soon the president will report to him. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. My head hurts." "I'll just bet it does. Lie still now. When you first came in, we did a CT scan. Not to worry, it was normal. We always do a CT scan when there's a head injury, to check for evidence of bleeding. You didn't have any. What happened to your arm? What's this sling for?" "A knife," Savage said. "It's nearly well now. Happened a couple of weeks ago." "Why don't you let her heal before you send her into the arena with the monsters again?" She laughed. There was nothing else to do. The next time she heard anything, it was a strange man speaking. "When you roared out of the club like a bat out of its belfry, I thought Sally was going to have Marvin tackle you. You scared us, Dillon. This is Sherlock?" "Yes, that's her in all her glory." "She looks like a little mummy, only her skin isn't leather." "Thanks," Lacey said, not opening her eyes. She realized then that there was a huge bandage over the cut in her scalp. She raised her hand to touch it, but to her disgust, she didn't have the strength. Dr. Breaker was right. It wasn't fair that she had to be hurt again before she'd healed completely from the other time. Her hand fell. Only again Dillon caught it and laid it gently at her side. "You alive, Sherlock?" "Yes, thank you." "I'm tired of this, sir. At least last time in that Boston hospital I was sitting up the whole time." "Don't whine. You'll live." "She calls you sir? My God, Dillon, do you require that all your people call you sir?" "No, just the women. It makes me feel powerful." "He's lying," she said, cracking open her eyes. To her relief, the light in the room was dim. "He takes all the women to the gym and stomps them into the floor. The Sir stuff is my idea. I hope it makes him feel responsible and guilty." "I don't feel guilty. I walked you home. You want me to believe that I should have taken you inside, checked all your closets, and looked under the bed? Well, maybe from now on I will. You attract trouble, Sherlock, too much of it." But he sounded guilty, really guilty. She wanted to tell him not to be ridiculous, but he said quickly, "This is Special Agent James Quinlan. We go way back together." "You make it sound like we're nearly to retirement, Dillon. Hi, Miss Sherlock." He took her hand in his. His hand was strong, and there were calluses on his thumbs. She'd seen a web of scars on Dillon's fingers and hands, fine, pale white scars. He'd told her he whittled. Whittled what? "Yeah, I always thought Savich sounded too tough, too macho, so to spare my manhood I never called him that. Besides, I'm tougher than he is. Hey, what's in a name? He was with you at that place called the Cove? Nan, he just came in on the deal when most of the fun was over." "That's a lie. I saved Sally." "That's true. He did help, a little bit. Dillon's always there to back me up." She said, "You're Sally's husband." "Yes, she's mine, the skinny little wench. I've got to tell you, Agent Sherlock, I don't like any of this. You're a target, and we've got to find out why." "None of us likes it, Quinlan," Savich said. "Don't act proprietary. She's not in your unit. I will get to the bottom of this. Hey, Sherlock, you do look like a mummy. You want some more water before I start grilling you again? I'll use my special voice. Quinlan's not bad at it either, only not as plummy." Neither man said anything until she'd drunk her fill. Then Quinlan laughed when Savich said, "Having you suck on a straw is better than trying to balance you on the edge of the cup. You don't drool so much. Just because you tried to dump the entire glass of water down my throat, oh dear, I'm beginning to feel mean again, sir," Quinlan said. "Not just yet, Agent Sherlock. Did you know that Sally and I were married a year last month, in October? Dillon here found us the wedding date and the church. Why did he do that? Well, I was kind of out of it at the time, and Sally was so worried about me that she didn't even think about marrying me. So Dillon had to take care of it. What he means to say is that he had a bullet in his heart and couldn't do much but press more morphine into his vein. As for Sally, she probably only agreed to marry him because she felt sorry for him. She smiled at that, and thankfully it didn't hurt. Oh goodness, have I gotten into the wrong career? You're off to a good start, Quinlan said. Wounded twice, and you've been out of training only what, a month? Hey, don't worry.
"I've made it to 34, same as Savich here." They heard voices outside. Quinlan raised an eyebrow and said, "I think my whirlwind of a wife has just blown in. The guard you've got out there doesn't stand a chance, Dillon." "No, indeed," said a very pretty young woman about Lacey's own age as she came into the room. She had dusty blonde hair, clasped with barrettes behind her ears, and blue eyes that looked soft and tender and had seen too much. She was slender and looked very small next to the two men. She didn't, however, look like a skinny little wench. "Don't blame Agent Cramer. He knows me. He helped me barbecue those half a dozen corn on the cob last month, remember, James?" "Our venture into vegetarian barbecuing," James Quinlan said with disgust and poked Savich's arm. "Just for you I had to barbecue corn on the cob. I lost more of my manhood that day." "Your manhood seems to be a lot in question lately," Savich said. "Hey, Sally, this is Sherlock. She's the one who needed your decorating help until she had it done herself. She just called up one of those expensive designers, and the guy tripped all over himself to please her." Lacey felt a soft hand lightly stroke her forearm. "You certainly scared the sense out of Dillon here. I was watching him on the phone, and he turned white, threw the phone down, and ran out of the club. Miss Lily thought he was so horny he couldn't hold himself back another second. As for Fuzz, the bartender, he just shook his head and said Savage should have a beer occasionally. It would make him more mellow. Marvin, the bouncer, said he was glad Savage didn't drink. He never wanted to have to try to bounce him. Lacey said, "I'd like to meet these people." Dillon said he went there to support Mr. Quinlan. "Oh, sure, but it's not just that." "Now, Sally," Savage interrupted her without apology, "Sherlock here is looking as though she's ready to fall through the railing. Let's leave her alone. She needs to rest. Ah, here's Dr. Breaker. Ned, your patient here is looking glassy-eyed." "Out," Dr. Breaker said, not looking at any of them. When they were alone, he said quietly as he took her pulse, "I didn't intend for you to begin partying so soon, Agent Sherlock. Hey, where'd you get that neat name?" "My dad. He's a judge. I understand that lawyers hate to be in his courtroom. They say it scares their clients to death, being up in front of a guy named Judge Sherlock." She smiled up at him, then closed her eyes, her head falling to the side. Dr. Breaker gently laid her hand on the bed. He checked her eyes. He stood quietly and studied her face. Then he nodded. Everything was just fine. She would recover. He had only one foot out her door when Savage was in his face, saying, "Well?" "No well about it, Savage. She'll be just fine. She's out now and should stay out until morning with the medication she's had. Nasty business. The guy could have killed her, pounding her head on the floor the way he did, to say nothing of hitting her head with the butt of a gun." Savage sighed, looking down at his clasped hands. "Thanks again for coming so quickly. How long will she be in here?" "Another day, I'd say. As I told you, the CT scan was normal. No bleeding, no abnormalities that any of the radiologists could see. I'll reevaluate her again in the morning. Now I'm home to bed." When Dr. Breaker disappeared into the elevator, Quinlan said, "This is a strange business, Dillon. You want to tell me about it now?" Savage looked at two of his best friends and said slowly, "I'm in deep shit." "What does that mean?" Sally said, sitting on the bench beside him. Savage just shook his head. "Listen, you guys, thanks for coming down. I think I'll stay here. One of the nurses offered me a bed. I'd feel better with Kramer out here and me inside her room. She'd really be safe then." "You've got no idea who's behind all this?" "It could be someone involved with Marlin Jones. That makes the most sense. But who? He's a real loner from what we know. And why would Marlin care if she left town or not? Other than Marlin, there's no one else out there waving a flag. Well, there is someone else. We'll see. It's a mystery, all deep and winding around and around." To Savage's relief, neither Sally nor Quinlan asked him more questions. An hour later, he was lying on his back on a very hard cot, listening to her even breathing. She moaned once, sending him to his feet in an instant and to her bedside, only to see that she was still asleep. He stood there, looking down at her, white and bandaged, an IV in her arm. She twitched, her hand clenching into a fist, then relaxing again. He didn't like any of this. Why did that guy want to hear what she knew about Marlin Jones? It made no sense. If someone else had killed Belinda, one of her family, then it would make sense that they'd want her out of the way. But then why would he or she hire that man to tell Sherlock that Marlin was innocent? Surely if he just thought enough about it, examined every little detail, he would find an answer. But all he could think about now was listening carefully to her breathing. He lightly touched his fingertips to her jaw. It was a cocky green. He stepped back. He lay back down, felt the smooth cold of his gun next to his hand, and kept listening to her, until finally, after what seemed an interminable amount of time, he fell asleep. "I want to go home."
Now, Agent Sherlock, I think another full day would be just the thing for you. The medical staff likes having FBI agents in here. It makes them feel important. And a bit on the superior side, since they're still on their feet and you, an agent, aren't. You've got to be making that up. The nurse this morning was very sweet when she poked me with a needle, and it wasn't in the rear end, thank God. Listen, Dr. Breaker, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been counting sheep since 9 o'clock this morning. I'm fine. My head hurts just a bit, but nothing else, not even the cut on my head. Please, Dr. Breaker, I want to go home. Let's talk about it a bit more, he said, backing away from the bed. Oh yeah, you can call me Ned. She swung her legs over and sat up. I need some clothes, Ned. Keep your socks on. I've got clothes for you, Sherlock. Ned told me you'd probably demand to take off. She looked down at her bare foot. I don't even have any socks, just this flimsy hospital gown that's open in the back. Savich just grinned at her. Well, Ned, shall I take her off your hands? She's yours, Savich. She'll be fine. She just needs another day taking it easy and these pills for any pain. He handed Savich the bottle of pills. Goodbye, Agent Lacey Sherlock. That's a weird name. If I were you, I'd have it changed. How about Jane Sherlock? That wasn't funny, Ned, Savich said, but Dr. Breaker was chuckling. I've never before had the chance to say that. It's an old joke, you know. Yes, Lacey said. I know. Heard it, huh? I've heard all of them. Thank you, Dr. Breaker. Dillon, give me my clothes and see Dr. Breaker out. Yes, ma'am. Savich stayed out until she opened the door. He was talking to Agent Kramer, a ruddy-faced, barrel-chested young man who had a degree in accounting from the University of Pennsylvania. She eyed them. When Savich looked up, he took in her outfit and grinned. Not bad, huh? You won't be arrested by the fashion police. He'd brought her a dark green silk blouse and a pair of blue jeans, a blue blazer, and a pair of low-heeled boots that she'd only worn one time. She liked the outfit, but would never have picked it out. It made her look too— You look real sharp, Agent Sherlock. Yeah, Savich added, real sharp. Cute, even. A special agent shouldn't look anything but competent and trustworthy. I'll go home and change. With that bandage on your head, you're not going to make it into the Competence Hall of Fame. Best settle for cute.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. At least it's only a big Band-Aid now. I want to go home, sir. Kramer, thanks for keeping watch. They made her ride downstairs in a wheelchair. You ready? She stared at a sexy red Porsche. That's yours? Yes, it's mine. How do you fit into it? Whatever he'd expected her to say, evidently that wasn't it, because he chuckled. I fit, he said only, and opened the door for her. He did fit. This is wonderful. Douglas drives a black 1990 Porsche 911. Every time I drove that dratted car, I got a speeding ticket. They do that to you if you don't watch it. Now, Sherlock, you aren't going home just yet. I have to go home. I have plants to water. Quinlan will water your plants. He's magic with plants. He'll probably even sing to them. Sally says she expects those African violets of his to try to get into bed with them. Don't worry about your plants. Where do you want me to go? A safe house? No, you're coming home with me. 22. No one followed us. And yes, I saw you looking too. Forget the baddies for the moment. What do you think of my humble abode? I forgot about anybody following us the moment I stepped in here. I've never seen anything quite like it. She raised her face and splayed her fingers in front of her. It's filled with light.
It wasn't a simple two-story open townhouse. There were soaring, pale-beamed ceilings with huge skylights, all the walls painted a soft cream. The furnishings were beige, gold, and a dozen shades of brown. The oak floors were dotted with Persian carpets, the colors soft, mellow, old. A winding oak stairway, covered with a running Tabriz carpet in multiple blues, went up the stairs. There was a richly carved wooden oak railing running the perimeter of the landing. "Dillon," she said slowly, turning to look at him for the first time since she'd stepped into this magic place. "My house is to this as a stable is to Versailles. This place is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. You have unplumbed depths." "Oh dear, I'm not feeling so good." She wasn't nauseous, thank goodness, but she did collapse into one of his big, soft, buttery brown leather chairs, close her eyes, and swallow several times. He put her feet on a matching leather hassock. "You need to eat. No, you need to rest. But first I'll get you some water. How about some saltine crackers? My Aunt Fay always fed saltines to my pregnant female relatives. What do you think?" She cocked open an eye. She sighed and swallowed again. "I'm not pregnant, Dillon, but, maybe a saltine wouldn't be a bad idea." He covered her with a rich gold chenille afghan, tucking it around her feet on the leather hassock, and took off to the kitchen. She hadn't seen the kitchen. She wondered if its ceiling went up 2 stories just like the rest of the house. After she ate a saltine and drank some water, she said, "I think the FBI pays you too much money. You could open this place to the public and charge admission." "I'm poor, Sherlock. I inherited this house and a bit on the side from my grandmother. She was an artist, watercolors and acrylics." "Was she a professional? What was her name?" "Sarah Elliott." She just stared at him, one eyebrow arched, chewing another saltine cracker. "You're kidding," she said finally. "You're telling me that the Sarah Elliott was your grandmother?" "Yes, she was my mother's mom, a great old lady. She died 5 years ago when she was 84. I remember she told me that it was time for her to go because the arthritis had gotten really bad in her hands. She couldn't hold her paintbrushes anymore. I told her that her talent wasn't in her hands, it was in her mind. I told her to stop bitching and to hold the paintbrushes between her teeth." He paused a moment, smiling toward a painting of an orchid just beginning to bloom. "I thought at first that she would slug me. Then she started laughing. She had this really deep, full laugh. She lived for another year, holding the paintbrushes between her dentures. He would never forget the first time he'd seen her with that paintbrush sticking out of her mouth, smiling when she saw him, nearly dropping the brush. It had been one of the happiest moments of his life. "And you were Sarah Elliott's favorite grandchild. That's why she left you this beautiful house in the middle of Georgetown?" "Well, she was worried since I'd chosen the FBI and computer shenanigans for a career." "Shenanigans? I like that. But what exactly was she worried about?" She pulled the afghan higher up on her chest. A headache was slowly building behind her left ear. She hated it. Even her arm ached where Marlin Jones had knifed her weeks before. "She was afraid that my artistic side would stultify, what with the demands of my job and with my constant computer fiddling." "Ah, so this place is to inspire you, get you in touch with your artistic genes." "Yes. You look green, Sherlock. I think it's time you took a nap. Do you have to puke?" "Living here still hasn't kicked in your artistic genes enough. Puke is a dreadful word. May I just stay here for a while? It's very comfortable. I'm just a bit on the thready side."
"No wonder," he said, and watched her head loll to the side. She was out. The chair was oversized, so he wasn't worried that she'd wake up stiff as a pretzel. He unfolded another afghan over her, one his mother had knitted, this one so soft it spilled through the fingers. He stroked it as he gently tucked it around her shoulders. She'd French braided her hair, but it really wasn't long enough, and so auburn spikes stuck up here and there. Several strands of hair fell about her face, curling around just a bit. The big Band-Aid looked absurd, plastered over the shaved spot on her temple, faintly pathetic really, since she was so pale. All she needed was a little rest. She'd be just fine. He lightly stroked his fingertips over her eyebrows. He saw she had a spray of freckles over the bridge of her nose. She didn't have any freckles anywhere else, and he'd looked. He hadn't meant to, but he had. He really liked the freckles on her nose. No doubt about it. He was in deep shit. She woke up to the smell of garlic, onion, and tomatoes. Her mouth started watering even before her brain fully registered food. Her stomach growled. She felt just fine, no more nausea. Good, you're awake. What are you cooking? Penny pasta with sun-dried tomatoes, pesto, onions, and garlic, and some garlic toast. You're drooling, Sherlock. You've got an appetite, I hope. I could eat this Afghan. Not that one, please. It's my favorite. The nurses told me you hadn't eaten much all day. Time to stuff yourself. First, here's a couple of pills for you to take. She took them without asking what they were. No wine. How about some cider? He put a tray over her legs and watched her take her first bite of Savich pesto pasta. She closed her eyes as she slowly, very slowly chewed and chewed some more until there was nothing left in her mouth but the lingering burst of pesto and garlic. She licked her lips. Finally, she opened her eyes, stared at him for a very long time, then said, "You'll make a fantastic husband, Dillon. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life." "It's my mom's recipe. She taught me how to make the pasta when I was 18 and headed off to MIT. She'd told me she'd heard that the only thing they ate up there was Boston beans. She said guys and beans didn't mix well, so I needed to know how to make something else. You really like it better than the pizza you devoured a couple of nights ago." "Goodness, it was just 2 nights ago, wasn't it? It seems like a decade. Actually, I like it better than anything I can ever remember eating. Do you make pizza, too? Sure. You want some for breakfast? You cook it any time you want. I'll consume it." They didn't say anything more for a good 7 minutes. Savich's tray was on the coffee table, close enough to keep a good eye on her.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. She stopped halfway through and stared down at the rest of her pasta. He thought she was going to cry. "It's so good. There's just no more room. If you get hungry later, we can just heat it up." She was fiddling with her fork, building little structures with the pasta, watching the emerging patterns with great concentration. She didn't look up as she said, "I didn't know there were men like you." He studied his fingernails, saw a hangnail on his thumb, and frowned. He didn't look up either, just said, "What does that mean?" "Well, you live in a beautiful house, and I can't see a speck of mess or dust. In other words, you're not a pig. But that's just extraneous stuff. Important, sure, but not a deal-breaker. You have a big heart, Dillon, and you're a great cook." "Sherlock, I've lived alone for 5 years. Man cannot live by pizza at Dizzy Dan's alone. Also, I don't like squalor. There are lots of men like me. Quinlan, for example. Ask Sally, she'll say his heart is bigger than the Montana sky."
What do you mean you lived alone for 5 years? You didn't live alone before that? Your FBI training in action. Very good. I was married once upon a time. Somehow I can't see you married. You seem so self-sufficient. Are you divorced? No, Claire didn't divorce me. She died of leukemia. I'm sorry, Dillon. It's been even more than 5 years now. I'm just sorry that Claire never got to live in this wonderful house. She died 3 months before my grandmother. How long were you together? 4 years. She was only 27 when she died. It was strange what happened. She'd just read that old book by Eric Segal, Love Story. She was diagnosed with leukemia just weeks later. There was a certain irony in that, I suppose, only I didn't recognize it for a very long time. I've watched the movie several times over the years. Claire's death wasn't serene and poignantly tragic like the young wife's death in the movie or the book, believe me. She fought with everything in her. It just wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. Jesus, he hadn't spoken of Claire this much since her death. It rocked him. He rose abruptly and walked over to the fireplace, leaning his shoulders against the mantel. I'm sorry. Yes. Do you still miss her? He looked toward one of his grandmother's paintings, given to him on his graduation from MIT, an acrylic of a bent old man haggling in a French market in the small village near Cannes where his grandmother had lived for several years back in the 60s. Then he looked at Lacey, his expression faintly puzzled. It's odd, but you know, I can't quite picture Claire's face in my mind anymore. It's all blurry and faded, like a very old photograph. I know the pain is there, but it's soft now, far away, and I can't really grasp it. Yes, I miss her. Sometimes I'll still look up from reading a book and start to say something to her, or expect her to yell at me when I go nuts over a football play. She was an ice skater, very good, but she never made the cut to the Olympics. That's how Belinda is now to me. At first I never wanted the pain to lessen, but it did anyway, without my permission. It's almost as if Belinda wanted me to let her go. When I see a photo of her now, it seems like she was someone I knew and loved in another place, another time. Maybe the person who loved her was another me as well. Sometimes when I'm in a crowd, I think I hear her call out to me. She's never there, of course. He swallowed, feeling tears of bittersweet memory he hadn't felt in years. Maybe the tears were for both of them. Her eyes were clear and calm as she said, "You know, I'd fight too. Never would I go quietly into that good night, just sort of winking out and isn't that too bad and wasn't she a nice person? No, I'd be kicking and yelling all the way." He laughed, then immediately sobered. Guilt because he'd spoken about Claire, then laughed? Suddenly he laughed again. I would too. Thanks, Sherlock. She just smiled at him. My head doesn't hurt anymore. One of those magic pills? Yeah. Now, would you like to watch the news while I clean up the kitchen? No dessert? You didn't clean your plate and you're demanding dessert? Dessert's for a completely different stomach compartment, and my dessert compartment is empty. I know I smelled cheesecake. She ate his New York cheesecake while he cleaned up the dishes. She watched the national news. More trouble in China, more trouble in the Middle East, more wiping out of Kurds. Only which Kurds? They were as divided a group as were all the countries surrounding them. Then, suddenly, there was Big John Bullock, Marlin Jones's lawyer, full of bluff and good nature for the reporters, flinging out answers as they pursued him from the Boston courthouse to his huge black limousine. Will Marlin Jones go to trial? No comment. Is Marlin crazy? You know the ruling. He rolled his eyes and shrugged his massive shoulders. Will you plead him not guilty? No comment. Is it true you told everyone that he had a bad childhood, a mother who beat him up, and an uncle who sexually abused him? Public records are public records. But there's a confession. It won't be admissible. The cops and the FBI made him confess. But what about that FBI agent? Your client knocked her cold and took her to that warehouse to kill her. They've got everything on tape and on film. Big John gave an explosive wave of his arms. Pure and simple entrapment. There wasn't a thought of killing her in his mind. I heard that he even knifed the agent. Big John just shook his head. No more. Just remember, it was entrapment. It was all a setup. It won't be admissible, you'll see. And one woman newscaster said, "Oh, so you're saying if he'd killed the FBI agent, then it wouldn't have been entrapment?" Lots of laughter, and a lot of faces looking hard at Big John Bullock. No more questions, folks. Talk to you later. A commercial came on for Bud Light. She felt Savich behind her. She said quietly, "I'm going back to Boston. I've got to see Marlin Jones again." "They won't let you see him, Sherlock." "I've got to try." She turned slowly and looked up at him. "You see that, don't you? I've got to try. I can't just sit around waiting for some maniac to come after me again. If you tell them to let me in, they will. He's not the maniac who's after you now. Besides, you go talk to him again, and it could all come out that Belinda was your sister. No, I wouldn't tell him any of that. I wouldn't tell anyone about that. It's still a risk. Trust me on this. You can't begin to imagine what the media would do if they found out you were the sister of one of the murdered women and finding Marlin has been your obsession for 7 years. You think the way I just said it sounds hard. Just wait until the media got hold of it. Big John would certainly squawk about entrapment then. I think a more worthwhile trip would be to San Francisco. Why don't I call the San Francisco office and have a couple of agents go talk to Douglas, your father, and your mother?" She just shook her head. "As for Marlin, maybe after you've rested a couple of days. Look, it's Sunday. I want you to take it easy until Tuesday. You promise?" She stroked the gold chenille afghan. "I guess I could use a good night's sleep. 2 days, Sherlock. I want your promise that you'll lie low for 2 days. Then we'll talk about it." She was silent, and he felt a good dollop of anger. "You're an FBI agent, Sherlock. That means you do what I tell you to do. You carry out assignments that I instruct you to carry out. You don't go surfing any wave that catches your fancy. You got that? You're nearly yelling. How could I not get it?" He stepped forward, then stopped. "I've got a nice guest room upstairs. I also packed you a suitcase. It's still in the trunk of the car."
"I'll take you up, then bring it in." She didn't think about her underwear until she was standing in the Victorian bathroom with its highly polished walnut floor, its claw feet tub, pedestal washbowl, and plush, pale yellow Egyptian towels with small flowers on them. She'd stripped down to her bra and panties, turned and seen herself in the mirror and stared. He'd picked out the softest peach silk set she owned. What had he thought when he picked them out of the drawer? Without thinking, she ran her hand over her belly, the silk smooth and slithery against her palm. What had he thought? No, she wouldn't think about that. They were just a bra and drawers, no matter how exquisite, how potentially sexy. He probably hadn't even thought a thing, just grabbed them up. She loved pretty underwear. This set she'd bought herself for her last birthday. So expensive. Soft and flimsy and wicked. She took off the bra and rubbed the smooth lace against her cheek. She hadn't worn it in months. Dillon had picked it out. Sherlock. 23. She quickly wrapped a towel around herself and looked around the bathroom door.
He was standing in the middle of the bedroom, a suitcase in his hand. "On the bed, please, Dillon." He thought she looked beyond tired. He probably should have left her at the hospital, tied to the hospital bed. He looked again. He'd never before realized a towel could look so sexy wrapped around someone. "You need any help?" That made her smile. "No, sir. I can brush my teeth without you holding my arm up." "Then I'll see you in the morning. There's no reason for you to wake up early. Just sleep in. When you wake up, just holler, and I'll bring you breakfast. Don't forget, Sherlock, you promised to stay put." She hadn't, but she nodded. "Thank you, Dillon. Oh, another thing. I need to run a couple of errands tomorrow morning. While I'm gone, I want you to leave the doors locked and don't open up for anybody. I don't care who anyone says they are. There's lots of food, even some pesto left over for you. You don't need to go out. You open it only for me. You got that?" "I got that." "Your Sig Sauer is downstairs in my office. Your Lady Colt is in the drawer by your bed. Now, just let me decide what we'll do about this mess. I'll tell you tomorrow." "What are your errands?" He frowned at her. "Not your business. I won't be gone more than a couple of hours. Would you send me a couple of lines before you go? You want something down home?" "Yeah, real down home." His rich, deep baritone filled the room, sounding really twangy this time. "She ain't Rose, but she ain't bad. She ain't easy, but she can be had. So am I when she whispers in my ear. She ain't Rose, and Rose ain't here." "Who's Rose?" He grinned at her, gave her a salute, then left, closing her bedroom door behind him. It was dawn when he shot straight up in his bed. He hit the floor running when another scream rent the silence. She was wheezing, her arms wrapped around herself. She struggled to sit up in bed. "Sherlock, you're awake? What's wrong?" She was still sucking air into her lungs. It was as if someone had tried to suffocate her. He sat down beside her and pulled her against him. He began rubbing her back. "It's all right now. Did you have a nightmare?" Slowly, so very slowly, her breathing began to steady. But it still hurt to breathe, as if someone had clouted her in the ribs. She couldn't talk yet, didn't want to talk. "That's it, just relax. I'm here. Nothing's going to hurt you, nothing." Her face was buried in his shoulder, her arms limp at her sides. Then, suddenly, she put her arms around his back and held on tight. "Yeah, I'm real, and I'm solid, and I'm mean. No one's going to hurt you. It's okay." He could feel her harsh breathing against his flesh. Then she said, "Yes, I know. I'm all right now." He tried to pull away from her, but she still held on tight. He could feel her shivering. "It's really okay, Sherlock," he said again. "I'm not going anywhere. You can let go now." "I don't think I want to. Give me a few more minutes." She tightened her grip around him. She was still shivering. "Sorry, but I seem to have packed you the wrong kind of nightgown. You must be freezing." "You're a man. You picked it out because it's sexy and sheer, just like my underwear." "Well, yes, I suppose you could be right. It feels really soft and nice. Sorry, but my hormones must have gotten the better of me. Listen now, let me go, Sherlock, and lie back." If anything, she gripped him tighter. He laughed. "I promise you everything's okay now. Listen, you've got to let me go. Come on now." "No." He laughed again. He sounded like he was in pain. "Okay, tell you what, I'm cold too. Why don't we both lie back, and I'll keep holding you until we both warm up." He knew it wasn't a good idea, but he was worried about her. Truth be told, he didn't want to think about his motives. He was wearing boxer shorts, nothing else. No, this was definitely not a good idea. He got under the covers with her, lay on his back, and pulled her against him. She settled her face on his shoulder, her hand on his bare chest. He pulled the covers as high as her ears. She was stiff. "It's okay," he said, hugged her against him hard, then eased up. "You want to tell me about it?"
He felt her jerk, her breath fan over her skin. She was still afraid. He just waited. He began to stroke her back, long, even strokes. Finally, she said, "It was a nightmare, a stupid nightmare. Talking about Belinda probably brought it on again." "What do you mean, again? You've had this dream before?" She was quiet for a very long time. At least she wasn't shuddering anymore. He was hoping she'd keep talking. Getting her to open up was turning out to be one of his toughest assignments, and he was beginning to seriously doubt his strategy for calming her down. In the silence, he noticed how uneven his own breathing had become. He began breathing deeply. "Tell me about the dream, Sherlock." It was near dark. She was cocooned in blankets against him. She was safe. Her mind wasn't on alert. And so she said, her breath warm and light against his skin, "I was the one in the warehouse, or I was with Belinda, or somehow a part of her. I don't know. But in the dream, it's as if I'm the one who was there. I was the one in his maze, the one he was supposed to kill, not Belinda. Then I went through the whole thing in Boston. I truly believed it would bring me full circle, but it didn't. I'm not understanding all of this. No wonder. Sometimes I think I'm mad. Talk to me." He kissed the top of her head. It wasn't a good move. "Talk to me," he said again, his voice lower this time, deeper, because he was aware of her woman's body against him, aware of her scent, aware of her hair on his shoulder, tickling his cheek. "Every time I've had the dream in the past, it's gone a bit further. He hasn't yet killed me, but this time I woke up just as he raised the knife." He waited, just held her, and waited. He could feel her tensing, feel her heart speeding up. "Say it, just say it, Sherlock. What is it?" "I know, Dillon, I know that when that knife comes down, I'll die." It was no longer dark in the bedroom. It was a soft, pearly gray, yet dark enough so that it was still just two people sharing confidences in the night. He knew she had to tell him all of it now, or she might never tell him. She was vulnerable now. He didn't know how much longer it would last. Probably not long. The dream began just after Belinda was murdered? Yes. I've thought about it and thought about it over the years. It's as I said before. If I'm not the one who's there, then it's as if I'm actually following her same path, feeling the terror she felt. Her fingers clutched the hair on his chest, and he jerked a bit. "Sorry, Dillon. Oh my, you're not wearing any clothes. I'm sorry, I hadn't realized before." "It's all right. I'm wearing boxer shorts. Ignore it."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. "How long since you had the nightmare?" "Well over a year. This time I went through it all the way to the center of the maze, and he was there, only it was so dark I couldn't see him. But I saw the silver arc of his knife. Then I screamed, and it woke me up." "Do you think what you did in Boston brought the dream back?" "I don't know. Probably." He was silent for a moment, then said very quietly, "So this was why you were so sure exactly what Marlin was going to do. It wasn't just the profiler's reports. It wasn't all the study you've done during the past 7 years, all the thought you've given to it. You knew every step. Because of the dream, you knew each move to make, each move he would make." "Yes, but it still doesn't make any sense, does it? Not just this moment, but it will sooner or later. I have studied him. The profilers had it right. He hated women who cursed, and that's why he cut out their tongues. What they couldn't have been certain about was that the women also bad-mouthed their husbands. But I knew it was true. That's why I had to be the bait. I knew exactly how to get him to come after me. I knew which buttons to push. He didn't have to doubt for a second that I was the best candidate for punishment around.
But there was a difference that I realized just now. In my dream, when the murderer raised the knife, it wasn't the same way that Marlin raised his knife in the center of the maze in Boston. It wasn't so vicious in the dream. It was as if what? As if he wasn't really serious, but I knew he was, and I was scared to death. I'm sorry, that doesn't make a lick of sense. He thought about that a moment, then said, "But in Boston, you'd put him on the defensive. He wasn't facing a terrified, helpless woman. That could make the difference." He tightened his arm around her again. "Listen to me. Even if that damned dream does continue on some night in the future, even if he does stick a knife into you, you can't die. It's just a dream. You've got to believe that. As real as it seems, it still isn't. It never will be." She shuddered, then was quiet against him. Her hand had been fisted on his chest. He'd managed to ignore it, but now her hand was lower, nearly to his belly. His breathing speeded up. What do you think it all means? He thought about that a long time. It took him longer than usual because he was hard. His heart was pounding fast and strong, and he was having a good deal of difficulty concentrating. His brain no longer had any control. He wanted to pull that beautiful, soft peach nightgown over her head and, I don't know. It's almost as if you have some connection with Belinda. No, that sounds like psychic nonsense. But regardless, there's got to be something there. Something that happened that you don't remember, don't you think? Her hand was now a fist on his belly. I don't know. What could have happened? Why wouldn't I remember? I was never hurt at that time. No trauma or head wound of any kind. He laid his own hand over hers, pressing down until her fingers splayed over him, her palm soft and flat against his flesh. Just relax. Everything will be all right. I know a woman who could help take you back to what really happened. There's got to be something from 7 years ago, something that triggered this, something you've blocked out that's resurfacing. Yes, if anyone can get to the bottom of this, she can. But don't worry about it any more right now. You really think she'll help us? I really think so. Since this all started, I knew there was something you were keeping from me. You promise this is all of it? Yes. The terror was gone. She didn't even care that this woman he was talking about was probably a shrink. She could see him in the dull morning light. She could feel the strength of him, the deep, smooth muscles, the texture of his flesh. She didn't feel anything remotely close to terror now. She felt something she didn't think she'd ever felt in her life. The feel of him beneath her palm, beneath her fingers, it made her so alive, her body was thrumming with the power of it. Dillon? He didn't know if he had any more words available to him. His brain was all in his groin. Need for her was raging through him, making him shake, and it took everything in him to keep control. I feel really warm, but warmer in some places than in others. My shoulders feel really cool, but not other parts of me, like my chest. She was seducing him? No, that couldn't be right. He prayed that it was, then cursed himself. He had to get out of there. He should be back in his own bedroom, with 2 doors closed between them. He cleared his throat. Talking would help, but if you can't talk, then I'll go back to my own room. That would be the smart thing to do. Going back to my room this very instant would be the very smartest thing to do. I know. She sighed deeply, leaned her face into his shoulder, and lightly bit him. She then licked where she'd bitten. You're probably right, but I have to tell you, those warmer places have gotten even warmer, hot nearly. Sherlock, stop now. This isn't good. I knew it wasn't good when I got in bed with you. Now I know it's maybe one of the stupidest things I've done in a good long while. He thought if he moved now, he was in for 7 years of bad luck, because he'd crack into 1,000,000,000 pieces, just like a mirror. She pulled her hand away from beneath his. He sucked in his breath in disappointment. "I'm sorry. Ollie told me you didn't ever get involved with your people." Why had Ollie told her that? He had dated Hannah before she'd joined the unit, but then he'd called a halt when she'd come on board. Well, yeah, at least at one time Ollie had been right. Actually, until an hour ago, he would have bet the farm on it. Maybe even just 10 minutes ago, he would have bet a second farm on it. No, I don't get involved with any of my people. At least I haven't. It seems that's shot all to hell in hell, though. And don't say you're sorry again. If you do, I'll do something unsuave. What? Sherlock, I'm outta here. I'm not about to take advantage of a nightmare. You're vulnerable and afraid, and I happen to be convenient. But you don't need me now. You're okay, right? She didn't say a word. He thought he'd been punched in the gut when he felt her tears against his chest. "Oh, damn," he said, hauled her on top of him and kissed her. All light, feathery kisses. And between the kisses he was saying, "Don't cry. I'm trying to be noble. It's a battle, and I'm losing. You've got to help me with this. I want you a whole lot, but this isn't the way, surely. Actually, I want you whole again. I just said it wrong. Does that make any sense to you?" Her palm smoothed over his thigh, upward. She said against his ear, "That must be what it is, then." He didn't know what she was talking about. All he was thinking about was kissing her. "I've got to stop," he said between another round of kisses, "or if I don't, then I'm going to be on top of you, and that nightgown is going to end up on the floor." She lurched away from him, taking him completely by surprise. "Let me be plain about this," she said, smiling down at him. He wanted to weep until he realized what she was doing. "Let me be straightforward. I don't want you to have any doubts where I stand on this." He watched her pull the gown over her head and throw it across the room. She was sitting over him, naked, staring down at him, and she looked scared to death, and defiant. Yes, that was it, defiant and determined. Oddly enough, it calmed him. He wanted to put his hands on her, but no, not just yet. "What do you want me to do, Sherlock?" "I want to make love with you. That is, if you'll make an exception for me." "I've made an exception for you since I kicked you into the bushes in Hogan's Alley. Why do you look scared to death if you're so certain about all this?" "I'm not scared."
"It's just the morning light." Yeah, right. But he was more than willing to believe it. She had lovely breasts, all high and smooth and round, just the right size for his hands, his mouth, any other part of him that wanted to touch her there. And he wanted to. He couldn't remember ever wanting anything so much in his life. Then he remembered that he'd wanted more than anything to be an FBI agent. That sure put a crimp in things. 24? Nah, that was pure bullshit. In the scheme of things, that had been very short-sighted of him. This woman sitting naked on top of him was, he figured, just about the most important milestone in his life. She was what was real, what was urgent, more urgent to him than anything else in her life. He wanted her, right now. He wanted all of her. Slowly, he lifted his right hand and lightly touched his fingertips to her breast. She drew back, as if surprised. He cupped her breasts in his palms. Lovely, a perfect fit. Again she flinched. "What's wrong? You don't like me holding you?" "Dillon, I should tell you something." He couldn't take his eyes off her breasts, but he did manage to drop his hands, for the moment, although his fingers itched like mad.
But he knew he had to pay attention. Something wasn't quite right here. Now he was looking at her ribs, at her stomach, at the smooth expanse of thigh. Dillon? Yes? Keep talking. I'll try to pay attention, but I can't help but look at you, Sherlock. You're really quite nice to look at. She sucked in her breath, then blurted it out. I've only done this once, when I was 19. It was in the back seat of Bobby Wellman's yellow Jaguar. It was really cramped and no fun at all. Actually, it was messy and horrible, but I was philosophical about it, really. After all, it was the back seat of a car. But then, well, after Belinda's death, I just couldn't stand to have any man around me. Just once? In your whole life? In a Jaguar? Surely not an XJ6. That would be practically impossible. That's the truth. But Bobby managed somehow. It wasn't at all pleasant, as I said, and I didn't realize how bony he was, all knees and elbows. Even his chin was sharp. I guess if anybody was looking, they'd have laughed their heads off. Bobby loved that car. I remember that the leather was really smooth and slick because he was always oiling it. Then he'd leer and say he used his mother's extra virgin olive oil. What a jerk! Now that I think back on it, I did something similar to that when I was 17 and 18. But you're 27, Sherlock. Yes, when I was 19, after Belinda was murdered, I just shut down. I've never even been interested in another man since that time with Bobby, not even remotely, until you. Do you mind? I don't think so. Never Douglas, then? No. Once, just weeks ago, he kissed me, but that's all there was to it. No, it's just you. Just me. That sounded incredibly fine. Actually, he thought, as he eased her down on top of him, if he didn't suffer from sensory overload first, he would give her pleasure if it killed him. When he'd gotten her level of interest up to at least half of his, he was so far gone he just didn't know if he'd make it. He lifted her to his mouth, felt her surprise, her shock. After not more than a minute or two, he felt every quiver in her legs, the deep clenching of her stomach muscles. And when she cried out, her back arching wildly, her fists pounding on his shoulders, jerking on his hair, he knew that he was the luckiest man on the earth. He wanted to bring her pleasure again, but he knew he simply couldn't take it any longer. "Sherlock," he said. Looking into her eyes, he came into her fast and deep, his powerful arms shaking with his effort to control himself, to keep his weight off her, as he moved deeper and deeper, feeling her flesh easing slowly to accommodate him. His head was thrown back, his eyes closed, and when he touched her again with his fingers, he knew that being in deep shit was the best thing that had ever happened to him in his life. She came again when his fingers touched her, and as he watched her face, heard her whimpers of pleasure, felt her draw him close and closer still, he let himself go. And it was just fine, all of it. "Lacey, just close your eyes, that's right, and lean your head back. Let your shoulders drop. Good. No, don't stiffen up. Now just breathe very deeply. Deeper. Let go. Good. Yes, that's just fine." Dr. Lauren Bowers, a conservative congresswoman from Maryland and one of the best hypnotists Savage knew, raised her head and grinned at him. "People like Miss Sherlock here," she said in her normal tone of voice, "are usually the easiest to get under. Once you get past her defenses, she's an open book, all the pages ruffling in the wind. That sharp brain of hers just invites you right in. Now, Savage, you've written down your questions." She took the sheet of paper from him and scanned it. "Did I ever tell you that you are really quite good? Of course, you know you are. You've been trained by the best." Dr. Bowers turned back to the young woman, who looked flaccid and pale, as if something had been sapping her from deep inside for far too long a time. "Lacey, can you hear me?" "Of course, Dr. Bowers. I'm not deaf." Dr. Bowers laughed. "That's very good. Now, I want you to go back, Lacey, back to the last time you saw Belinda. Do you remember when that was?" "It was April 13th, 3 days before Belinda was killed." Lacey suddenly lurched forward, then flopped back. She was shaking her head frantically, back and forth. "No!" "Lacey, it's all right. Just breathe in deeply. I want Dillon." Without pause, he was lightly stroking her hand. "I'm here, Sherlock. I won't leave you. Let's go back together, all right? You're going to have to do something for me. You're going to have to paint that day to me, in words, so I can see it. Can you do that?" Her expression changed, softening, and incredibly, she looked like a girl again, a teenager. She sighed, then smiled. It was very sunny, crisp and cool, just a low fog swirling in over and through the Golden Gate Bridge. I loved days like that, watching the sailboats on the bay, seeing the marine headlands through open patches in the fog, all bleak and barren, but still green from all the winter rains. Dr. Bowers nodded to Savich to keep going. He said in his low, deep voice, "What were you doing?" "I was sitting out on the deck off the living room." "Were you alone?" "Yes. My mother was in her room napping. My father was at the courthouse. He was prosecuting a big drug case, and he wanted to make sure the defense was sticking to the sitting judge's gag order. He said if they weren't, he'd skin them alive." "Where was Belinda?" Her mouth tightened. Her eyebrows drew together. She wasn't smiling anymore. She started to shake her head back and forth. "It's okay," Savich said easily. "Where was Douglas?" "I thought he was at work." "But he wasn't?" "No. He was there, in the house. He was with Belinda, upstairs in their suite. They were out on the balcony above me." "What were they doing?" For an instant she looked incredibly angry. Then her face smoothed out, and her voice was smooth, unworried. "They were making love." He hadn't expected that. "You understood what was happening, right? It didn't freak you out?" "No, it was just embarrassing. Douglas was saying lots of really dirty things." "Then what happened?" "I heard Belinda cry out." "Was she having a climax?" "I don't think so. I heard her roll off the chase onto the brick balcony. I heard her crying, then she stopped." "Why?" "I heard Douglas tell her that if she cried any more, someone might hear her, and he wouldn't like that at all. In fact, if she kept whining, he just might throw her off the balcony." "Then what happened?" "Nothing. Belinda was quiet then. After a few minutes, I heard them making love again."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. "I heard Douglas tell her that she'd better moan, because if she didn't moan, he wouldn't believe she really loved him. She moaned really loudly then, and he said more really dirty things to her. He kept telling her that she owed him, but good. Do you know what he meant by that?" She shook her head. "What happened then?" "I waited until Douglas went out, then I went to their bedroom and called out her name. She told me to go away, but I didn't. I just walked in. She was standing in the middle of the room, naked. She grabbed for her jeans and put them in front of her. I asked her if Douglas had hit her, and she said no, that was ridiculous. Douglas wouldn't hit anybody. But I didn't believe her. I think I saw a bruise below her ribs when she raised her hand to wave me away. But I didn't leave her. I couldn't." "Had this happened before, to your knowledge?" She was shaking her head. "Oh no, I'm certain. I thought they loved each other. Douglas was always so light and caressing with her, so tender. They were always laughing and hugging, kissing when they didn't think anyone was looking. But not now. She couldn't stand up straight.
I wanted to kill him, but she said no. If anyone killed him, it would be her. She told me to go away, that she didn't want to see me. I was a pain in the butt. She had a miscarriage that night. You never told anyone about this, not even the police, after she was murdered? She didn't say anything. She was frowning again. She must have had a miscarriage, because Douglas hit her. I'd forgotten all about that. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she stared blankly ahead of her. She looked bewildered, then frightened. He began to massage her hand, closing his fingers over hers. "It's all right, Sherlock. I'm here. Nothing bad is going to happen." She started to cry. She just stared at him, made no sound, but tears streaked down her pale cheeks. Her lips were chapped. Dr. Bowers wiped the tears away with a Kleenex. "Now, Lacey, that's enough. I want you to wake up now. I'm going to count to 3. On 3, you'll be awake, smile at Savich here, and remember everything we talked about." On 3, Lacey, her eyes still open, came back into herself. "Why am I crying?" She rubbed her fingers over her eyes. "Oh, I remember now. It was—" "It's okay," Savich said, pulled her against him, and began stroking his big hands up and down her back. "You don't have to talk about it right this minute." She grew very still in his arms. Her heart was against his. He could feel the slow, steady beat. He kissed her hair. "You okay?" She nodded against his shoulder. "I miss Belinda so much. She was more my mother than our real mother was. Our real mother just stayed in her room all the time. She loved to eat Godiva chocolates. And she was so beautiful, both Belinda and my mother. I was the plain one, but neither of them held it against me. Well, maybe Belinda didn't like me so much when I was older. I don't know why. I know Douglas had never hit her before. She told me he hadn't. I asked her why he'd hit her this time, why he'd humiliated her. What'd she say? She wouldn't tell me. She just stood there, shaking her head. She told me I wouldn't understand, that it had nothing to do with me, that I was to forget it. I was confused, then angry. I told her I was 19, that I wasn't a kid anymore, that I could play the piano and she couldn't. She laughed at that, but it hurt her rib to laugh, so she stopped really fast. She told me to forget this, that it wasn't important in the scheme of things. She told me to go away. I went to Napa Valley with some friends. I never saw Belinda again. How did you know that Belinda had a miscarriage? I don't remember. Someone must have told me. But no one seemed to know about it. It isn't in the medical reports or the autopsy report. I just don't remember. But somehow you followed her through the warehouse, followed her to her death, saw everything she saw, felt her terror, felt her die. Dr. Bowers looked as if she wanted to leap on Savich, but he just shook his head. Lacey was stiff now, withdrawn from him, but he didn't say anything more, just held her, rocking her slightly back and forth. How could I have possibly been there? It doesn't make any sense. I was in St. Helena when my father called me. I left San Francisco that very day I'd spoken to Belinda. What did your father say when he called you? He said that Belinda had been killed by the string killer. He told me to come home. I went. There wasn't anything more. Did your father tell you about her miscarriage? I don't remember. When did you have the first dream? 6 weeks later. He was stalking me, and I knew he was there, only there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't get away from him. I yelled at him, "Why are you here? What do you want?" He didn't say anything. He just kept coming closer and closer. I knew he would hit me on the head, but it didn't matter. I couldn't get away from him. I felt helpless, and I was. He was right there, over me. The dream ended. When did you come to realize that he picked women because they cursed and put down their husbands? The dreams got longer, more detailed. Later, he told me over and over. That began maybe 3 months later. He said in my ear just after he struck me, 'You're a filthy-mouthed little bitch, aren't you? You curse and say all those bad things you shouldn't be saying, and you blame your husband and call him bad names. I've got to punish you.' I'll never forget that, never. The dreams continued, got more and more involved, until the one last night when I woke up just the instant before he killed me. I honestly don't know how much effect the profiling papers influenced me and all my studies. There was a lot of gruesome stuff in the courses, and I thought about him all the time, read all the big city newspapers, studied other serial killers. But I don't understand where this dream came from. It's there, Lacey. We'll get it all out. It will just take a bit of time. Dr. Bowers is right. It's all there in that magnificent brain of yours, somewhere. We'll unlock all of it, but no more today." He kissed the top of her head, then said in that calm, unhurried voice, "Do you remember if it was Marlin Jones speaking?" He held his breath. She was perfectly silent, perfectly still. Finally, she said in a voice muffled by his shirt, "No, I can't be certain." Or she couldn't bear to remember. It was enough for now, more than enough. He said aloud, "I think we should pack it in for today. What do you say, Lauren? Has she had enough of the ringer?" "I'd say so. Go watch the Redskins play ball. Eat popcorn. Forget it, at least for today. She's still recovering. She needs rest. We'll get at the rest of it in a couple of days." 25. Assistant Director Jimmy Maitland chewed on an unlit cigar, wrote 2 words in his small black book, then looked back at Agent Sherlock, who was sitting on the edge of Savage's sofa, looking pale as death. Savage was across from her, in his favorite leather chair, his legs crossed at the ankles. He was, as far as Maitland could tell, looking at Sherlock's hands. He hadn't said a word. Jimmy Maitland, who'd known Savage since he'd become a special agent 8 years before, said, "I don't like any of this, Savage. I got a call from Kramer's section supervisor telling me that Sherlock here had been attacked and that Kramer had stayed outside her hospital room. I'd like to know why you didn't bother to tell me about this." Sherlock looked up. Her eyes were very bright and very green. "It's Sunday, sir, and we were going to watch the Redskins game. I'd prefer the San Francisco 49ers, but you don't show them here unless they're playing on Monday Night Football." Before Jimmy Maitland could leap on Sherlock, Savage said, "I just wanted her to rest today, sir. I'd planned to speak to you about it tomorrow."
"However, it's kind of you to have driven all the way over here. Why the hell is she here?" "She was attacked in her townhouse. I didn't think it was safe for her to remain there." Maitland grunted at that. "So what the hell's going on here? It's about that little prick Marlin Jones, isn't it?" She knew if she told him she had no idea what it was about, he'd probably have a coronary, so she said simply, "Yes, sir. I don't think our job is quite done yet. I'm going back to Boston to talk to him again. There are some loose ends, some things that just don't fit together. The last thing we want is any uncertainty. Remember Richard Jewell and the Atlanta Olympic bombing? We looked like secretive, cover-your-behind boobs in that deal. We were heavy-handed, let the media in on everything before we had anything remotely conclusive. And then we left the guy twisting in the wind. We took his reputation, his good name. Sir, we even took his Tupperware. Let me finish properly with Marlin Jones. Just this week, sir. That's all I need. Just this week." Reference to the Richard Jewell fiasco made Jimmy Maitland nearly chew clean through his cigar. "You mean we could get burned in this?" "It's possible, sir. As I said, I'll be going up on Tuesday and get everything settled. Maybe stay until the end of the week. Please, sir." "Who the hell tried to whack you, Agent Sherlock?" She should have known he would home in on that. Mr. Maitland was a very tenacious man.
I don't believe it was a whack job, sir, more like a threat, but it is one of the loose ends. I don't like my agents getting whacked, Agent Sherlock. No, sir. As the whackee, she hadn't liked it either, but she didn't think Mr. Maitland would laugh if she said that. She moved even closer to the edge of her seat. Her head was aching, her shoulder throbbed, she felt mildly lightheaded. She wanted Dillon to kiss her. She saw him naked over her and choked on the sip of water she'd just taken. "You okay, Sherlock?" Savich half rose in his chair. Then, at her look, he sat down again. What would he have done anyway? Hug her? Yeah, that would have been a real treat for Maitland. He might have just stroked out on the spot. Savich prayed Maitland wouldn't ask any more questions about her attacker. He didn't have any convincing answers made up just yet. He didn't want to bring in her family, at least not just yet. She said, "Yes, sir, I'm just fine." She was red in the face. She wouldn't look at him. She was staring at the black tassels on her bally loafers. If his boss hadn't been sitting 6 feet from him, he might have thrown her over his shoulder and carried her upstairs. He smiled really big at Jimmy Maitland. "I'll go with her to Boston. We'll get it all wrapped up. Marlin Jones is in jail. Who the hell attacked Agent Sherlock? Why? We don't know yet, sir, but we're betting the answer lies with Marlin Jones." "You don't know that, Savich. It might be entirely unrelated." No one said a word. Jimmy Maitland sighed and pulled himself to his feet. He was tired. He'd had too much beer to drink the night before at a retirement party for Bucky Hendricks, an old New York agent who'd been a terror in his day. Even the mob had sent him a gold watch. He wanted to go home and watch the Redskins, too. He said, "Go on to Boston, then. I see you don't want to tell me you really have no idea if Marlin Jones is connected with this attack on Sherlock. There is one thing, though, Savich. The young cop who messed up and let 2 of the old people go in that Florida nursing home murder, he has no idea. We were right. All old people look the same to him. Oh, yeah, there's been a spate of murders in South Dakota, right in Elk Point. Then the guy went over the border into Iowa. Nasty business. The police chief in Sioux City is frantic. I'll deal with it tomorrow, sir." Savich rose and walked Jimmy Maitland to the front door. "This place," Maitland said, taking one last sweeping look. "I remember one night when your grandmother came down those stairs wearing this lemon-yellow chiffon gown. Lord, she must have been at least 75 then, but she was a queen. You've done well with it, Savich. Your brother the artist still pissed at you that she gave you the house?" "Not too pissed now. He got over it." "I hate that modern stuff. Tell Ryan to go impressionist. Can't go wrong there. As for that dolphin of yours I bought, I still like it. Nice work. Oh yeah, take care of Sherlock." He paused a moment, carefully wrapped his unlit cigar in a handkerchief, and slid it into his jacket pocket, then walked to the front door. He lowered his voice. "I suppose you know what you're doing." He nodded toward the living room, where Sherlock was sitting still as a stone, still staring down at her shoes. "I sure hope so, sir." "It's been, what, 5 years since Claire died?" "Yes, 5 years." "Sherlock is getting high marks in the bureau. She deserves them. I'm glad I was bright enough to latch on to her right out of training. She's a plus to the unit. I imagine she's also other things to you, but that's none of my business. Make sure it remains none of my business. You take care of her, all right, Savich, and yourself, and call when you need backup." "Yes, sir, I will." Savich paused just a moment, then turned, smiled, and strolled back into the living room, whistling. She said immediately, "What dolphin was Mr. Maitland talking about?" "I told you I whittled. The dolphin was a piece my sister stole out of here and put on consignment in the Lambton Gallery. She was all over me to quit the FBI when the piece sold. I see, she said slowly. Do you happen by any chance to have any more whittled pieces around here? A couple. He was clearly uncomfortable. She just smiled at him. Have you ever carved teak? Oh yes, but my favorite is maple. You've been doing it a long time. Some of the scars on your hands look very old. Since I was a kid. She said nothing more. It was chilly in Boston, the sky a dull gray, the clouds fat with rain. Lacey shivered in the small interrogation room, waiting for them to bring in Marlin Jones. She would have given about anything to be in San Francisco at that moment, where everything was at least 200 years newer, and the chances were really good that it was sunny. Then she remembered what was in Boston and shook her head. Where was Marlin Jones? Naturally, his lawyer, Big John Bullock, would be with him. She hoped she could talk him into leaving her alone with Marlin. Just 5 minutes, that's all she wanted. Dillon was close by, just outside, speaking with the 2 homicide detectives in charge of Marlin Jones's case. Lots of people behind the two-way mirror would be watching. She heard leg shackles pounding hard. She looked up. Marlin stood in the doorway. He looked hard and tough, all gentle edges carved off him. He stared at her for a very long time, not moving, not saying a word. Then, finally, terrifyingly, he smiled. He lifted his shackled hands and waved his fingers at her. Hey, Marty, how's your arm? I remember how that felt, throwing that knife at you, watching it hit you, dig right into your skin. It went in so easy. Still hurt from my knife, Marty? No, Marlin, I'm just fine. How's your belly? Can you stand up straight yet? You got a big scar to show for my bullet. He grew utterly still. The vicious light in his eyes went out, leaving them dark and opaque. You've still got that smart mouth on you, Marty. That wasn't an act you put on for me. Be quiet, Marlin, Big John said, lightly touching his fingertips to Marlin's forearm. Marlin shook him off. Big John never stopped looking at Lacey. Forget it, Agent Sherlock. There's no way I'll leave you alone with him. He sat down.
You sit down now, too, a sergeant said, shoving Marlin into a chair. Don't move, or I'll shackle you to the arms. I'm standing right behind you, boy. Just keep your hands on the tabletop. Don't even let your hair grow. You got that? Marlin didn't say a word. He's got it, said Big John. Don't worry, officer. You and I did a lot of dancing when I was last in Boston, Marlin. You remember our last tango through your little maze, don't you? I thought you were so pretty, so precious, but then you started saying those bad things. But you don't even have a husband, do you? Nope, no husband. She was holding her ballpoint pen, lightly tapping it on the tabletop. She said, You never saw me before I came into the lumber store, did you, Marlin? Me? See you? He paused a moment, then smiled at her. You think maybe that's possible? Then he shrugged and looked down at his dirty fingernails, ignoring her. I don't think I ever would have dated you, Marlin. You want to know why? Even though you look pretty interesting on the outside, you look dead on the inside, really dead, like you've been dead for a very long time. I'll ask you that question on the witness stand, Agent Sherlock, Big John said as he laced his fingers over his stomach. Good stuff. To think I nearly refused to let Marlin say anything to you. Do keep talking. No juror will convict this poor fellow. Talk about not responsible. She ignored Big John. She sat forward, laid down the pen, and clasped her hands on the table in front of her. It was Formica, scarred, stained. She wondered briefly when it had last been cleaned. Have you ever seen me before, Marlin? He was staring at her. At that moment, she felt she could see his dead eyes looking through her skin, down to her bones, looking at the blood pulsing through her veins. For an instant, she saw him dip his hands into her blood. She jumped, then forced herself to stillness again. He was scary with those eyes of his, but she was the one making him into more than he was. He was a monster, but she was making him into the devil. Just let him stare. There was nothing he could do to her. He'd already tried, and she'd won. She had to remember that. "Did you, Marlin, ever see me before Boston?" Slowly he shook his head. "Nah, maybe, but who cares? I still don't like you even though you're pretty. You're a real bitch, Marty. I'd like you to tell me something, Marlin. If I feel like it. Remember when you were in the hospital, I asked you to list the women you'd killed in San Francisco? I remember. You left out a woman named Belinda Madigan. Why? Why did you leave out her name? Did she curse? No, I've never cursed either, Marlin. Why did you leave out Belinda Madigan's name?" He shrugged, his eyes narrowing now, and she saw into him, clearly. He knew he could play her along. He knew he was in control. He knew he could string her along, until what? Had he ever seen her before, in San Francisco? Did he know who she was? Something was awfully wrong. She knew he was playing mind games with her, but she couldn't stop. He grinned, showing all his beautiful straight white teeth. "I got trouble remembering sometimes, you know. Just maybe my father prosecuted you. He was an assistant DA in San Francisco 7 years ago. His name is Corman Sherlock. Was that it, Marlin? I heard about your daddy. Heard he was a mean son of a bitch. Heard he never cut anybody any slack, but I never met him. Why did you kill Belinda Madigan?" Big John roared out of his chair, knocking it over. The sergeant grabbed his arm, his gun out. The door to the interrogation room burst open, and 3 armed officers rushed into the room. Lacey stood up slowly. "It's all right, gentlemen. Mr. Bullock just got a bit riled, didn't you, sir? You've got no right to ask him questions like that, Agent Sherlock. If you do it again, Marlin won't say another word. The interview will be over, and there'll never be another one. You got that?" "I got it." She saw Dillon standing in the doorway, his expression set, his eyes hard. They'd argued about this, but in the end he'd given in, allowing her to see Marlin alone. She knew he'd seen her desperation. He said nothing now, merely looked at her. She smiled, gave him a slight nod, then sat down again. "I'll be careful with my questions, Mr. Bullock," she said. "Please sit down, sir. If you feel like bounding around like that again, please don't. I'd just as soon not get shot by accident. You just watch yourself, little lady." "I'm Special Agent Sherlock," she said mildly, admiring his tactic. He wasn't stupid. He merely shrugged and sat back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. She turned to Marlin, who hadn't moved or spoken throughout the ruckus. "Did I entrap you, Marlin?" "I don't know what that means, Marty. I just knew I had to punish you. God sent me to punish his weak vessels, to purify them, to make them whole again." "As in to make them dead, Marlin?" "Don't answer that, Marlin. Watch yourself, Agent Sherlock. Why did you leave out Belinda Madigan's name?" He gave her that superior smile again, disregarding her question. "Belinda who? I don't know any Belinda. That's a pretty name, old-fashioned. What's she to you, Marty? Do you think I look much like her, Marlin?" "No, but I think you're prettier. I always." Big John Bullock's mouth was working. He didn't know what was going on, but he soon would. He wasn't stupid. Lacey sat back in her chair and drew in a very deep breath. Big John said finally, "Who's Belinda?"
She was one of the women in San Francisco that Marlin had to purify. It was 7 years ago. He purified 7 women in San Francisco. It was 7, wasn't it, Marlin?" He was shaking his head. "No, not 7. I don't do 7. My pa always told me that 7 was a bad number, that it was even worse than 13. He'd always laugh at the hotels who didn't have a 13th floor. Told me that the fools on the 14th floor are on the 13th, really, but they were too stupid to realize it. No, I never did 7. Did 6, like my pa told me." "All right. The 6 women you purified in San Francisco, all of them cursed and bad-mouthed their husbands?" He nodded. Big John didn't say anything, which Lacey considered a gift. "Did you date any of them, Marlin? You're a good-looking guy. I bet it wouldn't have been hard for you to get a date with almost any woman, right?" He nodded again. "Ladies like me," he said, and studied his thumbnail. "They tell me I'm a great lover." She nearly gagged. "You date Belinda?" "I told you, Marty, she wasn't one of the women I had to purify. Why are you so interested in her anyway?" "I like the name. It's unusual." "I don't like the name, but I like yours, Marty. It sounds kinda like a boy's name. It was close, you know. Once I thought God wanted me to purify little boys, to correct them if they'd gotten a bad start, put them on the right path. But then I realized it wasn't boys, it was girls. Women who'd had their chance to straighten out, but hadn't. Women who'd married good men and turned on them. I slept with them, you know, just to make sure they were the ones to take out. All 6 of them cheated on their husbands, told me what jerks they were. So then I was sure they had to walk the walk through my maze." "Marlin," Big John said very quietly, "shut up." "Yeah, well, purify then. That's it, purify. I wish I'd gone to college. I could have learned more pretty words like purify." She was riveted. She imagined that all the people listening to Marlin were riveted. She wondered what Savich was thinking. "You didn't ask me out when I came to the hardware store." "I know. That was weird. I slept with Hillary. She was good. She sucked me off really well. Do you know that she said bad things while I fucked her?" She would push back. "Why didn't you try to fuck me, Marlin?" She watched him actually flinch. None of it was an act. "Don't, Marty."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. "That sounds so crazy coming from you. Don't talk like that, okay?" "Okay, but why didn't you want to be intimate with me, Marlin?" He shrugged. "You came on so strong, talking about your poor husband like you did, and then there was your foul mouth. You said all those bad words right in front of me." He sighed. "But, you know, I was just in a hurry. I couldn't take the time to ask you out to see if you'd sleep with me." "Why the hurry, Marlin?" "Because God wanted me to go to Toronto. I couldn't until I'd taken care of 6 women here in Boston. Yeah, I was in a hurry. I'm sorry, Marty. Do you wish I'd made love to you?" "I don't think so, Marlin. I do find your claim hard to believe. No one reported seeing any of the women in San Francisco with you. No one saw you with Hillary here in Boston. Why do you think that's so?" "I knew I had to be careful. After Denver, I was real cautious. Not that I could do everything I wanted to there. Only 2 women, and then it was just too dangerous. I'd been seen with both women. I had to leave. God saved me there, but he told me I had to be smarter, and so I was in San Francisco. The women all loved the mystery, the secrets I shared with them, the dark little places I took them to.
They all loved how I smelled, you know, like fresh-cut wood, real fresh. They all thought I was dangerous and wonderful. With two of them, I didn't even have to hit them on the head. I just asked if they wanted to play the maze game with me, and they couldn't wait. They both loved it, until the end, until I told them what I had to do. I think they forgot I was a good lover then. Marlin, shut the fuck up! 26. She wondered what would happen if she threw up on the Formica table. Would anyone even know? But not Belinda. She wouldn't sleep with you, would she, Marlin? She thought you were sick. She thought you were disgusting. She didn't want to have anything to do with you. She just wanted her husband, nobody else, just her husband. His hands were fists. I don't know what you're talking about. The sergeant was away from the wall in an instant, his gun up. Lacey just shook her head. You know what I'm talking about. God wouldn't want you to lie. Just tell the truth. Belinda didn't want you. She probably laughed at you, told you were pathetic. That's why you curified her, isn't it? She didn't want you, plain and simple. She didn't curse. She didn't badmouth her husband. She didn't fit the mold of all the other women. You know she didn't. Why, Marlin? Why did you kill her? This is over, said Big John, rising slowly from his chair, one beefy hand on Martin's shoulder. Don't say anything, Marlin, nothing more for these folks. What makes you believe I didn't have Belinda? Marlin said in a low whisper, leaning toward Lacey. You really think a woman could laugh at me, turn me down? No way, Marty. Yeah, I had Belinda. I don't want you, Marty. You're cynical. You probably hate men. You probably don't ever. Marlin, damn it, let it go. Listen, you moron. I told you to shut the fuck up. It took just an instant of time, just the barest instant, for the violence to erupt. Marlin raised his chained hands, clasped them together into fists, and brought them down with all his strength on John Bullock's left temple. Big John groaned very softly in his throat and slumped back into his chair, his head falling forward to hit the Formica tabletop. He was out. A trickle of blood snaked out of his right nostril. The sergeant was all over Marlin. The door burst open again, and 3 cops surged in. She wondered why they didn't just shoot him. It would save the taxpayers millions of dollars. But they didn't shoot him. She wanted to yell at them that he was filth, that he'd probably go to an institution and maybe get out in 20 years and begin it all again. She managed to keep her rage to herself. They'd send me to jail for sure if I did, Dillon said close to her ear. Sorry, but I can't, Sherlock. It was then she realized that she'd just whispered what she was thinking. Only Dillon had heard her, thank God. No one was paying any attention to her at all. They were all over Marlin, dragging him out of the room. She heard someone yell out, "Get a goddamn ambulance in here! The guy cracked his own lawyer's head!" Marlin turned very slightly and smiled back at her. She was good, Marty, really good. That punk husband of hers was a monster, not me. I cared about them, cared about their souls. But he was real bad. She wanted me, Marty, not the other way around, I swear. You know something? I miss Belinda. And then he was gone, surrounded by cops, shuffling forward, the leg shackles clanking against the linoleum of the hallway. What the hell is going on here? Savich said, his hand tightly around her wrist. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing. They walked out of the station. She remained silent for 3 blocks, then stopped and said, "He was playing with me, Dillon. The minute I said Belinda's name, he began his game. You heard all those questions I asked. I was just trying to learn the truth, but now things are muddier than ever. That's why Big John let you go on and on with Marlin with just a bit of his famous bluster. He wanted to muddy the waters.
He succeeded. Do you think Marlin was intimate with Belinda? Savich frowned at her, then shook his head. That evening on Newbury Street, coming out of Phia Nang Mandarin restaurant with its red paper lanterns swinging in the evening breeze, Savich was speaking to Sherlock, his hand raised to flag down a taxi. He never saw the car that came around the corner, skidding loudly on two tires, heading right toward them, until it was too late. He threw her to the sidewalk just before the car struck him, flinging him onto the hood of an old Buick Riviera. No doctor, Sherlock, no hospital, no paramedics. Forget it. We can't afford the time. No, it's just not the time. Just imagine the police reports, the investigation, the questions. It would take too long. No doctor. He was right, but she worried. He was holding his arm, limping slightly. She knew every step hurt him. The elevator door opened onto their floor. He leaned on her heavily. No, don't say anything. I'm all right. I've had enough injuries over my 34 years to know when it's serious and when I'm just banged up. You promise me you're okay. I threw you pretty hard. I'm just a little bruised on my left side, nothing more. She unlocked the hotel room door. If I'd been the one struck by the car, what would you have done? He stopped in the middle of the room. He had the audacity to grin at her. You'd be strapped to a gurney on your way to the emergency room. She shut the door very quietly and locked it. She slid the chain home. I see. But you, the big he-man, can take anything anybody dishes out? Yep, that's about the size of it. Now I need to make a phone call. She got ice and wrapped it in a towel. He was on the phone when she handed it to him. He lifted his shirt and pressed it against his ribs. So it was his ribs, not his arm. Quinlan, I need your help. Yeah, some ugly-ass trouble here in Boston. Can Sherlock and I visit your parents' cabin on Louise Lynn Lake for a couple of days? No, I'm just not at my best at the moment. A car got me, but I just need a few days to get myself together again. No, nothing to Maitland. He's not expecting anything in any case. That gives me a little leeway. Yeah, all right. He hung up the phone and lay back, closing his eyes. That feels good. Thank you. Take the aspirin. She handed him 3 pills and a glass of water. He took the pills. What's this cabin on Louise Lynn Lake? It's a nice lake in Maryland where Quinlan's parents have a small home. You and I are driving there tomorrow. Rent us a nice big comfortable car, Sherlock. I'd like to get out of here early tomorrow morning. The wounded animal going to his lair? That's about it. Quinlan's lair. I need to get one for myself.
Damn, that hurts, but it's not serious. He opened his eyes and looked at her standing beside the bed, her legs spread, her hands on her hips. She didn't look happy. You look pretty bad. I saw you limping. You sprained your ankle. He tried to grin at her, but it hurt. Just a minor sprain, no big deal. Hey, I didn't hurt my pretty face, did I? Yes, a bit. Just lie there and I'll clean you up. Are all your teeth still in there? Teeth are fine. He watched her walk to the bathroom. She was stiff, holding on to her control. He was grateful for that. He'd already had a strip taken off him. He didn't need her to take off another one. He heard the water running. She would bring him a cold compress for his aching head. The ice sure felt good over his ribs. She was taking this well. He sighed with relief and closed his eyes again. After she cleaned off his face and wrapped ice in a towel around his ankle, she just stood there, looking down at him. I hope you know what you're doing. If you don't, I'm going to hurt you. He gave her a big smile. He slept until 2 o'clock in the morning. She was there with 3 more aspirin. At 6 o'clock a.m., they'd checked out of the hotel and were on the road 15 minutes later in a good-sized Ford. Savich's seat was tilted back as far as it would go. His eyes were closed. He looked bruised, wrung out. Lacey gave him a long look before turning off onto 195 South. It would take them a good 6 to 8 hours to get to Maryland.
At least they had a full bottle of aspirin and blankets. Louise Lynn Lake was in southern Maryland. It took them 9 hours to get there. Lacey was so wired from all the coffee she'd drunk, she couldn't keep still. She was tapping her foot on the accelerator, drumming her fingers on the steering wheel. She was too nervous to listen to music or talk radio. "You're feeling all right, Dillon, you promise?" "Yes, stop worrying. You want me to drive?" She gave him a look. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. 30 minutes later, he was tapping his own fingers and looking for landmarks. He said, "Turn here. Yes, this is it, just around this bend. We're here. You did really well, Sherlock. Nice place, huh?" "There's someone already here," she said. "Damn, we'll just have to keep going. I don't want to take any chances, not with you in such bad shape. If there's more than 2 of them, I might not be able to protect you." He arched a black eyebrow at that. "I could maybe take on 1, Sherlock, if he was a little guy." "No, we'll keep going. I'll drop you off at a motel and then come back and check things out." "No, wait, Sherlock, it's Quinlan." She watched James Quinlan come loping toward the car. She rolled down the window, giving him a big smile. "Thank God it's you. We've had enough bad guys for a while." "Nope, I'm a hero. Just ask my wife." "Hey, Savich looks like he lost the fight, Sherlock. Did he get fresh with you? Did you have to pound him?" "No, he was hit by a car. I'll smash him when he's feeling better. No doctors. He's a fool. Help me get him inside." Sally Quinlan met them at the door. Behind her was a black man dressed all in Calvin Klein. He was huge, ugly as sin, and had a marine haircut. "Oh, this is Marvin, the bouncer from Miss Lily's Bonhomie Club. He didn't think James could take care of all the possible trouble and insisted on coming. Marvin, this is Lacey Sherlock." "She a nice chickie?" "I think so." "She's got a weird name." "Lacey isn't at all weird." Where had the attempt at humor come from? "Hey, maybe you're not a bad chickie after all. Oh my God, you're looking beyond ripe, Savich. Miss Lily wondered if you and Quinlan would tough enough to do this stuff." Marvin was out the door in that moment, racing down the porch steps. Lacey saw him, a giant of a man, help Dillon into the weathered porched house. "You do look like dirt shit, boy," Marvin told Savich as he laid him down on the long sofa. "Don't you move now. Let Marvin check out those ribs of yours. Good thing I had 9 brothers. I've bandaged some ribs in my day. But, you know, I don't bandage anymore. I've stayed up with medical strides. Nope, don't do anything now except to tell you to take it easy. They're not broken, Savich, but you sure got some cracks in there. My 3rd brother, Tamales, now that boy had broken ribs. We used to tell him jokes just to see him laugh and groan at the same time." Savich's eyes were closed. He didn't say a word, just listened quietly to Marvin's rich, low voice, drawling out his words until you thought the sentence would never end. He suffered Marvin, who appeared to be surprisingly gentle, his big black hands moving slowly and expertly over Savich's chest. "Nothing's broken, Marvin. I'm just bruised, that's all. I'm glad you're here. Is Miss Lily all right?" "Miss Lily is always all right. She won $500 last night in a poker game off this black smartass goon from Cleveland. Yeah, she's real happy. You look like Miss Lily got pissed at you and smacked you, but good. She smacked me once and I was laid out just like you are now. Took me damned near 3 days to pull myself together again." "Miss Lily owns the Bonhomie Club," Sally said to Lacey. "I've got a painkiller for him, Marvin. What do you think?" Savich said without opening his eyes, "Sally, give me whatever you've got and I'll kill dragons for you." "My hero," Sally Quinlan said, and disappeared into the small kitchen. "Don't be so loose with that," Quinlan called after her. "I'm your main hero, remember?" Lacey watched Marvin's big hands move over Savich's body, pulling slightly here and there, kneading, pressing. Finally he rose, crossed his arms over his chest, and said, "You'll live, boy, but I don't like this at all. You and Quinlan, you two shouldn't have such dangerous day jobs. You boys are just too soft, too trusting. There are lots of mean fuckers out there. I should know. I bounce them out of the club nearly every night." It was a brown Ford Taurus, license number 429JRD, a 1994, I think. Savich opened his eyes at that. "You sure, Sherlock? All I got was the RD. Hey, that's really good. Why didn't you tell me before?" "You jerk, I was worried about you." "I'll run it now," Quinlan said, and went to the phone. Sally returned with a pill and a glass of water. 10 minutes later, Savich's eyes were shut. Sally covered him with a blanket. Marvin took off his shoes. "He's got nice feet," Sally said. "What he's got is big feet," Marvin said. "Look at these suckers, Chickie. They're size 12. Both women looked up. Marvin looked from one to the other. "Well, ain't this a kick? I've never had this problem before." Sally said to Lacey, "Marvin calls every female Chickie, except for Miss Lily, of course. How about your mother, Marvin?" "She's the big Chickie. Nobody screws with the big Chickie, even my dad. You can go to Sally now, but she's still Chickie. I don't mind at all." "Chickie Savich," Dillon said slowly, relishing the sound. "Talk about strange. I don't know if I can deal with that. But you know, it's not as bad as Chickie Sherlock." "We thought you were asleep. How do you feel, Dillon?" Lacey leaned over him, her fingertips lightly flaring through his dark eyebrows, lightly touching the bruise on his cheek. "Alive. Yes, that's good. You're kind of out of it, aren't you, Dillon?" "No, not at all. I hurt enough still to keep me out of the ether." "You don't know what you just said, do you?" "Yeah, I know what I just said. It does sound strange, don't you agree?" "I think," Lacey said very slowly, staring down at the man who'd become more important to her than anything or anyone in her life, "that I could get used to it until Marvin gets to know me well enough to call me Sherlock." "Good," Savich said. "I hadn't really meant to bring it up here at this particular moment. It lacks suavity and timing. It just came out of my mouth."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. How about I try it again later, when 3 people aren't staring at us? Yes, I think that would be an excellent idea. His head fell to the side. He was out cold this time. "Chickie Sherlock Savich," Marvin said slowly. "Yeah, that's so funny it would make Fuzz's mouth split from laughing so hard." "I prefer Sherlock Savich," Sally said. "That's unforgettable. With a name like that, just maybe they'd make you director one day." Some minutes later, Quinlan said from across the room as he placed the phone back in its cradle, "The car was rented to a Marlin Jones. Paid for in cash, but he presented them with a credit card with his name on it and a driver's license." "I don't like this," Lacey said, her face washed of color. "I really don't like this at all. But wait, the picture couldn't have matched, could it?" James Quinlan said, "The guy said the picture was real fuzzy. But since the name was the same, the guy's age was about right, what the hell? So who knows?" "Jones! Marlin Jones! Hey, that's the serial killer, isn't it?" Marvin the bouncer asked as he set an old issue of The Economist magazine back down on the coffee table. "I thought he was in the can in Boston." "He is," Lacey said. "I spoke to him yesterday. He's in the can, probably in maximum security. He brought his fists down on his lawyer's temple, knocked him out cold. Actually, as we were driving here, the news said that the first thing Big John Bullock said when he regained consciousness was, "I'm going to get that little bastard off so I can kill him." Then he passed out again. The doctors think it's a concussion. "The guy's a real comedian," Quinlan said. "I don't think he was concussed," Lacey said. "I know Big John meant every word." "I was hoping it would be one less lawyer," Sally said from the kitchen. "James, come out and help me. Everyone needs to have some dinner. It's nearly 5 o'clock." "I'll go catch us some bass," Marvin said. "Where's the rods, Quinlan?" "Why'd the guy hit his lawyer?" Sally asked Lacey, looking up from the carrot she was alternately cutting and eating. "He told him to shut the fuck up because he'd admitted to me that he'd killed the women in San Francisco. Marlin went nuts. Evidently he doesn't like bad language from men either. I wish the cops had just shot him then and there." She sighed, her hands clasped between her knees. She rose slowly. "I guess I'd better call Jimmy Maitland. I'm afraid that he's going to be really upset about this." Savich was mending. All he had to do was lie quietly, not breathe deeply, keep his eyes either closed or focused on Sherlock, and he'd be just fine. Sherlock Savich, boy, that had a real ring to it. He couldn't wait to get her alone and kiss her. Then he could ask her to marry him again, only this time it would be properly done. The pain in his ribs and hip and ankle came in waves. Not really big surfing kind of waves, just small ones that were rhythmic, steady, and relentless. He felt her hand on his cheek. "I have another pain pill for you. Open up." He did. Soon the pain was nothing but an annoying throbbing that didn't even touch his mind. "Good stuff," he said. "The best," Quinlan said. "It's from our favorite doctor." "Ah, Dr. Ned Breaker." "He said just give him a call if you need him to drive up and check you out." "Let's call him," Sally said. "Savich, you really don't look so hot." "I'm feeling better by the minute," Savich said. "Really, I'm not stupid. Everything's okay. You ready for something to eat? Marvin caught 3 bass, good-sized suckers. I gutted them and Sally fried them." Savich thought he'd puke right there. The thought of anything fried went right to his belly and turned nasty. "No, I don't think so," Lacey said, lightly cupping his cheek in her hand. "We'll have the good stuff, and Dillon here can have some soup. Got any chicken noodle, Sally?" Lacey didn't want to leave him alone. She slept beside the sofa on 3 blankets, close enough to hear him breathing. The next morning, Lacey came into the house to see Dillon standing at the small bar that separated the kitchen from the living room. He was drinking a cup of coffee. He needed to shave. "You're not dead." He grinned at her over the rim of his cup. "Nope, but I appreciate you sleeping guard beside me all night. You know what might be fun, Sherlock? We could strip naked and have a bruise-off contest. I just might be catching up with you. How's your left side?" "Hardly any bruising at all. How could Marlin Jones have rented the car, Dillon?" "Obviously someone else did, using his name. You and I are going to California tomorrow, okay?" "No, not until you're back to your full strength. I'm not going to take any more chances with you." "That sounds nice." She walked to him, lightly kissed his mouth, then pulled up his shirt. "I'll be objective. Now, I think my ribs looked more like the Italian flag than yours do." He felt her fingers on his flesh, light, so light, not hurting him at all, just skimming over his flesh, and to his own blessed wonder, he got hard. He didn't mean to say it, but the words just came right out of his mouth. "Do you think you could go a bit lower?" Her fingers stopped cold. Then she laughed. "Dillon, I'm going to have us fly first class, all right?" "Yeah, that's fine. I'll be okay by day after tomorrow, I swear it. We'll have a day to make some plans with Quinlan."
He sucked in his breath and stared at her. Her fingers had gone beneath the waistband of his slacks, tangling in the hair at his groin. He didn't know about this, didn't know if he was going to start crying or shouting or just moaning, and not from any pain in his ribs. Her fingers touched him, then he was enclosed against her palm. He was going to die, lose it, be premature, the whole thing. But then it was academic. Marvin came into the house, singing at the top of his lungs. "Sorry," Sherlock said, and kissed his ear. He sighed deeply. "Do you think maybe I did something really bad in a former lifetime? You're breathing awfully hard, Dillon. Hey, chickie, what'd you do to our boy here?" "I was just checking him out, just like you did, Marvin." "I doubt that, chickie. I surely doubt that. More like you tortured the poor man, but good." 27. Lacey stared at the doorbell for a long time before she rang it. Savich didn't say a word, just looked beyond the Art Deco 3-story mansion to the incredible view of Alcatraz, the Golden Gate, and the stark Marin headlands in the distance. The day was sharp and cool, so clear and vivid it made your eyes sting. There were dozens of sailboats on the bay. The air was crisp and sharp. A middle-aged black woman, plump, very pretty, her eyes bright with intelligence, opened the door, gasped, and grabbed Lacey into her arms. "My baby, it's you! It's really you! Thank God you're home!" They hugged her back. Isabel had been more her mother than the woman upstairs in her elegant bedroom had ever been. She'd been the Sherlock housekeeper and cook since before Lacey was born. "It's good to see you, Isabel. You all right? Your kids okay?" Lacey drew back and looked carefully at the fine-boned black face, a beloved face that radiated warmth and humor. "Things are fine with my family, but they aren't too good here, Lacey. No, not too good at all. Your daddy's all quiet and keeps to himself. Your mama never comes out of her room now, just stays there and looks at those ridiculous talk shows, best I can tell. She says she wants to write a book and send it to Oprah so Oprah will recommend it and your mama will become really rich and leave your papa. Hey, who's this guy with you?" "This is Dillon Savich. He's also with the FBI. Dillon, this is Isabel Tanner. She's the one who told me how wicked boys were just after my 16th birthday."
She's the one who told me to keep out of Bobby Wellman's Jaguar. You should have listened to her. Oh, Lordy! You mean you let that boy crawl all over you in that little Jaguar, Lacey? Oh, goodness, I thought I'd won that one. Savich shook her hand. "Miss Isabel, I promise you that Sherlock here hasn't gotten into any more cars since the Jaguar. You taught her well." "You call her Sherlock," said Isabel, clasping her arms beneath her ample breasts. "That sounds funny, but cute, too. Well, come on in. I'll get you some fine tea and some scones that just came out of the oven." "Who is it, Isabel?" Isabel's face grew very still. Slowly she turned and called out, "It's your daughter, Mrs. Sherlock." "No, Belinda's dead. Don't do that to me, Isabel. You're cruel." "It's Miss Lacey, not Belinda." "Oh, she said she was coming back, but I didn't believe her." Isabel said quickly, "Don't look like that, Lacey. It's just a bad day for her, that's all. Besides, you haven't been around in a long time. Neither has Belinda." Isabel just waved away her words. "Come into the living room, honey." She turned to the stairs that wound up to the second-floor landing. "Mrs. Sherlock, ma'am, will you be coming down?" "Naturally. I'll be there in just a moment. I must brush my teeth first." The house looked like a museum, Savich thought, staring around the living room. Everything was pristine, thanks probably to Isabel, but stiff and formal and colder than a Minnesota night.
"No one ever sits in here," Lacey said to him. "Goodness, it's uninviting, isn't it? And stultifying. I'd forgotten how bad it was. Why don't we go into my father's study instead? That's where I always used to hang out." Judge Sherlock's study was a masculine stronghold that was also warm, lived in, and cluttered. Stacks of magazines and books, both paperback and hardcover, on every surface. The furniture was severe, heavy, dark brown leather, but the look was mitigated by warm-toned afghans thrown everywhere. There were lots of ferns in front of the wide bay window that looked out onto the bay in the distance. There was a telescope aimed toward Tiburon. This wasn't at all what he'd expected. What he had expected, he wasn't certain, but it wasn't this warm, very human room that had obviously been nurtured and loved and lived in. Savich took a deep breath. What a wonderful room! "Yes, it is." She pulled away and walked to the bay windows. "This is the most beautiful view from any place in San Francisco." She broke off to smile at Isabel, who was carrying a well-shined silver tray. "Oh, Isabel, those scones smell delicious. It's been too long." Savich had a mouthful of scone with a dab of clotted cream on top when the door opened and one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen in her life walked in with all the grace of a born princess. She was, pure and simply, a stunner, as his father used to say about a knockout woman. She also didn't look a thing like Sherlock. Where Sherlock had lovely auburn hair, her mother had blonde hair, as soft and smooth and rich as pale silk. Sherlock's eyes were a warm green, her mother's a brilliant blue. Sherlock was tall, at least 5'8", but her mother was fragile, fine-boned, not more than 5'3" tall. Sherlock was wearing a dark blue wool suit with a cream turtleneck sweater, all business. Her mother was wearing a soft peach silk dress, her glorious hair pulled back and held with a gold clip at the nape of her neck. There was nothing overtly expensive about her jewelry or clothing, but she looked well-bred, rich, and used to it. There were very few lines on her face. She had to be in her late 50s, but Savich would have said 45 if he hadn't known that she'd had a daughter who'd be in her late 30s now, if she'd not been murdered. "So you're Dillon Savich," Mrs. Sherlock said, not moving into the room. "You're the man who spoke to her father on the phone after I said to Lacey that he'd tried to run me down with his BMW. "Yes, ma'am." He walked to her and extended his hand. "I'm Dillon Savich. Like your daughter, I'm with the FBI." Finally, after so long that Lacey thought she'd die from not breathing, her mother took Dillon's hand. "You're too good-looking," Mrs. Sherlock said, peering up at him for the longest time. "I've never trusted good-looking men. Her father is good-looking, and look what's come of that. Also, I imagine that you are built splendidly. Are you sleeping with my daughter?" Savich said in that smooth, plummy interview voice of his, "Mrs. Sherlock, won't you have a cup of tea? It's rich, Indian, I believe. As for the scones, I'm certain you'll enjoy those. They're delicious. Isabel is a wonderful cook. You're very fortunate to have her." "Hello, Mother." "I wish you hadn't come, Lacey, but your father will be pleased." Her voice was plaintive, slightly reproachful, but her beautiful face was expressionless. Did she never show anger, joy, anything to change the look of her? "I thought you wanted me to come home." "I changed my mind. Things aren't right here, just not right. But now that you're here, I suppose you'll insist on remaining." "Just for a few days, Mother. Would you mind if Dillon stayed here as well?" "He's too handsome," Mrs. Sherlock said, "but again I suppose I have no choice. There are at least 4 empty bedrooms upstairs. He can have one of them.
I hope you're not sleeping with him, Lacey. There are so many diseases, and men carry all of them. Did you know that? It's been proven now at least, but I always knew it. That's why I stopped sleeping with your father. I didn't want him to give me any of those horrible diseases. A cup of tea, ma'am? Mrs. Sherlock took the fine china saucer from Savich and sat down on the very edge of one of her husband's rich brown leather chairs. She looked around her. I hate this room, she said, then sipped at her tea. I always have. It's the living room I love. I decorated the living room, did Lacey tell you, Mr. Savich? Savich felt as though he'd fallen down the rabbit hole, but Sherlock just looked tired. She looked used to this. It came to him then that Mrs. Sherlock was acting a great deal like his great-aunt Mimi. In short, outrageous. She always made it known that she was fragile, whatever that meant, so she could get away with saying whatever she wanted, so that she could be the center of attention. Savich didn't doubt that Mrs. Sherlock does suffer from some mental illness, but how much was real, and how much was of her own creation? I forgot to tell him, Mother, she said, but as rooms go, this one really isn't that bad. There are so many books. I dislike clutter. It's the sign of a chaotic mind. Your father is going to sell that BMW of his. I believe he's going to buy a Mercedes. What model, I don't know. If it's a big car, I'll have to be really careful not to be outside when he's driving. But you know, if you're standing in the driveway, those tall bushes make it impossible to see if someone is coming. That's how he nearly got me last time. Mother, when did Dad try to run you down? Was it recently? Oh, no, it was some time last spring. She paused, sipped some more tea, and frowned down at the beautiful tattapris carpet beneath her feet. It was a frown, but it wasn't obvious. There were no frown lines on that perfect forehead. She waved a smooth white hand. Maybe it was just this past summer. It's hard to remember. But once I remember things, they stay with me. Yes, Mother, I know. Savich said, Perhaps your husband will buy a little Mercedes, ma'am. Yes, or perhaps a Porsche, Mrs. Sherlock said, looking thoughtfully at Savich. I own one. They are very nice. I've never tried to run anybody down in my 911. It could hurt the car. I'd get caught.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. No, a Porsche is a good choice. Actually, I've been thinking about a Porsche. Savich was on his feet in an instant, facing a very handsome middle-aged man who was standing in the doorway. He had a fine head of silver hair, Sherlock's soft green eyes, beautiful, wide, luminous eyes, and was taller than he was, and as lean as a runner. He was looking at his wife, and the look reflected both irritation and amusement, in about equal amounts. I'm Judge Sherlock. Hello, Lacey. She was on her feet as well, walking slowly to her father. She held out her hands to him. Hello, Dad. We just got here. Do you mind if we stay with you for a while? Not at all. We've plenty of room. It will be nice to have different voices to listen to. My dear, he continued to his wife as he walked to the beautiful woman who was just sitting there staring at him, her eyes large and intent. How was your day? I want to know if she's sleeping with him, Corman, but she wouldn't tell me. He's too good-looking, and you know how I feel about that. Why, just look at what Douglas did, just because he's a man and doesn't have any sense. He married that tramp, and Belinda just barely in her grave. Belinda's been dead for 7 years, Evelyn. It was time for Douglas to marry again. He shot Savich a quick look from the corner of his eye with that question, a look that said, Look, isn't she a fool? Savich drew back. That's a good point.
Evelyn Sherlock said, her beautiful, expressionless face turned away from her husband. "But they shouldn't be married. Can't you get Douglas to divorce her, Corman?" "No, I don't do that sort of thing. You know that. Or don't you remember? When I remember something, I never forget it. That's what I was telling Lacey and Mr. Savich before you came in. Will you buy a Porsche so I'll be safe?" "Perhaps I will, Evelyn. Perhaps I will. Mr. Savich spoke about a classic 911. I like that car. Lacey, may I have a cup of tea, please? Mr. Savich, I'm delighted to finally meet you. I understand you're my daughter's boss at the FBI. Yes, sir. I head up the new Criminal Apprehension Unit. I think your approach is a fine idea. Why not use technology to predict what psychopaths will do? Why are you here with her in San Francisco? We're working on the Marlin Jones case. Why here? Marlin Jones is in Boston. That's true, but there are loose ends. We're here to check things out. I see. Judge Corman Sherlock sat down in the beautiful rosewood chair behind his rosewood desk. The desk was piled with books and magazines. There were at least a dozen pens scattered haphazardly over the surface. A telephone and a fax machine were on top of a rosewood filing cabinet beside the desk. It was a working place for him, Dillon realized, not just pleasure in here. The man spent hours here working. I heard on the news that Marlin Jones hit his own lawyer, knocked him out. It was all over the news. Everyone in the courthouse was talking about it. You were there, weren't you, Lacey? She nodded. Yes, we both were. I believe everyone was cheering because there would be one less lawyer. She broke off and smiled at her father. Forgive me, but I never think of you as a lawyer since you're a judge and a former prosecutor. You put criminals away, not defend them. True enough. Big John Bullock has quite a reputation. Your Marlin just might escape any punishment at all when he goes to trial. Big John is magic with juries. If this Marlin character doesn't already have a pitiful, tragic childhood, then Big John will manufacture one for him, and the jury might just believe everything he says. People aren't stupid, Dad. They can look at Marlin Jones and see that he's a psychopath. He's crazy, but he's not insane. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he has no remorse, no conscience. He's admitted to all the killings. Besides, even if he's acquitted in Boston, he'll be sent here to be tried. He also admitted that he'd murdered 2 women in Denver. He'll go down. In one of those places, he has to go down. Ah, Lacey, people can be swayed, they can be manipulated, they can see gray when there's nothing really but black. I've seen it happen again and again. Juries will see what they want to see. If they want to free a defendant, no matter what the evidence, they'll do it. It's that simple, and many times that tragic. I hope Marlin Jones does come to California to stand trial. At least here we've got the death penalty. If he got the death penalty, I think the electric chair would be too easy and quick. I think all the families of the women he killed should be able to kill him over and over. That's very unliberal of you, Lacey. Why? It's only right. It's justice. It's vengeance. Yes, it is. What's wrong with that? Not a thing. Now, my dear child, Mr. Savich probably wonders if you and I go on and on like this. Let's take a short time out. Tell me about these loose ends you and Mr. Savich are here to tie up. Evelyn Sherlock smiled, but again it seemed to Savich that her face still remained without expression. It was as if she'd trained herself not to move any muscles in her face that would ruin the perfect mask. She said, "They probably think that you murdered Belinda, Corman. Isn't that right, Mr. Savich?" Now that was a kicker. It was Savich's turn not to change expression. He said, bland as chicken broth,
Actually, no, ma'am. Well, you should. I guess you're not as smart as you are handsome. He tried to run me down. No reason why he wouldn't kill Belinda. He didn't like her, hated her, in fact, since her father is in San Quentin. He said Belinda would be as crazy as her father and me. That's an awful thing to say, isn't it, Mr. Savich? It's certainly not what I'd say, Mrs. Sherlock, but everyone is different. Now, he continued, turning back to Judge Sherlock, I wonder, sir, if you would mind telling us if you ever had Marlin Jones in your courtroom? No. You're very certain? Yes, naturally. I remember every man and woman who's ever stood before my bench. Marlin Jones wasn't one of them. Before you became a judge, did you ever prosecute him? I would have remembered, Mr. Savich. The answer is still no. Savich opened his briefcase and pulled out a black and white 5x7 photo. You've never seen this man? He handed Judge Sherlock Marlin's photograph, taken just last week. No, I've never seen him in my courtroom. It's Marlin Jones, of course. Lacey, you're right. He does look like a classic psychopath, which is to say, he looks perfectly normal. Savich handed him another photo. I'll be damned. It's Marlin Jones, but you've doctored this photo, haven't you? The FBI labs are the very best. I asked them to render me photos with various disguises a man could use. It's just a mustache, the sideburns longer, the hair combed over as if the guy wants to cover a bald spot. It's amazing. Sorry, but I've never seen this man either. Savich gave him a third photograph. Judge Sherlock sucked in his breath. I don't believe this. I prosecuted this guy years ago, but I remember him. He was a hippie sort, up on marijuana charges. Look at that bushy beard and the thick bottle cap glasses. Hunched shoulders, but he was still tall as I am. I remember that he looked at me as if he wanted to spit on me. What was his name, anyway? He fell silent, staring down at the photo, tapping his fingers on the arm of the leather chair. Then he sighed and said, I'll have to look it up. I guess I'm getting old. No, wait a minute. It was a weird name. Erasmus. That's it. His name was Erasmus something. I don't remember his last name, but it was a common name. It was 10 years ago. I managed to plea bargain him into 3 years, even though it was his first offense. He himself was so offensive I didn't even hesitate to push the public defender. He had no respect. Yes, it was 3 years. This is Marlin Jones? Lacey took the photo from her father.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Dillon hadn't told her about this. She stared at the photo, then at her father. It's possible, then, that because you gave him that 3-year sentence, he wanted revenge. It's possible when he got out then that he killed Belinda to get his revenge on you. There's a problem here, Savich said. Both Judge Sherlock and his daughter looked at him, their left eyebrows arched in an identical way. Look again at the photo, Judge Sherlock. Yes, all right, what? Marlin Jones would have been 28 years ago, 10 years ago. This man is older, maybe 55 or 60. Well, yes, you're right, he is. It's hard to tell with all that hair and the glasses. Oh, I see what you mean. It isn't Marlin, is it? It's his father, Lacey said slowly. This man, Erasmus, the man Dad prosecuted, is Marlin's father. And this is an old picture of him, isn't it? Yes. The FBI in Phoenix got hold of this photo of him from an old driver's license. Our lab people worked on it. I didn't tell you about it, Sherlock, because I didn't really think it would lead to anything. Is the man still alive? He is, as far as we know. He hasn't been back to Yuma in years. That's where he raised Marlin. Marlin left at 18. Erasmus drifted in and out for a few years, then just disappeared. He'd be about 64 now. Where is he? No one knows. "Let me see the man," said Mrs. Sherlock. Lacey handed her mother the photo. "He's scruffy. I remember his sort. They were all over San Francisco back in the 60s. But he was in court in the 80s, Corman." "Yes, some 10 years ago." "I think he would be handsome without those glasses and all that hair and beard." "His son is handsome, Mother, very handsome. Here's his photo. But you know, he's got dead eyes." Mrs. Sherlock looked at Marlin Jones' photo, stared toward her husband, and fainted, sliding out of the chair and onto the carpet before anyone could catch her. 28. What do you want?" Douglas stared at Dillon Savich. He laid down the papers he'd been reading and rose slowly, splaying his fingers on the desktop. "It's okay, Marge. Let him in. He's FBI. "Ah, you're here too, Lacey. Why is he with you? You know I don't like him. He's corrupted you, changed you." "He's my boss. He has to be with me." "Madigan," Savich said, barely nodding. Douglas said nothing. He sat back down in his chair. He crossed his hands over his stomach. "How are you doing, Douglas?" "I'm very angry at the moment, but you don't care about that. Why are you here with him?" Savich said easily, as he sat down in one of the plush client chairs opposite Douglas Madigan's large, high-tech chrome and glass desk. "It appears Belinda had an affair with Marlin Jones. Did you know about it?" "No, I don't like your jokes, Agent Savich." "No joke, Lawyer Madigan. As far as we know, it's a distinct possibility that Belinda slept with Marlin Jones 7 years ago." Lacey was watching his face. There was no sign of pain, of anger, of remembered betrayal. Nothing. "So you're saying you know why he killed her?" "No, that's not what we're saying." "I'm sorry, Douglas," Lacey said, sitting forward, extending her hand to lightly touch his forearm. "It seems that there were some things about Belinda none of us knew. We just came from home. Mother saw a photo of Marlin Jones. She fainted. She'd seen him, she said, seen him kissing Belinda in the driveway. At least that's what she told us. You know, Mother, one can never be quite certain if the flag is going to be flying high or hanging at half-mast." "That crazy old lady is probably right about this. Belinda was a gold-plated, faithless bitch." They all turned to see Candace Adams Madigan standing in the doorway, a flustered Marge behind her, waving her hands. Douglas smiled and said, "It's all right, Marge. Tell you what, anyone else comes, just wave them on in. Hello, Candace." Candace Adams Madigan walked into the office, head high, beautifully dressed in a pale blue wool suit and a Hermes scarf. "She was a bitch, and she did cheat on you." "But was the man Marlin Jones? I doubt it. Where could she have met him?" Candace gave her husband a scornful look. "Belinda had low tastes. I've heard that she went to dives, to real low-class places. That's where she would have met this killer. Yes, I'll bet she did sleep with him. She slept with everyone. Why don't you ask her?" She turned and gave Lacey a vicious look. "Yes, ask the little princess here. She probably went with her sister. Hell, she might have slept with him too." Lacey had blood in her eye. Her heart was pounding. She was ready to kill. It was Savich who grabbed her wrist and kept her in her place. "Ignore her," he said low, only for her hearing. "She's miserable. She's so jealous. Let it be. Let's just listen. Consider this a bad play. Let's see if we can't figure out the theme of the play." She tried to pull away from him. She couldn't take any more from this miserable woman. "Okay then, Agent Sherlock, this is an order from your superior. Don't move and be quiet." She tried to calm her breathing, but it was hard.
That's different then, but I still want to pound her. I know, but later. Now let's just listen. What are you two talking about? Savich smiled at Candace Madigan. I was just telling Sherlock that you looked pregnant to me. She insists you're not, that you look too slender, but I can tell your stomach is out there. Who's right? Candace immediately sucked in her stomach, taking 2 steps away from Savich. Then she realized what he'd done to her. She dropped her hands to her sides, straightened really tall, and shot a look toward her husband. He merely smiled at her. Go ahead, Candace. After all, I don't have a client for another 20 minutes. Feel free to talk about whatever. Candace Madigan walked to her husband, kissed him on the mouth, then turned to say to Lacey, I'm not pregnant, but I will be soon. You keep away from my husband, do you hear me? You haven't seen mean until you've seen me mean. Yes, I hear you, Lacey said. Then she smiled. You and Douglas planning a baby then? We will be soon. It's none of your business. You're a little gold-digging tart, just like your sister. Stay away from Douglas. Oh, she will, Savich said. Now, Candace, how do you know so much about Belinda? She was killed 7 years ago. You weren't even around then. I'm an investigative reporter. I looked up everything. I spoke to people who'd known her. She betrayed Douglas over and over again. All the women in your crowd knew about it. With this Marlin Jones character, why not? Again, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to run into him at any one of the low-class bars she frequented. Savich pulled out his little black notebook and his ballpoint pen. Could you give me some names, please? She turned stiller than Lot's wife. I did this last year. I don't remember now. Give Mr. Savich 2 names, Candace. All right, Lansing Carruthers and Dorothea McDowell. They're both rich and idle and know everything about everyone. They live right here in the city. Savich wrote down the names. Thank you. Actually, I'm pleased that you could come up with even 1 name. I'm impressed. I am too, Douglas said. They knew all about her too, she added, nodding toward Lacey. That should prove to be interesting, Savich said, again taking hold of Lacey's wrist. You see, I'm hoping she'll agree to marry me once I ask her properly. He paused a moment, then looked very worried. I sure do hope they won't tell me things that will change my mind about asking you. Were you a loose teenager, Sherlock? Will you corrupt me if I marry you? I don't think that Bobby Wellman could count as loose, do you? Who's Bobby Wellman? Douglas asked. Savich just shook his head. No one will say anything remotely questionable about Lacey, Douglas said. Look, Candace, Lacey was only 19 when Belinda died.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. She was even a bit on the backward side for her age. All she did was play the piano. I don't think she ever even saw other people. She just saw her music. Now, tell me that was all a joke about you marrying him, Lacey. He still has to ask me right and proper. No! Douglas stood now, leaning toward Lacey, and said, his voice rough and low, Listen to me, Lacey. I've known you for a very long time. I don't think you should marry this man. You can't. It's a very bad idea. Why, Douglas? Yes, Douglas, why? Candace asked. I know his kind. He doesn't care about you, Lacey. You just be a notch on his belt. Savich started whistling. Everyone turned to stare at him. Lacey wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Sherlock Savich, Savich said slowly, looking up at the ceiling, rolling the words on his tongue. It has quite a ring to it, doesn't it? Damn it, no! You can't marry him, Lacey. You can't. Just look at him. He's one of those stupid bodybuilder types you see at the gym, who are always staring at themselves in the mirror.
Their biceps and pecs are all pumped up, but their brains are the size of peas." Lacey said mildly, "Douglas, you need a reality check here. You need to get a grip." "All right." "Yes, Douglas, why?" Candace asked. "I know his kind. He doesn't care about you, Lacey. You just be another notch on his belt." Savich started whistling. Everyone turned to stare at him. Lacey wanted to laugh, but she held it back. "Sherlock Savich," Savich said slowly, looking up at the ceiling, rolling the words on his tongue. "It has quite a ring to it, doesn't it?" "Damn it, no! You can't marry him, Lacey. You can't. Just look at him. He's one of those stupid bodybuilder types you see at the gym who are always staring at themselves in the mirror. Their biceps and pecs are all pumped up, but their brains are the size of peas." Lacey said mildly, "Douglas, you need a reality check here. You need to get a grip." "All right. So he can play with computers. That's no big deal. He's a nerd with big arms. You can't marry him." "Well, she can't marry you, Douglas. You're already married to me." Candace took one step toward Lacey, then pulled up when she saw the look on Savich's face. "Congratulations," Candace said, stepping back. "I do mean that. Marry him." "This is getting us nowhere fast," Savich said. "Now, Candace, Sherlock and I are here to speak to Douglas about Belinda. Would you like to stay or go?" "Why? Belinda's been dead for 7 years. Her killer is in jail in Boston. I've even given you 2 names, women who knew her, who knew what she was like. Why are you talking to Douglas? He doesn't know anything." "There are all sorts of loose ends, ma'am," Savich said. "Tell you what, why don't we come back, after you and your husband bond, or kill each other, or eat lunch, or whatever else you'd like to do?" Savich rose as he spoke, his hand out to Lacey. She looked at that big, strong hand and smiled. She still wanted to belt Candace. "No, wait," Douglas called out, but Savich just shook his head and waved. She said as they walked from Douglas's office, "What will we do now?" "Let's just duck around the corner for a minute. Douglas's door is still open. Marge isn't at her desk. Who knows? Maybe we just might hear something we shouldn't." They moved as close to the open door as they could, pressing back against the wall. "You can't still want her, Douglas. Didn't you see what she was wearing? By God, she even chews her thumbnail." Lacey looked at her thumbs. Sure enough, one thumbnail was nearly down to the quick. How had that happened? "That's enough, Candace," Douglas said. He sounded incredibly tired. "That's really quite enough. She shouldn't marry him. I'll have to think about this, then write down all the good, sound reasons why it wouldn't work. This shouldn't be happening." "No, what shouldn't be happening is that you still lust after her. Are you blind? What's there to lust over? Get over it, Douglas. Buy some glasses." Douglas didn't appear to have heard her. That, or he was just ignoring her. He said, "They're back here because of Belinda. There must be something going on with Marlin Jones. Savich called them loose ends, but I don't trust that bastard. God knows. Mrs. Sherlock claimed she saw Marlin Jones kissing Belinda in the driveway. You say that it's likely Marlin had slept with Belinda, but you're just jealous, Candace. You didn't know Belinda. Damn, it's all nuts. I don't understand any of it, but I think they must doubt that Marlin Jones killed Belinda. Maybe they think I killed her, and that's why they're here." "That's crazy, Douglas. They don't have a clue. They're just here fishing around. Just keep your mouth shut. Now, take me to lunch. I have to be back at the station at 2 o'clock. "We're out of here," Savich said. They were in the elevator and on their way down from the 20th floor of the Malcolm building within a minute. Dinner had been quiet.
That is, no one had had much to say about anything, which to Savich was a relief. Evelyn Sherlock ate delicately, gave Savich disapproving looks, and said again that he was too good-looking and not to be trusted. She said nothing at all to her husband, except over a dessert of apple pie. She finally said, not looking at him, but down at her pie, "I spoke to one of your law clerks, Danny Elbright. He said he needed to speak to you, but I told him you'd gone to the gas station. I asked him if I could help him, and he said no, it was something really confidential. Even your wife couldn't know." "It was probably about a current case," Judge Sherlock said, and forked down another bite of pie. He closed his eyes for a moment. "This is delicious. I need to give Isabel another raise," he said. "No, she makes too much already," said Evelyn Sherlock. "I think she bought the pie. She's rarely here except when she knows you'll be here. I don't like her, Corman. I never have." "How is your companion, Mother?" Lacey said. "Her name is Mrs. Arch, isn't it?" "She's fine. She never says anything, just nods or shakes her head. She's very boring, but harmless. She's younger than I am, and looks the way my mother would look if she were still alive. She doesn't try to seduce your father, and that's a relief." "Mrs. Arch," the judge said, "is not younger than you are, Evelyn. She must be all of 65 years old. She's got blue hair and is a good size 16. Believe me, your mother never looked like Mrs. Arch." "So, she's not dead yet," said Mrs. Sherlock. "You've slept with every size and age of woman. Did you think I didn't know? I remember everything once I'm reminded." "Yes, dear." It was an hour later in Judge Sherlock's library that Savich finally said, "Sherlock didn't realize until just recently that Belinda had had a miscarriage. Why didn't this come out?" Judge Sherlock was stuffing a pipe. The smell of this particular tobacco was wonderful, rich and dark and delicious. He didn't answer until the pipe was lit, and he'd sucked in 3 or 4 times. The scent was like a forest. Savich found himself breathing in deeply. Finally, Judge Sherlock said, "I didn't want any more publicity." "What difference did it make?" "Not a bit." "What do you mean that Lacey didn't remember?" "Evidently she'd blocked it out, for some reason neither of us can figure out. She remembered under hypnosis. Do you know why she'd block it out, sir?" "No, no reason to, as far as I can see. It was 7 years ago. It no longer matters," Judge Sherlock said, and sucked on his pipe. The library was filled with the delicious, rich smell. Savich took another drink of his espresso, every bit as rich and delicious as the pipe smoke. Lacey took a deep breath. "Do you know if Douglas was the father?" "Look, Lacey, Mr. Savich, Belinda shouldn't have been pregnant in the first place. I told you, Lacey, that Douglas knew they shouldn't ever have children because of her defective genes. Look at her mother. Her father is even worse. Yes, I keep tabs on him. He'll be out one of these days, despite my efforts to the contrary. I don't want that crazy man coming here." "But she was pregnant," Savich said. "Yes, evidently, but not very far along, not more than 6 or 7 weeks. That's what the doctor said. After the autopsy, they knew, naturally, that she'd just miscarried, but since it wasn't relevant to anything, they didn't mention it. The press never got hold of it, thank God. It would have just caused more pain. Was Douglas the father? I've never had reason to suspect that he wasn't." "It would have also caused more outrage," Lacey said.
No, not unless they led the public to think that the miscarriage was tied to her murder, and it wasn't. But Lacey wasn't so certain. Actually, as she told Dillon later, as she walked him to the guest room where he was staying, there are more than just loose ends here. There are ends that don't seem to have any beginning. She sighed, staring down at her navy pumps. Candace was right. She looked dowdy and uninteresting. How then could she be a slut at the same time? Savich pulled her against him, lightly pressing her face against his shoulder. "I know what you mean. It's infuriating. Everything that comes out of your mother's mouth makes Alice's Wonderland look like MIT. How long has she been like this, Sherlock?" "As long as I can remember. She's more so now, I think, but I don't see her all that often anymore. Do you think she could be doing some of this to gain your father's attention?" "Oh, yes. But how much of it is real and how much is her own play-acting? I don't know." "I don't either." "And my father?" "I don't know," he said slowly, leaned down and kissed her left ear. "I just don't know. He's slippery, hard for me to read. But you know, Sherlock, it's tough not to like him." "I like him too, most of the time," Lacey said, and looked up at his mouth. "Do you really want to marry me now that you've seen my mother and father?" "Unfair. But you haven't met my family yet. Now there's a scary bunch. Actually, they're going to be so grateful that you're taking me on that they'll probably try really hard not to be weird around you, at least until after we're married. Then, no guarantees." "Oh, yes, Sherlock. We're all alone here in the corridor. I think now's the time. Will you marry me?" "Yes, I will." He kissed her. It was sweet and warm, and he tried very hard not to overwhelm her with his need, which was growing by leaps and bounds. But then she pushed him against the wall, pressing herself up tight against him. "You feel delicious," she said into his mouth, her breath warm and dark from the espresso. "You taste even better. Dillon, are you sure you want to marry me? We haven't known each other all that long. We've been stressed out since we met. Nothing's been normal or natural." "Sure it has. I kicked your butt in Hogan's Alley and at the gym. What's more natural than that? I've cooked my pasta for you. I've fed you pizza at Dizzy Dan's. You've slept in my house. I think we've got great experience going into this. Besides, the sex isn't bad either, except it's been so long that I'm having a tough time remembering all the details. Any of the details, actually." She kissed his chin, his jaw, lightly bit his earlobe. "I don't understand how you've managed to stay footloose for 5 whole years." "I run fast, and I don't chase too well. Actually, I guess I was waiting for you. Nobody else, just you. I'm more surprised that no one snapped you up." "I was just so locked in the past, locked into only one path, all of it focused on Belinda. What will we do?" he said, as he slowly traced the buttons of her blouse. "I have this inescapable feeling that everything revolves around Belinda, not Marlin, not Douglas, not anybody else. Just Belinda. I don't think anyone ever really knew who she was. I'd like to see pictures of her around the time she was killed. Do you have any albums?" "Yes. I hope Mother didn't throw them away. Would you like to see them now?" "Nope. We're still on East Coast time, so it feels like 3 hours later than it is. I want to get some sleep. Actually, I want to sleep with you, but that wouldn't be right, not in your parents' house. Besides, your mother is so worried that we're shacking up, she just might go on patrol tonight to make certain we're separated." She laughed. "Mother is a hoot, isn't she? You never know what will come out of her mouth. But it seems she's gone even more around the bend just lately. Lots of it might be an act, who knows? She's not going to change, but it still scares me, because some of what she says just might be true. Did my father really try to kill her? Run her down in his BMW? God knows, I don't. If he did do it on purpose, at least he knows she's told us about it. Your father isn't stupid. If he did do it deliberately, it won't happen again." "I don't want my mother to die, Dillon." He brought her close. "She won't. Everything will be all right. I'll even have a chat with your father, just to make sure he understands completely.
Much later, when Lacey was on the edge of sleep, she thought, "Who were you, Belinda?" 29. It was dawn. The bedroom a soft, vague gray and chilly. She woke up slowly. Someone was shaking her arm, someone speaking to her. "Sherlock, we've got a problem. Come on, wake up." He was lightly caressing her upper arms, then lightly tapped her face. She blinked up at him. "Dillon, I'm so glad it's you. I thought it was someone else, another nightmare. What's wrong? Did Mother try to run you off the property?" He sat down beside her, and she reached for him. He took her hands in his and held them tightly. "No, that I could have handled. Listen to me, Sherlock. It's Marlin Jones. Brace yourself. He's escaped." She stared up at him, slowly shaking her head on the pillow. "No, that's just impossible. A prisoner doesn't escape nowadays, except in the movies. There's no way Marlin could have gotten away. There were cops all over him. He even went to the bathroom with a cop on either side of him. Besides, he was wearing more shackles than an Alabama chain gang. This has to be an early morning joke, right, Dillon?" "I'm sorry, Sherlock. He's gone." The court had ordered him taken to the Massachusetts State Institute for more psychological testing. The doctors there blew fits when they saw the guards and all the restraints. He had full leg shackles. They complained that they'd never get anything meaningful out of him, that they'd never gain any true and accurate testing results unless Marlin could trust them, the doctors. The cops refused, naturally. The doctors then called the judge, who dictated more testing. The judge then ordered the cops to remove the shackles, even the handcuffs. The cops were even ordered to wait outside the room. The long and the short of it, Marlin hit 2 doctors over the head, smashed an orderly's jaw, knocked him unconscious, and got out through a bathroom window that was right off the office. They haven't recaptured him yet. They didn't know he'd escaped until the orderly regained consciousness and staggered out to tell him. She was fully awake now, sitting up, rubbing her arms with her hands. "How did you find out?" "Jimmy Maitland called me about 30 minutes ago. He said the cops called him, but it had been on TV even before they bothered to telephone. He got hold of the FBI in Boston and put them in on it big time. He made it sound like everything was in complete disarray." "Do you think just maybe that judge who ordered Marlin Jones released will now be under the bench instead of sitting on it? There'll be big-time fallout. Hopefully that nitwit judge will either swear he's seen the light or he'll go down, which is what he deserves. Get on your robe and let's get downstairs. Isabel's made us some coffee and warmed up some rolls." 10 minutes later, they were downstairs in Judge Sherlock's lair, watching TV. They'd just turned on the big set when a news bulletin flashed on. A big black and white photo of Marlin Jones filled the screen. A newswoman's voice said, "The manhunt has extended in all directions now. The FBI, state and local police are all trying to find the alleged killer of more than 8 women." The picture then flashed to the newsroom.
A beautiful blonde woman, not more than 28, was beaming at the camera, saying in her happy, perfect voice, "It's just been learned that the FBI agent, Lacey Sherlock, who was instrumental in catching Marlin Jones in Boston, is the sister of one of the women he allegedly murdered in San Francisco 7 years ago. What this means isn't exactly clear, but John Bullock, Marlin Jones's lawyer, has said his client was entrapped all along by the FBI. "It's out," Savich said and sighed. "I wonder who told them. Oh no." A photo of Lacey appeared on the TV screen. The newswoman was saying, "Ms. Sherlock has been with the FBI for only 5 months now. It's said that the reason she joined was to catch her sister's killer." The newswoman gave a dazzling smile to the people watching her.
It appears she succeeded, but now no one can say what will happen once Marlin Jones is recaptured. Let's switch to Ned Bramlock, our affiliate in Boston. Ned?" They watched in silence as the cops in the Boston PD stood in stiff and angry silence. The local FBI representative stood behind the small group, saying nothing. Ned Bramlock, who wore Italian tasseled loafers and had a full head of beautiful chestnut hair, said as he managed to furrow his brow in concern, "We've tried to speak to Judge Sedgwick, who issued the order to the police officers to release Marlin Jones, but he's refusing comment at this time." They switched to an ACLU lawyer who claimed that what the judge did was exactly correct, since to have refused to allow the alleged killer privacy for the testing would have been a violation of his civil rights. They switched to another judge, this one retired, who said flatly that Judge Sedgwick was an idiot without a lick of judgment or sense. Savich turned off the TV set. He stretched. "Let's go work out." She rose. "Yes, let's go. There's a World Gym just 2 blocks from here, down on Union Street. It's open at 6 a.m. It's nearly 7:30 now." By the time they'd finished, Lacey was so exhausted, even her rage was dampened somewhat, at least until she could breathe normally again. They walked home, holding hands. "It's going to be a beautiful day." "It usually is in San Francisco," she said. "Even when the fog comes rolling through the Golden Gate, it's breathtaking. The fog makes it more lovely." She fell silent. "They'll catch him. He's got no money, no transportation. Everyone is looking for him. His photo is all over the TV. Someone will see him and they'll call the cops. Don't worry, Sherlock." Lacey was thinking about Judge Sedgwick and what she'd like to do to the guy as they walked back to her parents' home. As they turned onto Broadway, she spotted 3 local TV station vans and a good dozen people equipped with cameras and microphones parked in her parents' front yard. They heard Isabel yelling, "Get out of here, you vultures! Go, scat!" "Come on, ma'am. Tell Agent Sherlock that we're here. We just need to talk to her for a little while." "Yeah, the public's got a right to know." "Hey, did you know her sister, Belinda Madigan? Is it true that Lacey joined the FBI just to bring down Marlin Jones? Is it true that she entrapped Jones?" Isabel looked ready to kill. She raised her hands, palms out. To Lacey's surprise, the rowdy group quieted down instantly. She said in a voice that carried to the end of the block, "Go talk to that moronic judge who made the police remove Marlin Jones's restraints. Maybe he can take that killer's place until he's caught again." "Good for her," Savich said. Lacey called her parents' house from a public phone a block and a half away. "Sherlock residence?" "It's Lacey. We saw them all in time. You did great, told the reporters the truth. Is Dad there?" "Yes, just a moment, Lacey. I'm glad you're out of here. The reporters are planning to camp out here, I think. How did they know you were here?" Hannah, Lacey thought with sudden insight. Hannah hated her guts. She'd do anything to hurt her. "We'll find out, Isabel. Get Dad for me." 20 minutes later, they were picked up by Danny Elbright, one of Judge Sherlock's clerks. He had their luggage in the trunk. Isabel carried everything out the back, and I swung around to pick up the luggage. "Judge Sherlock called the airline and got you on a flight leaving at 10 o'clock a.m. Is this all right?" "That's great," Savich said. He stretched out, leaned back his head, and closed his eyes. "What a day, and it's only 9 o'clock in the morning. I hope the media aren't smart enough to call the airlines just yet." "Don't worry about me, Lacey," Danny Elbright said, looking at her in the rearview mirror. "I know that if I ever opened my mouth, your daddy would send me up the big river. I won't say a word. I just want you to catch this creep. Wasn't Isabel a kick? I'll bet she'll be all over the news." Lacey said, "Thanks, Danny." Hey, maybe Marlin's been caught as we speak. Let's see. Danny turned on the radio and began station surfing. By the time their plane left San Francisco International, Marlin Jones was still on the loose. He'd been free for 5 hours and 20 minutes. There were 2 seats left in first class, and Judge Sherlock had snagged them. Both Dillon and Lacey were relieved when no one recognized them at the airport. "You'll be staying with me," Savich said as he took a glass of orange juice from a flight attendant. "We're not going to take any chances." "All right," she said, and stared down at where Yosemite would be if only they had been sitting on the right side of the airplane instead of the left. "I know you're scared. Don't be." "Actually, I'm furious, not scared. There's no reason why Marlin would come after me. You know he's not crazy, and he'd have to be totally off the deep end to fixate on getting back at me. What I can't believe is that a judge, a person who's supposed to have a tad of common sense, would even listen to those idiot shrinks and their ridiculous demands. Well, I'll just bet you no judge is going to pull that kind of stunt again anytime soon. This was an aberration, Sherlock, an unfortunate blip. Everyone will raise hell, and the ACLU will look like idiots for defending the judge's ruling. Also, it turns out that one of the doctors might not make it. The other doctor has a severe concussion, according to the news. As for the orderly, his jaw's broken, and he has a lump over his left ear the size of a hockey puck. You can bet next week's paycheck that restraints will be left on prisoners in the future. If that doctor dies, the shit Marlin's in is so deep he'll never see the sunshine again." Savich took her hand. "We'll see. I do wonder where Marlin's daddy is. I have this feeling he's still out there, still kicking around. What's he doing, I wonder? Does Marlin know where he is? Is Marlin going to see him? Could Erasmus have been the one to come after you in Washington? Could he have been the one to hit me in Boston? Have Marlin and his daddy possibly been in contact, and maybe even now are in cahoots?" She sucked in her breath. "I was thinking the same thing. But as to the father and son duo idea, I don't know if it's just another seemingly random piece to the puzzle or a major gluing piece. I think it says a lot about how well we're suited that I understand exactly what you just said." He picked up her hand and kissed her fingers. He looked deep into her eyes. He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. His fingers lightly caressed her ear. "Hey, gorgeous, what do you want from this gourmet lunch menu?" Marlin Jones was still free when they arrived at Savich's house at 7:30 that evening. There were no reporters waiting for them. "If they're anywhere, it's at your townhouse. Another excellent reason for staying here with me." "Yes," she said, and followed him in. "I hope Hannah doesn't tell them where I probably am. I'm going to call Jimmy Maitland and let him know we're back, and Ollie."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. "Yes, I think I'll give Hannah a ring. Yes, I think you're right. She's probably behind the leak. I'm beginning to think this might be a good time for her to transfer to another section. She'd better keep her mouth shut from now on, or she'll be out of the bureau. Maybe she's not the one who talked. We'll see. You unpack and then relax, Sherlock. We'll have dinner in. I've got some great spinach lasagna in the freezer that I made just a while back. You'll love it. I think I'd rather have Dizzy Dan's pizza. Do they deliver?" "They will for me." He frowned at her, then strode back to her, grabbed her, and pulled her tightly against him. "It's going to be all right. We'll get through this. Marlin will be in jail again by tomorrow morning, you'll see. All the FBI's in on this whole thing, big time. I don't think I've ever seen Jimmy Maitland so pissed. No, Marlin doesn't stand a chance." But she didn't know if she agreed. Marlin Jones was out there. She nodded, though, saying nothing, and laid her cheek against his shoulder. Her clothes went into his closet, her shoes on the floor beside his size 12 wingtips and gym shoes. Her underwear went in the second drawer of the dresser. And when he was kissing his way down her body, finally holding her hips, his mouth against her, she forgot everything but him and what he was making her feel. The deep, tearing pleasure roared through her, and she yelled and arced upward and told him between gasping breaths, "I love you, Dillon. Just in case you didn't hear me the first time, I'll marry you. You're the best." "Good. Don't forget it," he said, staring down at her, and came into her. It was nearly morning when Savich came slowly awake, aware that something strange was happening, something that was probably better than any pesto pasta he'd ever made, better even than having won a huge bet off one of his relatives. The something strange suddenly intensified, and he lurched up, gasping. She was leaning over him, her tangled hair covering his belly, her mouth on him. All he could do was moan, clutch her hair as he moaned, and twitch and heave. And when he kissed her mouth, she said, "If you could do that to me, surely you had to like it too. It only makes sense, doesn't it? I've never done that before. Did I do it okay?" "It was okay," he said. "Yeah, I think just maybe it was okay. Really not bad for your first time." She slid down his chest again. Then it was all over for him. Ollie said, "Jimmy Maitland has a representative speaking to the media downstairs, sir. Sherlock, don't worry. They'll lay off. That was the deal Maitland struck with them." "Good," Savich said. "But there's lots of gossip, lots of innuendo," Hannah said, tapping her pen against the conference table. "Marlin Jones's lawyer is making hay with Sherlock here being one of the murdered women's sisters." "That's true," Savich said. "Does anyone know how the media found out about that?" No one said a word. "Hannah," Savich said, looking at her. She looked right at Lacey. "No, certainly not. But I don't think it's bad that the media found out what she did. It's possible that the case against Jones could be tossed out as entrapment." She shrugged. "You knew it was going to come out anyway. At least now there's time to get the media through chewing on it by the time Marlin Jones is recaptured." She was lying, but how could he prove it? Savich smiled at her, a smile cold enough to freeze water. He said, his voice so gentle it made the hair rise on the back of Lacey's neck. "I wonder that it didn't occur to the one who told the press that Sherlock wasn't the one who made the decision, that both the Bureau and the local cops all discussed her as bait for Marlin and okayed it." "I bet you talked him into it," Hannah said to Lacey. The other agents were squirming, looking off, wishing Savich knew that they were anywhere but seated here at the conference table. Savich raised his hands. "All right, that's enough. As most of you know, Sherlock is at my place. Not a word about this to anybody outside this room. Okay, we'll have our regular status meeting tomorrow. I just wanted everyone up to speed on this debacle. Hannah, I'd like to see you in my office." The meeting broke up. Ollie collared Lacey. "I've been working through Maxine's protocols using a different slant with the Florida nursing home killings. Come and see where I'm at. I'd like your input. Besides, it'll get your mind off Marlin Jones. You're looking hunted." She wanted to go after Savich and Hannah. Then Hannah turned around and looked at her. Lacey changed her mind. She didn't want to get within spitting distance of Hannah. In Savich's office, he waved his hand to a chair facing his desk. "Sit down, Hannah." She sat. He said nothing at all for a very long time, just looked at her, his head cocked to the left. "You wanted to speak to me, Savich?" "Oh, yes. I know it was you who told the media about Sherlock's connection to one on the San Francisco murders. I'd like you to tell me why you did it." 30.
she said in a low voice that was hard as nails. "I told you already that I didn't do it." "You're lying. Understand this, Hannah. It wasn't Sherlock's decision to be used as bait. Sure, she wanted to do it, very badly, but it wasn't her decision. You're the last person who should have opened your mouth. The fact of the matter is that you talked to the press just to cause trouble. That's unprofessional and unacceptable behavior in a special agent. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did. Don't forget that it was a judge who ordered the removal of Marlin Jones's shackles. Why wouldn't a judge throw this out as well? Because of the bloody evidence, that's why. Look, Hannah, I don't want you in this unit. I think a transfer is in order. You're a good agent, but not here, not in my unit. That dowdy little prig is that good in bed? Special agents don't talk about other special agents that way. It's sexist. It's not acceptable. I won't have it. Hannah rose slowly, bent over toward Savich, splayed her hands on his desk, and said in a low voice, "Tell me what you see in her. Just tell me so I'll understand. You swore to me that you'd never allow yourself to become serious over anyone who worked in your unit, yet you saw little Miss Prim and fell all over yourself." He rose to face her. "Listen to me. Just let it go. Sherlock's never done anything to you. If you want a target, I'm right here, really big, right in front of you. Take your best shot. Oh yeah, I know too that you called the media in San Francisco and told them where Sherlock lived. You have compromised this case, Hannah. You've muddied the waters because of your stupid jealousy. Now, if you want to stay in the Bureau, you'd best be very careful from here on out. I'll call Colin Petty in personnel. You can discuss transfer options with him right now. Tell me why. Why her?" Sherlock's face was vivid in his mind's eye. He looked bemused as he said slowly, "You know, I really can't answer that. Lots of things, I guess. Good day, Agent. I'll be calling personnel right now." She called him a shit, but it was low enough so he could ignore it. At least he hoped he was the shit and not Hannah. He'd never meant to hurt Hannah, never meant to do anything to encourage her. He called Colin Petty, then buzzed Hannah to go see him. He sighed, turned on Maxine, and was soon in another world, one that he controlled, one that answered only to his siren's song, one that never let him down. He reviewed everything on Marlin Jones. Where was he? Hiding? On the run? Was he alone? Maxine brought up the driver's license photo of Marlin's father, Erasmus Jones. Were they together? Did Erasmus play any role at all in any of the murders in Denver or San Francisco or Boston? Was it actually he who rented the Ford Taurus and not his son? If he had, then they were probably together.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. He reviewed the reports, completely immersed, until Jimmy Maitland finally said from the open doorway, "Maitland to Savich and Maxine, are you two hovering anywhere close?" Savich blinked, forcing himself to look up. He rose. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Have they caught Marlin Jones?" Jimmy Maitland shook his head mournfully. "No, not yet, but it won't be much longer. All the major corridors out of Boston are covered with agents and locals. Oh yeah, Big John Bullock is hassling the bureau office in Boston big time. He wants to see Agent Sherlock. He wants what he's calling a pre-deposition. He wants to make some hay now before the cops have Marlin in custody again. What do you suggest we do?" Savich sat back in his chair. Jimmy Maitland lowered himself into one of the chairs facing Savich's desk. "This isn't easy, is it? That opportunistic jerk. I wish Marlin had hit him harder." "Too late. Come on, Savich. Do you think Big John will make hash out of Sherlock?" No. Besides, we'll have a person from Justice with us. I think Sherlock is incidental. What he wants is to have the media crawling all over her, making her look guilty, and thus exonerating Marlin Jones, which is impossible. The guy's spitting in the wind. And if that doctor dies, it's more than just impossible. They just might launch him into space. Last I heard, it's still too close to call. If the doctor dies, I can see Big John going for manslaughter or murder too. No premeditation, an act of passion by an insane man, a man out of control, a man terrified about what was going to happen to him. Suddenly, Savich sat upright in his chair, his hands clasped in front of him. Let's do it. I think Sherlock can handle herself just fine. Let's face that bastard down. Who knows, we just might get something out of it. Jimmy Maitland said very slowly, "You think, just maybe, Marlin will find out about her being in Boston? He'll try to get to her?" Savich was very still. "Yeah, bottom line, that's why I think we should go." "It's a real long shot, next to impossible." "Yeah, but even if there's a remote chance, it'd be worth it. But it's not just my decision to make. I'll speak to Sherlock. But you know something? I just don't think Marlin would even find out about her going to Boston unless we let it loose to the media. Also, even if he does find out, he'd really have to be crazy to come after her." "Maybe, but I just don't know. Big John will leak it to the media, count on it. I will too. But you're right, it's got to be Sherlock's decision. But you already know the answer, don't you, Savich?" "Oh, yes. The media are out in force, thicker than fleas on a one-eared dock rat," Jimmy Maitland said, blew his nose, then stuffed the handkerchief back into his coat pocket. He drew away from the window in the 23rd floor office of Big John Bullock. He wasn't happy with all this, but he knew that with the leak, there was no way in hell Marlin Jones didn't know about Sherlock being here in Boston. He wouldn't be surprised if Sherlock had called the media. She really wanted Marlin Jones badly. Buzz O'Farrell, the sack of the Boston bureau office, was just shaking his head. "It amazes me how they don't just send one reporter. No, it's 4 dozen with 8 dozen mics, enough cameras to film World War II, and everybody screaming. I wanted to shoot that damned judge, but the media, a nice deadly virus, just might be the answer for them." "They ain't got no manners, that's for sure," Savich said, grinning down at Sherlock, who looked both stoic and furious, an interesting combination, which he would have liked to explore with her in private, which, unfortunately, wouldn't be an option this morning. "Big John leaked it," Jimmy Maitland said. "We didn't. Actually, we'd decided to keep our noses clean. And yes, we know he leaked it. He's still counting on coming out smelling like a rose and all this, and that's why he did it." "If he hadn't, then I probably would have," Lacey said. "Sorry, sir, but there it is. Anything to give us another shot at Marlin Jones." "Well, good morning to all you good law enforcement representatives," Big John Bullock said, walking into the immense walnut-paneled conference room in his law offices. He homed in immediately on Sherlock. "Good to see you again," he said. She smiled at him. "I must say you're looking a bit more fit than the last time I saw you. Marlin sure did a number on your head, didn't he?" "Poor boy, he was frantic to get out of that torture chamber. Shall we get down to business now?" "That's fine with us," Savich said, all calm and cool in that FBI voice of his. "Do tell us exactly what you want," Georgina Sims, the attorney for the Justice Department, said, sitting forward. "This is on the unusual side, but we certainly want to cooperate all we can." "Well, I really wanted to know what Agent Sherlock has to say about all her unethical behavior in the case to date." Savich rose. He walked slowly up to Big John and said not 2 inches from his face, "Agent Sherlock doesn't have anything to say. Now, if you can't come up with something worth our while, then we're out of here. You heard Miss Sims. We've got a murderer to catch.
Maybe you think it's funny that at least 8 women were brutally murdered and a doctor is hanging on for his life as we speak, but we don't." Big John sobered immediately, nodding to the stenographer to begin as he sat down and opened a thick file. "All right then. Agent Sherlock, here's the problem you've created for the state. Your sister is one of the women allegedly killed by my client. Is this true?" "Yes." "So the reason you became an FBI agent was to get on the inside so you'd have a better chance of catching him?" "Yes, initially. Was it your idea, your plan, that resulted in the capture of Marlin Jones?" "It was a plan developed by the local BPD and the FBI. It was also a plan approved by the local BPD and the FBI. I was merely the bait. Why? Because I knew his profile very well. I knew better than any other female officer or agent exactly how to play him, how to work him. I was simple bait, Mr. Bullock. All he had to do was ignore me. There was no entrapment." "That will be up to the judge, won't it?" Georgina Sims said, her voice easy and slow. "This is all a waste of time, Mr. Bullock. If you have a point, make it now, or we're leaving. My point is, just exactly how did you know how to play Marlin Jones so well?" She didn't pause. She saw Dillon tense up, then consciously relax. He was worried. Well, she wasn't. She'd thought about this a whole lot. "I've studied everything about the killer for the past 7 years, Mr. Bullock. I felt that I knew him. He cut out the women's tongues. Thus it was assumed that the women he'd picked to walk the walk through his maze needed to be punished in his mind. His first marker was cursing. If he heard a woman using language unbecoming to a woman, and of course he was the judge of how bad the language was, that was half of his decision. The other half was whether or not she badmouthed her husband. This one was more iffy, but again, I felt I knew Marlin Jones. I'd studied him so closely for 7 years, and through my coursework in undergraduate and in graduate school. As you know, he's now claimed that he slept with most of the women he murdered, though we don't have any confirmation on that. It's really very straightforward. That's all there is to it, Mr. Bullock. So your sister cursed and badmouthed her husband. Did your sister also sleep with her killer, Agent Sherlock? Since she's been dead for 7 years, stabbed many times, her tongue cut out, I don't think we have much hope of getting the answer. Savich could have kissed her. It had been a question meant to inflame, meant to incite rage, and thus to gain an untempered response. She'd held firm. He could tell that Jimmy Maitland was impressed as well.
"That sounded all rehearsed, Agent Sherlock." She merely shrugged. Big John said, "It sounds to me like you're one obsessed little lady, one obsessed little special agent. I would have thought that the FBI interviewers and psychologists would have spotted all this and not given you the time of day. That's scary." "No, sir. What's scary is a judge who presents Marlin Jones, a vicious murderer, with a perfect chance to escape." She sat forward in her chair. "And you're scary, Mr. Bullock. You're doing this all to enhance your career. In other words, for fame and profit. If I am obsessed or have ever been obsessed, sir, then you are unethical, another word for basic slime." Big John roared to his feet. "You can't talk to me like that, Agent Sherlock." "Why not, sir?" Georgina Sims just smiled. "It's a good question, an excellent point, actually, but we'll let it go. Anything else you wanted to know, Mr. Bullock?" No judge is going to accept that she was just another well-trained agent doing a job. She taints the case. She's a self-interested participant, not an objective law officer. "We're gone," Savich said, rose and nodded to Lacey. See you in court, Mr. Bullock. If the cops can't manage to bring down Marlin when he resists arrest, which you know he will." Lacey smiled over her shoulder at him. "Perhaps you shouldn't be spending so much time on Marlin Jones now, Mr. Bullock. You know Agent Savich is right. Marlin will resist arrest. The chance of your getting to eviscerate the law with your tactics isn't likely to happen. Seems to me you're wasting your time, which is worth lots of money, right?" She felt Savich's palm beneath her elbow. He said close to her ear, "We're out of here. You did well." "We'll go out the back way," Jimmy Maitland said in the elevator. "I've already scoped it out." "That was interesting, Agent Sherlock," Georgina Sims said. "I don't understand either how you got into the FBI in the first place." "Actually, Ms. Sims, I was surprised too. Don't get me wrong, finding Marlin Jones was a big part of my motivation for joining. But then I realized that this was what I wanted to do with my life. You know, before Mr. Savich brought me to his new unit, I could have ended up chasing bank robbers in Los Angeles. And that was the bottom line. I would have caught as many bank robbers as I could." "I rather think a judge might buy that," Georgina Sims said. "But as I said, however did you manage to even get accepted with this in your background?" "I guess nobody made a big deal out of it." "I guess not." Before they all parted in the underground parking lot, Jimmy Maitland said to Savich, "Sims buys it because it sounds good, and it is true for the most part. However, what she doesn't know is that you've got the hots for Sherlock. What are you going to do about that? Are you two going to get married or what?" "Yes, but as they say, timing is everything." "But the point is, why did you ask for her for the Criminal Apprehension Unit in the first place?" Savich didn't hesitate. "Because she was so damned good in Hogan's Alley. No, I didn't have the hots for her then, sir. I just thought that she'd be one of the best I could get my hands on. I found out she'd turned down profiling because she said she couldn't stomach it, but she had all this great training and knowledge in forensics. No, sir, at that time there was no lust scrambling my brains." Jimmy Maitland grunted. "Timing," he said. "You're right. All of this will have to be controlled very tightly. You took care of the leak out of your unit?" "All gone," Savich said. "I don't suppose you're going to tell me about it." "I would appreciate your not asking, sir, since there's no solid proof." 31. They spent the rest of the day with the local bureau and police, seeing exactly what was going on with the manhunt. "It looks like everything's being done right," Savich said to one of the cops on the newly formed task force. "And there's zero hint or word that Marlin Jones could have met up with someone." "Not an echo of a word," Officer Drummond said. "Shit, my feet hurt. I think I've walked from one end of the zone to the other a good dozen times. I've spoken to every informant who's ever migrated to Boston or was born here." By 8 o'clock that evening, Marlin Jones was still at large. They decided to eat again at the Chinese restaurant on Newberry and walked there. "I doubt he'll show, Sherlock." "I know. At least we're giving him every opportunity to make a move." "Okay, we'll keep walking everywhere, and when the media catches up to us, we'll wave to our mothers and smile really big." "Speaking of mothers, do you think your mother really saw Marlin kissing Belinda in the driveway?" "No, actually I have no idea what she saw, or if she even saw anything. I think you're right about the attention bids. My father was there, and she wanted him to focus on her. It was an excellent way to go about it." "So you don't believe your father would ever try to run her down?" "I don't know, but I think she loves him. I could be wrong. It's nuts, isn't it? Maybe she did see someone, perhaps speak to Belinda in the driveway. But Marlin?
Do you think your father prosecuted Erasmus Jones 10 years ago? Oh yes, my father's firmly planted in the here and now, no matter how unpleasant it can get. He doesn't make stuff up. If he said Erasmus Jones was in his courtroom, then he was. The question is it possible that Erasmus Jones has anything to do with this? Savich said slowly, "There's a tremendous resemblance between father and son. Is it possible that just maybe your mother saw Erasmus with Belinda, not Marlin? I have no idea, but she didn't have any reaction at all to Erasmus Jones's photograph. No, she didn't." Over egg rolls and fried wonton, half with meat and half vegetarian, Savich said, releasing her hand, "Your fingers are cold." "All of me is cold." "Next summer we'll go to Louise Lynn Lake with Quinlan and Sally. I want to see you in a bikini, a blue one. I want to buy it for you. I want to put it on you and take it off." Next summer, she thought, a lifetime away from a Chinese restaurant in Boston, where, she prayed, Marlin Jones was lurking somewhere, waiting for her to come out. Cops were stationed at short intervals all around the restaurant. She gave Dillon a huge smile. "Thank you," she said, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his mouth. Then she sat down again, took a huge forkful of garlic pork, and chewed while Savich just sat there, staring at her, bemused. Princess prawns and garlic eggplant arrived. While Savich was spooning rice onto his plate, he said, "What do you think about Douglas?" "I really don't want to think about him right now. I just want to eat." She sighed as she speared a princess prawn on her fork. "Everyone is accusing everyone else of killing Belinda. We go down one passageway, then another." She waved her fork, flinging rice onto the table. "The only thing I am sure about is that Isabel didn't do it. My money would be on Candace if she'd only been around 7 years ago." "I find myself still going back and back yet again to your nightmare, to your experiencing exactly what happened to Belinda. I try not to anymore. It's too scary. It makes me sweat. Do you think we could go work out after dinner?" He grinned at her over a forkful of garlic eggplant, which had been nicely prepared. "My soulmate," he said. "Your delts still need work. Your thighs are really nice, though. Those triceps of yours make me hard. I love it when you talk gym to me." They didn't fly back to Washington until the next afternoon. Not a single sign of Marlin Jones. He was still at large. They stopped off to see Captain Dougherty at the station on their way to Logan International. "It seems to me that someone has to be helping him," Savich said. "Yeah," said Captain Dougherty. "Everyone is coming to that conclusion now."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. There haven't been any murders or robberies that haven't checked out. Since Marlin didn't have any money, he would have to get some if he remained alone. He didn't, so far as we know. So someone must be helping him. Someone's hiding him, a someone who has enough money to keep him out of sight. But who? We've checked with the people at the lumber yard where he worked. He didn't have any close friends that they knew of, at least no one close enough to go out on this long a limb for him. Lacey handed Captain Dougherty the 8x10 photo of Erasmus Jones. "This is his father. You might want to distribute this photo." "They sure do look alike. You think his old man might really be in on this thing? Do you think he's the O helping Marlin?" "We have no idea. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. It's just an idea, something we can sink our teeth into." They rose. "We're going back home, Captain. Keep us informed, and good luck." "Douglas told me he's being followed. Damn you! This has got to stop." Candace Madigan spoke angrily from behind them as Savich was unlocking his front door. Lacey's hand was already on her lady colt. Savich was already in a crouch. He took a deep breath. "I suggest you never do anything like that again, ma'am. Sherlock could have shot you, and I could have broken your neck. May I inquire what the hell you're doing here?"
"Waiting for you."
"How did you know I'd be here?" Lacey asked, stepping directly under the porch light. Savich unlocked the door and shoved it open. "Everyone might as well come inside. You first, Mrs. Madigan. I'd just as soon keep you in front of me." He said over his shoulder, "I hope you have frequent flyer miles. What is this, your second or third trip to Washington?"
"Of course I have frequent flyer miles," she said. "Do you think I'm a fool?"
If Candace was blown away by the inside of Savage's house, she didn't show it. Her eyes never left Lacey. "Did you hear me, Lacey? I know it's not the San Francisco cops. Judge Sherlock called in and found that out for me. So it has to be the FBI following him. It's your doing, isn't it? No, you don't have that kind of authority." She turned on Savage. "You'd do anything for little Miss Sweetness, wouldn't you? Even have my husband followed? Are you trying to blame Douglas for Belinda's murder? Stop it. He's going nuts. I won't have it." "You know," Savage said easily, waving Candace into the living room, "when you pause to think a bit, Douglas had a very good motive for killing Belinda. He wanted out of the marriage, but she wouldn't give him a divorce. He knew if he tried to get one, that Judge Sherlock would have ruined him. He was trapped. So he used the string killer's M.O. and killed her. What do you think? Sound good?" Candace lunged at him. He caught her wrists and held her away from him. She kicked at him. He quickly turned to the side. Then he began shaking her, saying in his low, calm voice, "Stop it, Mrs. Madigan. For a woman of some sophistication, you're not playing the part."
"Give her to me. I'm sick of you, Candace. You want to fight? Then come here. I'd love to take you down."
"You'd wreck my living room," Savage said, looking at a red-faced Sherlock, and smiled. "Will you try to keep some control, Mrs. Madigan? I'll protect you from Sherlock if you'll mind your manners. Will you?" Slowly, she nodded. Savage let her go. She stood there rubbing her wrists. Then, slowly, she turned to face Lacey, but she said over her shoulder to Savage, "Did it ever occur to you that she killed Belinda? Talk about crazy. Just look at her family. Every gene coursing through her is nuts, just plain nuts." There was dead silence except for Candace's heavy breathing. "Well, what do you have to say to that?" Lacey smiled. An awesome feat, she told Savage later, but she managed it. "Candace, why are you really here?"
"I told you, someone's following Douglas. It's got to be the FBI. I want it stopped, so I came to make you do it."
Lacey said, "Why didn't you just call? It sure would have been cheaper." No answer to that? Just maybe you wanted to hire that guy again to terrorize me? Maybe you wanted to try to run me down again?
"I don't know what you're talking about. As for you," she continued, looking at Savage, "you're blind. Douglas was too, but just for a little while. Now he realizes what she is."
Candace gave them a triumphant smile and sat down on the beautiful sofa. "Well?"
"Well, what, Mrs. Madigan?"
"Will you have the FBI stop following my husband?" Savage sighed. "Sure, Mrs. Madigan. The thing is, though, we have an agent following him in order to keep him safe. Marlin Jones is still on the loose. It's possible he plans to go back to California. It's possible that he would want to see Douglas, maybe even kill him. That's why we have an agent on him, ma'am, to protect him."
"That's crazy," Candace said slowly. "There's no reason in the world why Douglas would be in any danger from Marlin Jones."
"Oh, are you really so sure about that? Didn't Douglas tell you about Mrs. Sherlock seeing Marlin kissing Belinda in front of the house? Who the hell knows what's going on in Marlin Jones's mind these days? But who cares when all's said and done? Sure, I'll call off the FBI.
Douglas can be on his own, no problem. Savich calmly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Do you really think he could be in danger? Savich ignored her, waiting. Then he said, This is Dillon Savich. Please connect me with James Maitland. Thank you.
What if this creep is after him? What if he does manage to get to San Francisco? Douglas needs help. You can't just leave him alone like this. It's inhuman.
Sir, Savich here. Yes, we need to call off the protection on Douglas Madigan in San Francisco. Yes, I'm sure. There's no more need.
No, don't call it off. What if this Marlin Jones goes after Douglas? No, don't.
Yes, that's right. No need any longer. Thank you. Savich hung up the phone, in time to block Candace Madigan from shoving him into the fireplace. That's it, Lacey said. She roared toward Candace, grabbing her arm and pulling her around. She sent her fist into Candace's jaw. Ow! That hurts, you mean little bitch! Sherlock hit her again, then groaned herself at the pain in her knuckles. Candace looked at her, astonishment written clearly on her face, and slumped to the floor.
Are you all right, Dillon?
She was standing there rubbing her knuckles, asking him if he was all right. He could only shake his head. Thank you for protecting me, he said, laughing. She'd rushed in to protect him. Life with Sherlock would never be boring. He hoped she hadn't hurt her hand. Could you come and kiss me, Sherlock? I'm feeling a little shaky.
Sure, she said, smiling sweetly at him. She kissed his chin, ran her fingertips over his eyebrows, kissed his nose.
You're better now?
Getting there, he said, and kept kissing her. They stopped only when they heard Candace say from the floor, If the two of you make out in front of me, I'm going to call the police. Then you'll both be arrested.
Lacey began to laugh. She couldn't help it. Savich said, Would you like a cup of coffee before you leave, Mrs. Madigan?
What I want is for the FBI to protect my husband.
But you flew all the way here to get us off him?
Look, I know I haven't been really nice to either of you, but Douglas, he's different. He needs me. Please, if you truly believe he's in danger, protect him.
Savich walked to the phone, dialed, then said, Reinstate the surveillance on Douglas Madigan. Yes, that's right. Thank you. He hung up, then turned to Candace. It's done.
Thank you, she said. Really, thank you very much. Then she turned to Lacey. As for you, you're nothing but trouble. You're going to bring trouble to this very nice man who doesn't know you at all. Stay away from Douglas. With that, she was gone.
Savich stood there, looking toward the front door.
She is one strange woman, he said. I guess she didn't want coffee. Did you really have surveillance on Douglas? Oh, yes. Did you take it off, then put it back on? Nope. Douglas is a suspect. I want an eye kept on him. Hey, if it protects him as well, so be it. She loves him, Lacey said. She really, truly loves him. The two of them deserve each other. I hope they live happily ever after. Now, if you're ready for bed, I'll race you. She'd been so depressed. Then she'd wanted to sprot Candace, but now, looking at Dillon Savich, she felt relief pouring through her. Let's go. 32 Marlin Jones was still free on Thursday at noon. His photo was shown on TV special bulletins throughout the day and evening. Hundreds of sightings from Boca Raton to Anchorage had flooded in. Savich tried to work, tried to concentrate on the killings in South Dakota and Iowa, but it was tough. He called everyone together Thursday afternoon to announce that Hannah Paisley had been reassigned. He would let everyone know where she would be going when it was decided. No one was particularly sorry to see her go. As for Lacey, she felt as if 100-pound weight had been lifted off her back. An hour later, there was a resolution to the nursing home murders in Florida. Savich, Ollie, and Sherlock were all hooting when they walked into the conference, giving everyone high fives. Savich, grinning from ear to ear, rubbing his hands, said, "Good news, great news. It turns out our murderer is an old man, Benjamin Potter from Cincinnati, who's been a magician for 30 years. He's a master of disguise, which all of you know. Also, he's never done a bad thing in his life. He easily entered the nursing homes as just another old person in need of round-the-clock attention. Sometimes he passed himself off as an old woman, other times an old man. Because he was in basic good health, no nurse ever saw him without his clothes on, important since he could have been play-acting an old woman. He never had difficulty escaping after each murder, because he didn't. Nope, he always stayed on until a relative came to take him home to his family. He paid the relative $50 for this service." Savich turned to Ollie. Ollie said, "The cops found the relative in Atlanta. He denied knowing anything about the murders. He said only that the old man was a kick and it was easy money." He nodded to Lacey. "Benjamin Potter wouldn't have been caught after the 6th murder, except that he happened to trip on a used syringe on his way out of the victim's room and suffered a heart attack. He died before he could tell anyone why he'd killed 6 old women." Ollie picked it up. "Yep, the relative is my part. He said he had no clue. The old man always seemed happy and well-adjusted to him, so go figure." They all tried to figure it out, but no one could come up with anything that sounded like the perfect fit. Although Savich said that Maxine thought it just might be that the old man had always wanted to be an old woman, and he was killing off his competition. "A real big one down," Savich said. "Everybody to the gym for celebrations." There was groaning from around the table. Lacey was still on a high when she went to the women's room in the middle of the afternoon, a redone men's room that looked it. When workmen had removed the urinals, they hadn't patched the wall tile very well. The big room was always dank and smelled like pine sol. Lacey was washing her hands when she looked up to see Hannah in the mirror, standing behind her. She didn't say anything, just looked at her reflection. "Your lover didn't want to take the chance I'll slap him with a sexual harassment complaint so he couldn't fire me. I thought you denied leaking my relationship to a murder victim to the press." "I did deny it." "Then how could Savich have fired you without proof?" "Oh, enough, Hannah. Say what you have to say and go about your business." "You're really cute, you know that. Tell me, Sherlock, did you set your sights on Savich while you were still at Quantico?" "No." "He'll screw your eyes out, but he won't marry you." "Has he made love to you in the shower?" "He loves that." "Hannah, it's none of your business what either of us does. Please, let it go. Forget him. You know I'm irrelevant in all this. Even if I weren't here, Savich still wouldn't be going out with you." "Maybe, maybe not. Goodbye, Hannah." Ollie was waiting outside for her. He said only, "I just didn't want her to shoot you." "So you were waiting out here to see if a gun went off?" "Something like that." "I'm fine, Ollie. Any word yet on Marlin Jones?" "Nope, nothing." "Oh yeah, your father called, asked that you phone him back. He said it was really important." She didn't want to pick up that phone. She didn't, but she did. She felt an urgency that she'd never felt before. Even as she was dialing her parents' home number, she was terrified. "Isabel, it's Lacey." "Oh God, Lacey, it's your mama. Let me get your daddy on the phone. You just caught him in time. He's just leaving now for the hospital." "The hospital? What happened to Mother?" But Isabel had already hit the hold button. "Father?" "Lacey, come home, my dear. It's your mother. There was an accident. She's in the hospital. It doesn't look good, Lacey. Can you get some time off?" "What kind of accident? What is her exact condition?" "I was backing out of the driveway. She darted out from the bushes that line the street.
I hit her. It was an accident. I swear it was an accident. There was even a passerby who saw the whole thing. She's not dead, Lacey, but her spleen is ruptured, and they're taking it out as we speak. I feel terrible. I don't know what's going to happen. I think you should come home now." Before she could say anything, he hung up. She stared down at the receiver, hearing the loud dial tone. What more could happen? At 9 o'clock the next morning, she was on a non-stop flight to San Francisco. Dillon took the Dulles shuttle with her to the terminal to catch her United flight, using his FBI identification to get through the gate. "You'll call me," he said, kissing her hair, just holding her against him, his hand stroking down her back. "It will be all right. We'll get through it. Remember in the Bible how God kept testing Job? Well, these are our tests. Call me, okay?" And he kissed her again. He watched at the huge windows until her plane took off. He didn't like her to go alone, but he couldn't just pick up and leave, not now. Everything was coming to a head, he knew it. More important, she knew it. It was just a matter of time. Actually, he was rather relieved that she'd be 3,000 miles away, although he'd never tell her that. She'd blow a fuse because he wanted to protect her, and she was a professional and could take care of herself. He stepped back onto the shuttle, realizing, as he stared blankly at a businessman with a very packed briefcase, that she would be justified smacking him but good if he'd said that to her. He had to remember that she was well-trained. She was a professional. Even if his guts twisted whenever he thought of her going into the field, he'd just have to get used to it. He shook his head as he walked to his Porsche. Could her father have deliberately hit her mother? For the first time that Lacey could remember, her mother looked all 61 of her years. Her flesh seemed loose, her cheeks sunken in, and so white and waxy, tubes everywhere. Mrs. Arch, her mother's 10-year companion, was there, as was Lacey's father, both standing beside her bed. "Don't worry," her father said. "The operation went well. They took out her spleen and stopped the internal bleeding. There's lots of bruising, and she'll have some sore ribs, but she'll be all right, Lacey." She looked over at her father. "I know. I spoke to the nurse outside. Where were you, Mrs. Arch, when this happened?" "Your mother got by me, Lacey."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. 1 minute she was there watching a game show on TV. The next minute she was gone. I'd just gone down to the kitchen for a cup of tea. She looked at her father. He seemed remote, watching the woman who had been his wife for nearly 30 years. What was he thinking? Did he expect her to say something against him when she regained consciousness? "Father, tell me what happened." "I was backing out of the driveway to go to the courthouse. I heard this loud bump. I'd hit your mother. I never saw her. The first thing was to get her to the hospital. Then I called the police. It was a Sergeant Darlin who found a witness to the whole thing. His name's Murdoch." "What did he tell them?" "That she ran out into the driveway. He said he couldn't figure out why she'd do such a stupid thing. She had to go talk to this Mr. Murdoch herself. You don't believe your mother's crazy tale that I tried to run her down, do you? No, you're not stupid." He'd been tense before, but now he relaxed. He even smiled. "No, I'm not stupid. Why did she do that?" "Probably to get your attention. Now that's nuts, Lacey. Maybe more of your attention would be a good thing." She looked down at her mother. She was so still. Here she was lying in a hospital bed with a squirrely brain and no spleen. "I'll think about what you said. Where are you going?" "To talk to Mr. Murdoch." "No, Dad, I don't doubt you. I just want to hear him tell it. Maybe it will help us both understand her a bit better." Lacey left her mother's hospital room and stopped again at the nurse's station. "Mrs. Sherlock will be fine," Nurse Blackburn said. "Really,
She'll be asleep for another 3 or 4 hours. Come back to see her later, about dinner time." Lacey called the precinct station. 10 minutes later, she was driving to a Mr. Murdoch's house 3 doors down from her parents' home on Broadway. It was a fog-laden afternoon and very chilly. She felt cold to the marrow of her bones. It wasn't nearly dark yet, but a light was shining in the front windows of his house. A desiccated old man, stooped nearly double, answered the door just when she was ready to give up. Standing next to him was a huge bulldog. Mr. Murdoch nodded to the dog. "I walk him at least 6 times a day," he said first thing. "Bad bladder," Mr. Murdoch added, patting the dog's head. "He needs more potty time than I do." He didn't invite her in, not that she wanted to step into that dark hallway behind him that smelled too much like dog and dirty socks. "You saw an accident, Mr. Murdoch? A man in a car struck a woman." "Eh? Oh, that? Yes, I did see the whole thing. It happened yesterday afternoon. This real pretty woman, I've known by sight for years, is standing kind of bent over in the thick olanders. I start to call out to her, I thought she must have some kind of problem, when she suddenly just steps out into the driveway. I hear a car hit her. It was weird. The whole thing was weird. That's what my nephew said too when I called him about it. What do you want, Butchie? You got bladder needs again? All right, go get your rope." "Sorry, little lady, but that's all I know. Either the woman ran out into the car's path on purpose, or she didn't, and that makes it an accident, plain and simple." Lacey walked slowly back to her rental car. Why had her mother done such a ridiculous thing? Was it really that she wanted more attention from her husband? That was far too simple, but maybe it was a place to start. She hadn't understood her mother for nearly all her life. Why should she begin understanding her now? Her father came back to the hospital at 7 o'clock that evening. "She's just the same," Lacey said. He said nothing, just walked to the bed and looked down at his wife. He said, "Did that old man tell you that I didn't try to kill your mother?" "Yeah, he did." "Look, Dad, you know I had to go talk to him, hear everything in his own words." "You're my kid. I can understand that. I called a new psychiatrist to come talk to your mother tomorrow. I told her what had happened, what you thought. We'll see. I'm glad you didn't think I was stupid enough to try something like that." "Oh, no. I've found myself wondering if I could have done it. Maybe if it had been dark and we'd been in the Andes with no possible witnesses who spoke English." "You're joking." "Yes, I'm joking." He looked at his watch. "I've got to be in court early tomorrow. I'll see you at lunchtime, Lacey." He paused in the doorway. It's easy to fall into certain ways of thinking, of behaving. You know that your mother could irritate the hell out of a saint. We'll see." She spent the night in her mother's hospital room on a cot an orderly brought in for her. She lay there, listening to her mother breathing, thinking about Dillon, and wondering, always wondering where Marlin was. She got a call from Dillon at nearly 11 o'clock, which made it 2 o'clock a.m. his time. She'd called him earlier and gotten his answering machine. "I was going to leave you be, at least for tonight, but I couldn't. How's your mom?" "She'll make it. I personally interviewed a witness who told me that my mother appeared to be hiding in some bushes, then dashed out when my father was backing out of the driveway. I had a good talk with my dad. He's bringing in a new psychiatrist to see her tomorrow. I mentioned that maybe she was trying to get his attention. Should I have opened my mouth? What do you think?" "I still think it sounds like your mother really wants something she's not getting from your father. You're the daughter. Of course you should say what you think. She might really be just mentally unstable. As my dad said, we'll see. You hanging in there?" "Yes, don't worry about me. Any word on Marlin Jones?" "No, it's driving everybody crazy. It's as though he's just disappeared off the face of the earth." "Oh yeah, Hannah called me about an hour ago. She wanted to come over and talk. When I said no, she told me how you'd attacked her in the women's room this afternoon.
She told me you'd accused her of blackmailing me so I wouldn't fire her. She said you were furious that we'd slept together. The last thing she needed in this crazy mix was Hannah. I don't think so, Dillon, but that's a thought. Let me consider it. I don't know. She's pretty strong. It's possible she could take me down. He grunted. Yeah, she probably could. Call me at the bureau tomorrow with an update. Sherlock? Yes? I miss you really badly. I had to go to the gym by myself. It used to be just fine. In fact, I used to like going by myself. But now all I could do was one lat pull down before I was looking around for you. At least she was smiling when she gently laid the phone in its cradle. When a shaft of light from the hospital corridor flashed across her face, Lacey was awake in an instant, not moving, frozen, readying herself. It had to be a nurse, but she knew it wasn't. She smelled Douglas's distinctive cologne, a deep, musky scent that was sexy as hell. She remembered that scent from the age of 15, when he'd first come into their lives. She lay very still. She watched him walk slowly to her mother's bed. He stood there for the longest time in the dim light sent in through the window, staring down at her mother. She saw him lean down and kiss her mother. She heard him say quietly, "Evelyn, why did you do this stupid thing? You know he's a bastard. You know surely that he'll always be a bastard. What did you expect to prove by running out like that behind his car?" Her mother made no sound. Douglas lightly caressed her face with his cupped palm. Then he straightened and turned. He froze in his tracks, staring down at Lacey. "My God, Lacey, what are you doing here?" "I wanted to stay with my mother," she said, very slowly coming up onto her knees, her back against the wall.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. She was wearing one of her favorite Lands flannel nightgowns that came up high on her neck and covered her feet. "Didn't my father tell you I was staying with her? No, I guess not. What are you doing here, Douglas?" He shrugged. "I was naturally worried about her. I just wanted to make sure she was all right. I wanted to see her when I knew your father wouldn't be here. Visiting hours were over a long time ago. How did you get in?" "Not a problem. I know the nurse, Lorette. She let me in. Seeing you is a surprise. I didn't know you'd come. That Marlin Jones jerk is still free. I didn't think you'd ever leave the hunt. Why were you kissing my mother?" "I've known your mother for many years, Lacey. She's a good woman, almost like a mother to me. That kiss didn't look at all filial." He ignored that, saying, "I don't want anything to happen to her, anything more, that is." "That's hard to believe, Douglas. You were kissing her like she was a lover." "No, Lacey, you're way off base. Why are you looking toward the door?" "I'm waiting for Candace to burst in here. She always seems to show up when you're with me." "I left her sleeping. She isn't coming here." Then he laughed. "But she'll hate herself that she missed such an opportunity. Here you are in your nightgown in the same room with me. Yeah, she'd go wild." "Well, I'm not up to anything wild tonight. Are you certain she's home asleep?" "God, I hope so." Lacey stood up, her nightgown like a red patterned tent around her. There was sweet lace around the wrists and the neck. "I think you should leave now, Douglas. I don't want her disturbed. I need to get some sleep." "Oh yes, my father would never hurt her. She ran out behind his car on purpose." "That makes no sense." She had to smile at that. It seemed to be everyone's litany recently. She closed the door after Douglas had left. She took a deep breath once she was in the blessed darkness again. She heard her mother's even breathing. She burrowed under the 3 hospital blankets. It still took her a long time to get warm. Why had Douglas spoken to her unconscious mother as if she were his lover? Or had she imagined it?
Her head began to pound. She wanted nothing more at the moment than to go home to Dillon. 33. I didn't run into the driveway. Your father saw me pruning some oleander bushes. He called out to me, told me he wanted to talk to me about something. When I walked onto the driveway, he gunned his BMW and deliberately ran into me. Lacey said very quietly, Mother, there was a witness. He's an old man who lives just down the block from you. He claims you were hiding, then ran out so that Father could run into you. Old man Murdoch, her mother said, her voice deep with anger. Then she winced at the pain. That old liar. He wanted me to have an affair with him years ago, after his poor wife died of breast cancer. I told him where to shove it. So this is his revenge, the malicious old moron. It's all right, Mom. Just relax. That's better. Breathe deeply. You can push that button if you want pain medication. How do you know what to do? When I was hurt, that's what they told me. It helped. Please, Mom, help me understand what this is all about. Why would Dad want to kill you? To get my money, of course, so he can marry that bimbo lawyer clerk of his. What money? What clerk? Danny Elbright is his law clerk. I don't know her name. She's new, works with Danny. I don't really care. Judge Sherlock came into the room. Ah, he said from across the room. You're awake, Evelyn. How are you feeling? In a querulous old woman's voice, Evelyn Sherlock said, What are you doing here? You're always at the courthouse this time of the morning. What do you want, Corman? This isn't exactly a day to have business as usual. I'm here to see how you're doing, naturally. I'll live, no thanks to you. I'll be pressing charges, you can count on that. Oh my head feels all soft. What's on TV, Lacey? I always watch Oprah. Is she on yet? Oprah is on in the afternoon, Judge Sherlock said. Get a grip, Evelyn. Oh, then it's The Price is Right. That's a great show. I can guess the amounts of money better than those stupid contestants. Do turn it on, Lacey. It was down the rabbit hole, Lacey thought as she switched on the TV, then handed her mother the remote. You can leave now, Lacey. I'm not going to die. Your father didn't hit me hard enough. I guess he couldn't build up enough speed to get it done once and for all. All right, Lacey said. She leaned down and kissed her mother's white cheek. You take it easy, okay? What? Oh yes, certainly. I'll bet that powerboat with all that stuff on it costs exactly $33,500. As Lacey walked from the room, she heard Bob Barker call out, It's $34,000. She wasn't aware her father was there until he stepped into the elevator with her. I'll see that she's well taken care of. I've decided Mrs. Arch just isn't keeping good enough control. She never should have let her get away like that. Also, after the new shrink sees her this afternoon, I'll call and let you know what she says. I'll tell you one thing, though. Right now, she certainly doesn't sound as if she wants any attention from me. She sounds as if she wants me hung up by my balls. As you said. She looked up at her handsome father, at the uncertainty and confusion in his eyes, at that stern set of his jaw. She lightly laid her hand on his forearm. Take care, Dad. You don't really think she'll try to press charges. Probably not. She'll forget all about it by this afternoon. If she doesn't, the cops will treat her gently and ask me to see that she has better care. Dad, does Mother have money of her own? Yes, something in the neighborhood of $400,000. It's safely invested, has been for years. She's never had to touch it. Why do you ask? Oh, I know. Your mother's been claiming I married her for her money again. Not likely, Lacey. On a hunch, she called San Quentin from the airport. Belinda's father, her mother's first husband, Connell Francis, had been out of jail since the previous Monday. She pressed her forehead against the public phone booth. Where was Belinda's father? Was he as crazy as her father had said he was? She called Dillon from the plane and got his answering machine. He was probably at the gym. She'd surprise him. She could see him walking through the front door, all sweaty and so beautiful she'd have to try to touch all of him at once, which was great fun but impossible. Suddenly, in her mind's eye, she saw him and Hannah in the shower. The jealous rage surprised her. She was breathing hard, wanting to yell, but the person seated next to her on the plane probably wouldn't understand. It was in the past. Every woman he'd ever had sex with was in the past, just as Bobby Wellman and his yellow Jaguar were in her past. That made her smile. It was raining hard in Washington, cold, creeping down into the 40s, and utterly miserable. She couldn't wait to get home. Home, she thought. It wasn't her own townhouse. It was Dillon's wonderful house with the skylights that gave onto heaven. She got into the taxi at the head of the line and gave the black middle-aged driver directions. "Bad night," the driver said, giving her a huge white-toothed smile in the rearview mirror. "I'm hoping the night is going to be a lot better than the day was," she said. "Pretty little gal like you, I hope it's a hot date." "Yes, it is," she said, grinning back. "In fact, I'm going to marry him." This guy get lucky or what? Oh, yes. She leaned back and closed her eyes. When the taxi pulled up in front of Dillon's red brick house, she was asleep. The driver got out of the cab and walked to the front door. When Savich answered, the driver gave him a big grin. "I've got a nice little present for you, but she's all asleep in the back of my cab."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. "I guess you're her hot date, huh? And the guy who's going to marry her? She told you that, did she? That's a really good sign." "Women always tell me everything," the driver said, walking back to the taxi. Savich couldn't wait to get her inside the house. "Dillon?" "Yes, it's me. Go back to sleep, Sherlock. You're home now. But I'm not going to let you sleep very long. That all right with you?" He leaned down and kissed her nose. "Okay," she said, and bit his earlobe. She giggled. He thought it was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard in his life. The phone was ringing as he laid her on the bed. "Well, damn," he said, and answered it. She lay on her back, just looking over at him, listening to his deep voice, his very short answers. When he hung up the phone, she said, "Have they caught him?" Savich just shook his head. "No, but it might be really soon." That was Jimmy Maitland. A call came through from this woman in southern Ohio, claiming to have seen both Marlin and Erasmus in a restaurant off the turnpike. It sounds like it's for real. They're going to check. They'll get back to us when they know one way or the other. Nothing to do now but wait. Is this the first time both Erasmus and Marlin have been reported being seen together? He nodded as he pulled his navy blue sweater over his head. He smiled at her as he unfastened his jeans. Sometime later, she whispered in his mouth, "Please sing to me." His rich baritone filled the air. "You're my gateway to heaven, all tied up in a bow. Let me at your hinges, and I'll oil them really slow." The phone rang again. He held her close as he rolled to his side. "Savich here." "We think it's Erasmus and Marlin," said Jimmy Maitland, more excitement in his voice than Savich had heard in 3 months. "So, it looks like they're in Ohio. I'll get back to you when I hear any more." "That's a relief," Savich said, and slowly hung up the phone. He turned back to her, saw that the sated, vague look was long gone now, and there was fear there, haunting fear. No, no, Sherlock. Maitland thinks it was Erasmus and Marlin. They're way off in Ohio someplace, far away from us. It's okay, they'll catch them. Still, the fear didn't leave her eyes. He said nothing more, just came over her again. He shuddered with the feel of her stiffening beneath him. He didn't ease his hold on her until he was certain she was asleep. He kissed her temple. He wondered what had happened in San Francisco. Then he wondered if they'd caught Marlin yet, and if they'd dispatched him to hell. Lacey was feeling mellow as she sipped Dillon's famous darkly rich coffee. Morning sunlight poured through the kitchen windows. She was leaning against the refrigerator. Dillon took her cup and kissed her until she was ready to jump on him. Then he gave it back to her. It took another 3 long drinks of coffee and a distance of 3 feet from him before she could function again. He just grinned at her. When she had her wits together, finally, she told him about her parents, about Douglas. Douglas was treating my mother like she was his lover. He kissed her, caressed her face, called her by her first name. I'm not wrong about this, even though he denied it quite believably. He nearly dropped his spoon. You're kidding me? No? Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. When it comes to your family, I'm willing to believe just about anything. Do you think it's possible that Douglas was sleeping not only with his wife, but also with his wife's mother? She took a bite of toast, then added another dollop of strawberry spread. I have no idea. Maybe he wanted all the Sherlock women. After all, he wanted to sleep with me, too. She sighed, rubbed her stomach, knew she was going to have to relax or she'd get an ulcer. It's as if I know them, but they're strangers to me in the most basic ways. I found out that Belinda's father, my mother's first husband, his name is Connell Francis, was released from San Quentin just a short time ago. Interesting. He's the one your father told you tried to kill him, that he was nuts? Yes. My father told me that was why Belinda shouldn't have kids. She had too many crazy genes in her. My father also told me that Belinda was already well on her way to being as nuts as her father. I think I'll call the shrinks at San Quentin and see what they have to say about it. He rose. Go ahead and call San Quentin. That's a good idea. You want to ride downtown with me? Ollie greeted her with a hug and began talking immediately about a string of kidnappings and murders in Missouri. It's the same perps, that's pretty well established. They kidnap a rich couple's child, get a huge ransom, then kill the kid. Actually, it's likely that they kill the kid immediately, then string the parents along. There have been 3 of them, the most recent one in Hannibal, the birthplace of Mark Twain. These folk are real monsters, Sherlock. They drown the kids in bathtubs. Then, after they have the ransom, they call the parents and tell them where to get their child. She felt rage deep inside her. She took a deep breath. After all, monsters were their business. She understood that, she accepted it, and wanted to get them put away, that or get them on death row. But children, that was more than monstrous. Once they had Marlin and Erasmus, she wanted to concentrate on the kidnappers. No, they were murderers. The kidnapping really didn't count. She went back to her desk and booted up her computer. Dillon had put a lion on her screen, and he roared at her out of the small speakers on either side of the console. She heard 2 agents shouting at each other. She heard a woman laugh, saw a Coke can go flying past her desk, heard the agent shout his thanks. She heard the hum of the Xerox, someone cursing the fax machine, heard an agent speak in that deep, rich FBI voice on the phone. Everything was back to normal chaos. Only it wasn't, not for her, at least not yet. Marlin Jones was still free. Belinda's killer, whoever that was still out there.
She just prayed that both Marlin and Erasmus were in Ohio, with the state police getting really close. She hoped the police would just take both of them out. She looked up to see Ollie stretching. "Anything new on Missouri?" Ollie shook his head. "Nothing, nada, zippo. But you know, I got this funny feeling in my gut. I just know that we're going to get the perps. Despite Maxine being really stumped on this one, I just know it's going to come to an end soon now. I hope so." But what she was thinking about was smoke and mirrors. Her life seemed filled with smoke and mirrors. Everyone looked back at her, but their faces weren't real, and she wondered if they were looking at her or at someone they thought was she. No one seemed as he really was, except for Dillon. "You haven't called Chico for a karate lesson," Dillon said, as he revved up the engine of his 911 just after 6 o'clock that evening in the parking garage. "Tomorrow, I swear, I'll call this madman of yours tomorrow. You'll like Chico. He's skinny as a lizard and can take out guys twice his size. It will be good training for you. Hey, can he take you out? Are you crazy? Naturally not." He gave her a fat smile. "Chico and I respect each other. You going to tromp me into the ground tonight? Sure, be my pleasure. Let's swing by your place and pack up some more things for you." Actually, he wanted all of her things at his house. He never wanted her to move back to her townhouse, but he held his tongue. It was too soon. But it was Lacey who swung by her own townhouse, Dillon having gotten a call on his cell phone. He dropped her off at home for her car, then headed back to headquarters. "An hour, no longer. There's this senator who wants to stick his nose into the kidnappings in Missouri. I've got to give an update." "What about Ollie?" "Maitland couldn't get hold of him. It's okay."
"I'll see you at the gym in an hour and a half, tops. You be careful." He kissed her, patted her cheek, and watched her walk to her own car. He watched her lock the car doors, then wave at him. The night was seamless black, no stars showing, only a sliver of moon. It was cold. Lacey turned on the car heater and the radio to a country western station. She found herself humming to "Mama, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys." She'd have to ask Dillon to sing that one to her. Her townhouse was dark. She frowned. She was certain she'd left on the foyer light that lit up the front door area. Well, maybe not. It seemed as though she'd been gone for much longer than a week. She supposed she might as well rent the place out, furnished. She'd have to call some realtors to see how much would be appropriate to ask. Why had Douglas been leaning over her mother, kissing her, talking to her as if she were his lover? She knew this was one question she'd never be able to ask her mother. And Douglas had denied it was true. She wondered if all families were as odd as hers. No, that just wasn't possible. Not all families had had a child murdered. She wasn't humming anymore when she slid the key into the deadbolt and turned it. She was wishing she were at the gym. She wished he were throwing her to the mat when she turned the lock and pushed the front door open. She felt for the foyer light, flipped it on. Nothing happened. No wonder. The miserable light bulb had burned out. It had been one of those suckers guaranteed for 7 years. She had replacement light bulbs in the kitchen. She walked through the arch into the living room and found the light switch. Nothing happened. Her breathing hitched. No, that was ridiculous. It had to be the circuit breaker, and that was in the utility closet off the kitchen, with more of those 7-year guaranteed light bulbs. She walked slowly toward the kitchen, past the dining area, bumping into a chair she'd forgotten about, then felt the cool kitchen tile beneath her feet. She reached automatically for the light switch. Nothing happened, of course.
Little light slipped in through the large kitchen window. A black night, that's what it was. Seldom was it so black. Technology, she said, making her way across the kitchen. Miserable, unreliable technology. Yeah, ain't it a bitch? She was immobile with terror for a fraction of a second, until she realized that she'd been trained not to freeze, that freezing could get you killed, and she whipped around, her fist aimed at the man's throat. But he was shorter than she was used to. Her fist glanced off his cheek. He grunted, then backhanded her, sending her against the kitchen counter. She felt pain surge through her chest. She was reaching for her cig even as she was falling. "Don't even think about doing something that stupid," the man said. "It's real dark in here for you, but not for me. I've been used to the dark for a real long time. You just slide on down to the floor and don't move, or else I'll just have to blow off that head of yours, and all that pretty red hair will get soaked with brains." He kicked the cig out of her hand. A sharp kick, a well-aimed kick, a trained kick. She still had her lady colt strapped to her ankle. She eased down, slowly, very slowly. A thief, a robber, maybe a rapist. At least he hadn't killed her yet. Boy, turn on the lights. In the next moment, the house was flooded with light. She stared at the old man who stood a good 3 feet away from her, a carving knife held in his right hand. He was well dressed, shaved, clean. He was short and thin, like the knife he was holding. He was Erasmus Jones. The boy came into her vision. It was Martin. They weren't in Ohio. They were both right there, in her kitchen. 34. "Hi, Marty. How's tricks?" Dillon would miss her in another 40 minutes, maybe 35 minutes. He'd be worried. It would be an unspecified worry, but worry he would. He might wait another 5 minutes, then he'd come here. She looked from father to son. She smiled, praying that only she realized it was a smile filled with unspoken terror. "Hey, tricks is just fine, Marlin. How long have you and your dad been squatters in my house?" Erasmus Jones answered as he hunkered down to be at her eye level. 3 days now. That's how long it took us to get from Boston to here. We had to be real careful, you know." "I would imagine so. Lucky I wasn't here." "Oh, no," Marlin said. "I wanted you to be here. I wanted you, Marty, but you'd gone. Were you with that cop? Savich is his name, right? You sleepin' with him?" He said to his father, "He's a big fella, real big, lots of muscles, and he fights mean." "I bet he ain't as mean as your mama were," Erasmus said, and poked the tip of the knife into the sole of Lacey's shoe. It was so sharp that it sliced through the sole and nicked her foot. She winced, but kept quiet. "Mama was a bitch, Pa. I remember her. She was a bitch, always cussin' and back-talkin' you, always had a bottle in her hand, swiggin' it even while she was hittin' me in the face." "Yep, Lucille were a mean one. She's dead now, did I tell you that?" Another rabbit hole, Lacey thought. 40 minutes, max. Dillon would come over here in no more than 40 minutes now. Then what? He wouldn't be expecting trouble. There was no reason for him to. Erasmus and Marlin were supposed to be in Ohio. So he'd think she just needed help moving stuff. He'd be vulnerable. She wouldn't let them hurt him. No, she had her lady colt. She'd do something. She wouldn't, couldn't let anything happen to Dillon. "Ma's dead?" Marlin asked, as he sat down on one of Lacey's kitchen chairs. "Yeah." His father was telling him this now. Marlin said, "No, you didn't tell me that, Pa. What happened?" "Nothing much. I just carved her up like that Thanksgiving turkey she didn't make me." "Oh, well, that's all right then. She deserved it. She never was a good wife or mother." "Yeah, she was just like all those women who walked the walk for you, Marlin. That maze of yours, I sure do like that. You got that from that game we used to play in the desert." "Yes, Pa." "Well, we got this gal here now. Let's off her and then get out of here. There's no more food anyways." "No," Marlin said, and his voice was suddenly different, strong and determined, not like the deferential tone he'd used with his father since he'd come in. "Marty's going to walk the walk. She's got to be punished. She shot me in the belly. It hurt real bad. It still hurts. I got this ugly scar that's all puckered and red. It's her turn now." Erasmus said, "I want to just kill her here, now. It ain't smart to hang around here." "I know. I got my maze all fixed up for her. She'll like it. She already knows the drill. Only this time when she hits the center, she'll have a big surprise. 30 minutes, no more. You fix up another warehouse, Marlin. Hey, Marty, I fixed it up real good. You'll like it. I had lots of time, so it's really prime. Why would I walk the walk when you get me there, Marlin? I know you'll be at the center waiting to kill me. I'd be a fool to go into the maze." "Well, you see, Marty, you'll do anything I ask you to. I got myself a little leverage here." "Dillon. No, not Dillon. Who?" "Let me go get my little sweet chops," Erasmus said, and rose slowly. He stretched that skinny body of his. His legs were slightly bowed. He was wearing cowboy boots. Without boots, he'd be no more than 5'6". "You keep a good eye on her, boy. She's tricky. Look at her eyes, lots of tricks buried in there. I bet you the FBI taught her all sorts of things to do to a man." Marlin calmly pulled a .44 Magnum out of his belt. "I like this better than your FBI gun, Marty, although I'll take it with me as a souvenir. This baby will blow a foot-wide hole out of your back if I shoot you in the chest. I don't think you would survive that, Marty." He assumed a serious pose, rubbing his chin with his hand.
"You're real tough, but you couldn't live through this, could you?" "No," she said, studying his face, his eyes, trying to figure out what to do. No one could. Should she try to disarm him now? It was academic. There was Erasmus in the door. He was grinning. "She gave me a mite of trouble, so I had to smash her head." He dragged in Hannah Paisley by the hair. She was wearing a charcoal gray running suit, running shoes on her feet. She was unconscious. "You know her, don't you, gal? Don't lie to me. I can see it writ all over your face." "Yes, she's a special agent. How did you get her?" "Easy as skinning a skunk. She was out running. I stole her fanny pack, saw she was with the FBI, and took her down. Nary a whimper from her. I'm real pleased you know her. Personal-like. That's gotta make a difference. You don't want me to kill her, now do you?" "How did you know that I knew her?" "Out of 10,000 FBI agents, he had to get Hannah Paisley? No, it was too much of a coincidence." "Oh, I was watching you come out of that huge, ugly Hoover building. There was this one, standing there, waving at you, but you didn't see her. You just kept walking. I knew I had the one I needed right then. Yup, she knew you." Hannah groaned. Lacey saw that her hands were lashed together behind her back,
and her ankles were tied tightly together. "Don't hurt her. She didn't do anything to you." Marlin laughed. "No, but I knew you wouldn't cooperate unless we got someone. Pa followed her. He figured she was FBI, and he was right. Now, Marty, you ready to come to the warehouse with me and walk the walk?" 20 minutes. No more than 20 damned minutes. There would be no way Dillon would find her if they left. No way at all. She looked around then. They had trashed the kitchen, the living room. He would come in, and he would know that she was taken, but he wouldn't know where. For the first time she smelled spoiled food, saw the dishes strewn over the counters and the table. There were a good dozen empty beer cans, some of them on the floor. "Where is this warehouse, Marlin?" "Why do you care, Marty? It won't make any difference to you where you croak it." "Sure it will. Tell me." "Oh yes, my name's Lacey, not Marty. Belinda Madigan was my sister. You having trouble with your memory, Marlin?" His breathing hitched, his hand jerked up. She didn't drop her eyes from his face. "Don't piss me off, Marty. You want to know where we're going? Off to that real badass part of Washington, between Calvert and William Streets. When I was going in and out down there, no one even looked at me. They were all dope dealers, addicts, and drunks. Nope, no one cared what I was doing. And you know something else? When they find you, no one will care about that either. Every night I got there, I had to kick out the druggies. I'll have to do it just one more time. I wonder if they'll report finding you, or just wait until a cop comes along. Yeah, I'll flush out all the druggies. They're piled high around there, filthy slugs." "My boy never did drugs," Erasmus said, looking over at Lacey. She nearly vomited when she saw that he was stroking his gnarled hand over Hannah's breasts, the other hand still tangled in her hair. "Marlin ain't stupid. He only likes gals too, knows how to use 'em real good. I taught him. Whenever he found his way to the center of the maze I built, why, I took him off to Yuma and bought him a whore." 15 minutes. "I've got to go to the bathroom, Marlin." "You really gotta pee, gal? You're not shitting, Marlin?" "I really do. Can I get up, really slowly?" Marlin nodded. He'd straightened, the gun pointed right at her chest. "I'll go with you, Marty. No, I won't watch you pee, but I'll be right outside the door. You do anything stupid, and I'll let my pa cut up that pretty face of yours." "No, Marlin, I'll cut up this gal's pretty face. First, I'll cut off all her hair, scrape my knife over her scalp so she looks like a billiard ball. Then I'll do a picture on her face. You got that, gal?" I got it. 10 minutes. Calvert and William Streets. She wasn't familiar with them, but Dillon would be. Her downstairs bathroom was disgusting. It stank of urine, of dirty towels, of dirty underwear, and there were spots on the mirror. "Did anyone ever tell you you were a pig, Marlin?" She wished she'd kept her mouth closed. He punched her hard in the kidney. The pain sent her to her knees. "I might be a pig, Marty, but you'll be dead. Not long now, and you'll be dead and rotting. And my pa and I will be driving into Virginia. There's some real pretty mountains there, and lots of places to hide out. Do your business now, Marty. We've got to get out of here. Hey, you gotta pee because you're so scared, right?" "That's right, Marlin." She closed the door on his grinning face, heard him lean against it, knew he was listening. She knew she didn't have much time. He banged on the door just as she flushed the toilet. "That's long enough, Marty." When she walked out, he shoved her back in. He looked around. "I'm not the pig. It's my pa. He never learned how to do things, 'cause his ma never taught him anything. Left him lyin' in his own shit when he was just a little tyke. Made him lie in his own shit when he was older, just to punish him. She wasn't nice, my grandma." "She doesn't sound nice," Lacey said. "Why'd you come here, Marlin? Why do you want to kill me? It's a really big risk you're taking. Why?" He looked thoughtful for a long moment, but the gun never wavered from the center of her back. "I just knew I had to take you out," he said finally. "No one can beat me and get away with it. I thought and thought about how I could get out of the cage in Boston, and then that judge just handed me a golden key. Those idiot shrinks were a piece of cake. I acted all scared, even cried a little bit. Yes, it was all so easy. There was my pa, sent me a message in prison, and I knew where he was waiting. All I had to do was get in Brainerd to the Glover Motel, just at the western edge of town. There he was, had clothes for me, everything, a car with a full tank of gas. I knew then that I could get you, take you out, and then I'd be free. Actually, it was Pa who hit that FBI guy in Boston, nearly sent him off to hell where he belongs. I know. Your pa used your driver's license. We got the license plate. Marlin wasn't expecting that. Well, I told Pa to be careful. He was sure he'd knock the FBI guy from here to next Sunday. But he didn't. He really got the plate, huh? No matter. Everything's back on track now. I just wish that the FBI guy had gotten his. Hannah moaned from the kitchen. Now let me see if you tried to leave any message for that muscle boy you're sleeping with. She didn't move, barely breathed, and waited. He poked around a bit, then straightened. You're smart, Marty. You didn't try anything. That's good. Hannah moaned again. They heard Erasmus say something to her. They heard a sharp cry. The bastard, he'd hit her again. You'll come, won't you, Marty? You'll come to me at the center of the maze? My pa will kill her slow if you refuse. It sounds like he's already got started. You got the picture now, don't you? To die for Hannah Paisley. Perhaps there was a dose of irony there. No, she'd die anyway. Lacey seriously doubted that Hannah would survive this either. But Lacey, none a choice. None at all. I'll come. 10 minutes. Let me see if Hannah's all right. A real buddy, is she? That's excellent. No shit from you then, Marty, or Pa will make her real sorry. Then it'll be my turn to make you even sorrier. No shit from me, Marlin. Ladies shouldn't say that word, Marty. She wanted to laugh, realized it was hysteria bubbling in her throat, and kept her mouth shut. When she walked into the kitchen, Hannah was sitting on the floor, her back against the wall. I'm sorry, Hannah. Are you all right? Hannah's eyes weren't focused, but she was trying. She probably had a concussion.
Sherlock, is that you? Yes. Where is this place? Who are these animals? Erasmus kicked her. Hannah didn't make a sound, but her body seemed to ripple with the shock of the pain. This is my place. These men are Marlin Jones and his father, Erasmus. She saw that Hannah realized the consequences in that single instant. She also knew that she was going to die. Both of them would die. Lacey saw her trying to loosen the knots on her wrists. "Gentlemen," Hannah said, looking from one to the other, "can I have a glass of water?" "Then you'll probably have to go pee, just like Marty here," Marlin said. "Marty? Her name is Sherlock." Marlin kicked Hannah, just the way his father had. "Shut your mouth. I hate women who haven't got the brains to keep their lips sewn together. I just might do that someday. Get myself a little sewing kit. I could use different colored thread for each woman.
No water. Let's get out of here. Who knows who's going to show up? 5 minutes, but it didn't matter now. Lacey was bound and gagged, lying on her side in the back seat of her own car, a blanket thrown over her. Hannah was behind her in the storage space. One of them was driving a stolen car she'd seen briefly, a gray Honda Civic. Then she heard her Navajo revved up, but didn't know which one of them was driving. She guessed they'd leave her Mazda at the warehouse. Lacey closed her eyes and prayed harder than she'd ever prayed in her life. If Marlin left her hands tied behind her, then there would be no way she could get to the lady colt strapped around her ankle. Savich stretched his back, then his hamstrings. He heard a woman's voice from the front of the gym and started to call out. But it wasn't Sherlock. It had been an hour and 20 minutes. In that instant, he knew something was very wrong. He called her house. No answer. He and Quinlan both had this gut thing. Neither of them ever ignored it. He immediately called Jimmy Maitland from his cell phone. "It's dinner time, Savage. This better be good." "There's no word about Marlin Jones, is there?" "No, none yet." "Why?" "I haven't seen Sherlock in over an hour. She was supposed to meet me at the gym. She hasn't shown. I called her house. No answer. I know that Marlin and Erasmus are here. I know it. I know they've got Sherlock." "How do you know that? What's going on, Savich?" "My gut. You've never before mistrusted my gut, sir. Don't mistrust it now. I'm out of here and on my way to her house. She was going there to get more stuff. We made a firm time date. She isn't here. Sherlock's always on time. Something's happened, and I just know it's Marlin and Erasmus. Put out an APB on her car, Mazda 4X4 Navajo, license SHER 123. Can you get a call out to everyone to look for her?" "You got it." Savich was at her house within 10 minutes. It was dark. Her car wasn't in the driveway. Jesus, he prayed he'd been wrong. Maybe she was at his place. Maybe she wanted to unpack her stuff before she came to the gym. No, she wouldn't do that. He went to the front door and tried the doorknob. It opened. He had his cig out as he poked the door fully open. He turned on the light switch. He saw the trashed living room. Furniture overturned, lamps hurled against the wall, her lovely prints slashed, beer cans and empty Chinese cartons and pizza boxes on the floor. One piece of molding cheese pizza lay halfway out of the box onto a lovely Tabriz carpet. The kitchen was a disaster area. It was weird, but he could smell Sherlock's scent over the stench of rotted food. She'd been here, recently. Then he saw her fanny pack on the floor under the table. He opened it, but saw it wasn't Sherlock's. It was Hannah Paisley's. They had both women. How the hell did they get Hannah? How did they know to get Hannah? And why had they taken her? Of course he knew the answer to that. Marlin knew he'd have to have some leverage, something to make Sherlock do what he told her to do. And that would be to walk the maze, to get to the center, where he'd kill her, to pay her back for scamming him, for shooting him, for beating him. So he and his father would have taken the women to some warehouse nearby. But where? There were lots of likely places in Washington, D.C. He knew Sherlock would know that he'd realize what had happened. She had to have left him something if she'd had the chance. He looked around the kitchen but didn't see anything. He was on the cell phone to the cops when he walked into the small bathroom off the downstairs hallway. He nearly gagged at the stench. He pulled open the linen drawers below the sink. Nothing. He pulled aside the shower curtain. There was Sherlock's purse on the floor of the shower stall, open. "Give me Lieutenant Jacobs, please. I imagine he's gone home. What's his phone number?" "Listen, this is Dillon Savich, FBI. We've got a real problem here, and I need help fast."
Savich was on the phone to Jacobs even as he was bending down to pick up Sherlock's purse. It was a big black leather shoulder bag. He'd kidded her about carrying a full week's change of clothes and running shoes in there. "Is Lieutenant Jacobs there, please?" He carefully pulled out each item. It was when he got to her small cosmetic bag that he went really slowly. He unzipped it just a little bit at a time, holding it upright. "Is this you, Lewis? Savich here. I've got a huge problem. You know all about Marlin and Erasmus Jones? Well, they're here in Washington, and they've got two of my agents, Agent Sherlock and Agent Paisley. Hold just a second." Slowly, Savich turned the cosmetic bag inside out. There, written in eyebrow pencil, was, "Calvert Williams, where—" Damn, she was good. "Lewis, she managed to leave me a message. There's a warehouse at Calvert and Williams. Marlin and his dad have both Agent Sherlock and Agent Paisley. He's going to make her go through a maze, Lewis, and Marlin will be at the center. He'll kill her. Do a silent approach, all right? I'll see you there in 10 minutes. He couldn't believe it. His Porsche wouldn't start. He tried again, then raised the hood. Nothing obvious, not that he was a genius with cars. He cursed, then kicked the right front tire. Then he ran into the street. A motorist nearly ran him down, slammed down on his brakes, and weaved around him. Savich cursed, then stood there, right in the middle, waving his arms. A taxi pulled up. A grinning black face peered out at him. Well, if it isn't the lucky man who's going to marry that pretty little gal. 35. There was no time at all. She didn't want to die, didn't want to lose her life to this crazy bastard who was grinning at her like the madman he was. No, he wasn't mad. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew it was wrong. He enjoyed it. Remorse was alien to him. Being really human, in all its complexity and simplicity, was alien to him. She looked at Hannah, who was standing with her back against one of Marlin's props, her head down. At first, Lacey thought she was numb with fear. But then she realized she wasn't terrified senseless, which Marlin and Erasmus probably thought. No, it was an act. Hannah was getting her bearings, thinking, figuring odds. Good. Let them think she was broken. Lacey called out, her voice filled with false concern she was sure Hannah would see right through. "Hannah, are you all right?" "Yes." "But how long?" Hannah didn't look at her, just kept breathing deeply, staring at the filthy wooden floor. "I don't suppose there's a chance that Savich will get here." "I don't know." "Shut up, both of you cunts." "Really nice language from your daddy, Marlin." "He can say whatever he wants, Marty. You know that. He's a man." "Him? A man?" It was Hannah, her voice hoarse because Erasmus had choked her when she tried to get away from him. "He's a worm, a cowardly worm who raised you to be a rabid murderer." Hannah didn't even have time to ready herself before Erasmus hit her hard on the head with the butt of Lacey's cig.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Lacey knew she'd lost it. Otherwise, she would have forced herself to be silent. "I'll enjoy cutting her throat," Erasmus said, standing over an unconscious Hannah. She was drawn up in the fetal position. There was a trickle of blood from her nose. "So you will kill her," Lacey said, and smiled at Marlin. "I'm not going into your maze. There's no reason to. She isn't leverage. You're going to kill her too. You heard your sweet daddy." Erasmus raised his hand to strike her, but Marlin grabbed his wrist. "Marty's mine. I'll handle her. Looky here, Pa, a little druggy. You want to take care of her?" A young black girl, dressed in ragged, filthy jeans and an old Washington Redskins jersey with holes in the elbows, was crouched by the door of the warehouse, her eyes huge, knowing she was in the wrong place, and knowing, too, there was nothing she could do about it. Erasmus walked to the girl, took her by the neck, and shook her like a chicken. Lacey heard the girl's neck snap. It was unbearable. She closed her eyes, but not before she saw Erasmus toss the girl aside like so much garbage. "I'll see if there are any more scum inside," Erasmus said, and slid through the narrow opening into the huge derelict building. The area was God-forsaken, bleak, an air of complete hopelessness about it. All the buildings had been abandoned by people who had just given up. All were in various stages of dilapidation. There were old tires lying about, cardboard boxes stacked carefully together to cover a homeless person. It was the nation's capital, and it looked like the remains of Bosnian cities Lacey had seen on TV a while back. Marlin took her chin in his palm and forced her face up. "Guess what, Marty? My name's Lacey. No, you're Marty to me. That was how you came on to me in Boston. That's how you'll go out. Guess what I found?" She just stared at him mutely. He pulled her Lady Colt out of his pocket. "I remembered this little number. This is the gun you shot me with in Boston. You were hoping I'd forget, weren't you? You wanted to blast me again, didn't you? Well, you aren't going to do anything now. I win, Marty. I win everything." "You won't win a thing, you slug. I'm not going to walk into your maze." "What if I promise you that I'll let her go?" She laughed. "Your daddy's the one who's going to kill her, Marlin, not you." "All right, then. I have another idea." Marlin twisted her chin, then slapped her. "Come on, Marty, showtime." Erasmus came out of the warehouse, dragging a ragged old man by his filthy jacket collar. "Just one, Marlin, this poor old bastard. He's gone to his reward. I bet he'd thank me for releasing him if he had any breath left." Erasmus lowered the old man to the rotted wooden planks outside the warehouse, then kicked him next to a stack of tires. "Take your girlie, Marlin, and have her walk the walk. I want to get out of this damned city. It's unfriendly, you know. And just look around you. People ain't got no pride here. Ain't nothing but devastation. Don't our government have any pride in their capital?" Marlin smiled down at Lacey, raised the .44 Magnum, and brought it down on the side of her head. She was hurled into blackness before she hit the ground. "Now, I've got to do this just so," Marlin said to his father as he leaned down over Hannah. "Yes, just so. I can't wait to see her face when she finally comes to the center of the maze, when she finally comes to me." 4 local police cars cruised in silently, all of them parked a good block from the warehouse. Men and women quietly emerged from the cars. Louis Jacobs bringing them to where Savich had just arrived in a taxi, a tall, middle-aged black man next to him. "Jimmy Maitland will be here soon, along with about 15 special agents," Savich said quietly. "Now, here's what we're going to do." Lacey awoke slowly, nausea thick in the back of her throat, her head pounding. She tried to raise her head, just a bit, but the dizziness brought her down. She closed her eyes. Marlin had struck her with a gun over her left ear, the bastard. Harder this time than in Boston. He'd probably laughed when she was unconscious at his feet. She lay there silently,
waiting, swallowing convulsively, praying that Dillon had found her message, but knowing in her gut that she had to depend on herself, not on some rescue. Where was Hannah? It was deathly silent in the huge, gloomy warehouse, except for the sound of an occasional scurrying rat. The air was thick and smelled faintly rotten, as if things had died here and just been left where they'd fallen. Her nausea increased. She swallowed, willing herself not to vomit. There was a small pool of light in front of her. There was also a ball of string. Think, damn it, think. He had her gun, both her guns. She looked around very slowly, wondering if he or Erasmus could see her. There was nothing she could see to use as a weapon, nothing at all, except the string. She came up slowly onto her knees. She still felt lightheaded, but the dizziness was better. Just a few more moments. At least he'd removed the ropes from her hands and feet. At least she was free. She heard Marlin's eerie voice coming from out of the darkness. "Hey, you're awake. Good. It took you long enough, but my daddy said I was just too excited to be patient. Marty, listen to this." Hannah's scream ripped through the silence. "I've got her here, Marty, at the center of the maze. This was just a little demonstration. Don't panic on me. I just hurt her a little bit. She must have a real low threshold of pain to scream when I just jerked her arm up. Now if you don't get here, she won't be quite whole really soon. You start moving now, or I'll start cutting off her fingers, then her nose, then her toes. Hey, that rhymes. I'm good. Now I'll work up from there, Marty, and you'll get to hear her scream every time I take my knife to her. I won't cut her tongue out until last. You'll hear everything I do to her. Too, if she just gargles when I cut her, that wouldn't be any fun." She stood up, the string in her hand. "I'm coming, Marlin. Don't hurt her. You promise?" There was silence. She knew he was talking to Erasmus. Good, they were together. She didn't have to worry about Erasmus watching her from a different vantage point. "She'll be fine as long as I know you're on your way. Move, Marty. That's right. I can see you now." But he couldn't, at least not all of the time, just at those intervals where he'd managed to place mirrors. She began wrapping the string around her hand. No, this wouldn't do it. She had to double the string and knot it every couple of inches. She redid it as she walked, clumsy at first, gaining in proficiency and speed as she tied it again and again. She was nearly to the beginning of the maze, and the string would run out. She prayed she'd have enough. "I'm coming, Marlin. Don't touch Hannah." "I'm not hurting her now, Marty. Just keep walking toward my voice. That's right. You using the string, Marty? That's part of the game. You've got to use the string." "I'm using the string." "Good. You're a smart little bitch, aren't you?" She drew a deep breath, then called out, "Oh yes, Marlin, you fucking little bastard. I'm so smart, I'm going to kill you. Count on it. And no one will miss you. Everyone will be glad you're in hell where you belong." She stepped into the maze. "Don't you talk to my boy like that, gal, or I'll take a whack at you myself after he's through." She heard them talking, but couldn't make out any words. Marlin said, "I just told my daddy I was right. Yes, I was right all along. You have a dirty mouth. He heard that bad word you said. You deserve my kind of punishment." He laughed, a full, deep laugh. But there was something in it, something that sounded vaguely fear. Was that really fear she heard? She'd hurt him once, surely he hadn't forgotten that. But she couldn't imagine why he'd be even faintly afraid now. She's alone.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. She didn't have a weapon.
Still, she had no other options. She decided to push. Remember how it felt to have a bullet in your gut, Marlin? Remember all those tubes and needles they stuck into you at the hospital? You even had one in your cock. You remember that? Remember how you just lay there whimpering, all gray in the face? You looked so pathetic. You looked like a beat-up little boy. I looked at you, and I was really glad I'd shot you. I hoped you'd die, but you didn't. You'll die this time, Marlin. You're a crazy fucker, you know that. I'll pay you back for that, Marty. You little bastard, you couldn't pay back anything. You're a coward, Marlin, and you're afraid of me, aren't you? I can hear it in your voice. It's shaking. You're worthless, Marlin. You're nothing but a loser. No! He was heaving now. She could hear him heaving from rage. I'll kill you, Marty, and I'll enjoy every minute of it. You deserve to die more than any of the others. Let me take her out, boy. No, she's mine, and this one too. I want both of them. You know this other one cusses all the time. Yes, I want both of them. Just you wait and see how well I slice them up. You'll be proud of me, Pa. He was screaming and pleading with his father, both at the same time. He was really close to the edge. I'm the best slicer in the world, not you. I'm the best. Lacey walked very quietly, the knotted string wrapped around her hand. He'd built the maze very well. She hit 2 dead ends and had to retrace her steps. She called out, "Marlin, it looks like you finally learned how to build a proper maze. I just hit the 2nd dead end. Too bad you're so fucking stupid that your daddy didn't teach you how to build a really good maze way back when you were young. It took you long enough to learn, didn't it, you pathetic little fucker? Damn you, bitch! Shut up! Don't you talk like that! I know you're doing it on purpose to make me mad, to try to make me lose control, but I won't. I know you don't talk like that all the time, do you? Damn you, bitch, answer me. That's right, you little jerk. It's all just for you, Marlin, you miserable, stupid fuck. Damn you, shut up! His voice was trembling. She could imagine him nearly frothing at the mouth with rage. Good. Her voice rang out cold and calm. Why the tuck should I? I'll kill you now, Marty. I've got my magnum right here, all ready to go. You walk faster, or Hannah's going to lose her pinky finger. I'm coming, Marlin. I told you I would. Unlike you, I keep my word. Only a coward would hurt her, and you've been swearing to me you aren't a coward, right? He was breathing really hard now. She was close enough to hear his rage, nearly taste it. It smelled sweet, coppery, like human blood. No, I won't hurt her, not yet anyway. You're first, Marty, just you. I want you, then I just might be satisfied. She walked into a narrow pool of light. She carefully held the string at her side. Where's your daddy, Marlin? Is he lurking around one of the corners of the maze? He's a coward, too. You got it all from that precious father of yours, didn't you? I ain't lurkin' no place, girlie, Erasmus shouted out. I'm just letting my boy do what will make him happy. You just do what he wants, and I won't skin you. Did you skin your wife, Erasmus? After you slit her throat, or before? Ain't none of your business, girlie. You just come along now, you hear me? I want to get out of this place. It ain't comfortable. It makes my skin crawl. Yes, I hear you. He was on her left, some 30 feet away. Marlin was only about 10 to 12 feet away, at about 10 o'clock. Imagine anything making Erasmus's skin crawl. She'd wrapped about 6 lengths of string around her hand. String, she thought. All she had was a handful of string to take out 2 killers with 3 guns.
She loosened the string, making it into a large enough circle so she could loop it over Marlin's head. No, it had to be even bigger. It took time. She felt the bile of terror in her throat and swallowed. She wouldn't give up until he killed her. She thought of Dillon. He'd go nuts if Marlin killed her. He'd already had one woman he loved leave him. She wasn't about to let Marlin kill her. 36. The light was steady now, becoming brighter with each step she took. It was from a narrow beam of light that he'd strung some 8 feet overhead. She was nearly to the center of the maze now. She heard Hannah moan. She heard Martin's breathing. Hannah moaned louder. The moans weren't from pain. Hannah was giving her directions. Yes, both she and Marlin were at about 10 o'clock. She could picture him standing there over Hannah, the magnum in his hand, a big smile on his face, waiting for her. He couldn't wait. Where was Erasmus? Had he moved at all? Hannah, can you hear me? Are you all right? I'm all right, Sherlock. Then she moaned again, a nice lusty moan. The bastard just kicked me. Hang in there, please, just hang in there. And she knew that Hannah was thinking frantically. She knew whatever she tried, Hannah would help her if she could. There was no sound now, except for Martin's jerky, deep breathing. Had Dillon found her message? Had he even gone to her house yet? Of course he had. She swallowed. Nearly there, nearly to Marlin. She walked into bright light, 2 spotlights shining directly into her face. She shaded her eyes with her right hand. In her left hand was the string, ready now, if only he didn't see it, if only she had time and opportunity. "Hello, Marty," he said, nearly gasping with pleasure. "You're here." He was standing beside Hannah, his chest puffed out, looking very proud of himself. He looked happy. His eyes were dead and glittered. He was grinning at her. She grinned back at him. "Hi, you little fucker, how's tricks? Have you killed any more women since you escaped from that madhouse in Boston?" He lurched as if she'd gut-punched him. "It wasn't a madhouse." "Sure it was. It was the state madhouse. I was just there to talk to some shrinks, nothing else. I was just visiting for a little while. If that judge hadn't been such an idiot, they'd have you right now in a padded cell. You know what else? They'd shackle your legs together and walk you right out of your padded cell to the electric chair. Then they'd fry you. It will still happen, Marlin. Can you imagine the pain, Marlin? Damn you, shut up! Be quiet! Show some respect for me! I won, damn you! I won! Not you! You're just standing there, nothing going for you this time. I'm the big winner. You're nothing, Marty, nothing at all. That's right, Marlin, you've won. Even though you haven't had any women walk to the center of your maze since your escape, you've still managed to kill very dangerous and very heavily armed homeless people. That's real big of you, Marlin, real manly. You make me puke. No, that was my pa. Same difference, you're his very image. He was panting now, trying to hold himself back, and she pushed harder. You know what, Marlin? I once thought you were pretty good-looking. You know what you look like now? You look like you're ready to drip saliva from your mouth. Is that true? Are you ready to froth at the mouth, Marlin? I've never seen a sorrier excuse for a man in my life. He snapped. He ran at her, the knife raised. Hannah jerked from her left to her right side, whipped up her bound legs and tripped him. He went sprawling, sliding on his stomach almost to Lacey's feet. She was on him in an instant, looping the thick knotted string around his throat. She had her knee in the small of his back, pulling back on the string, bringing his face off the wooden floor. She knew it was cutting deep into his neck. "Hannah, where's his gun?" "Hannah can't get it, Marty." She turned slowly to see Erasmus holding Hannah's head back at an impossible angle. He had her hair wrapped around his left hand. His right hand held a 12-inch hunting knife to her throat.
"Let my boy go, Marty. I will if you release Hannah now, Erasmus." He shook his head slowly. The knife point punched into Hannah's skin. A drop of blood welled up and trickled down to disappear into her running top. Lacey saw no fear on her face. What she saw was some kind of message in her eyes. What? "You release him real slow, Marty, or the knife goes all the way in." "The knife goes all the way in, Erasmus, and your sweet boy here is dead." She twisted the string. Marlin gurgled. His face was darkening. She jerked back his head so his daddy could see him. He thrashed with his arms and legs, but he couldn't dislodge her. Erasmus screamed, "You bitch! Loosen the knot! You're choking him! He's turning blue!" Suddenly, Hannah sent her elbow back with all her strength into Erasmus's stomach. He yelled, loosened his grip, just a bit, just enough so Hannah could roll away from him and that hunting knife. There was a single shot, loud and hot in the heavy, silent air. Erasmus took the bullet in the middle of his forehead. He stared toward Lacey, surprise widening his eyes even in his own death. Slowly, so very slowly, he fell forward. Hannah rolled out of his way. He landed on his face. They heard his nose break, loud and obscene in the silence. "Pa! Damn you! You killed my pa!" Marlin jerked back, grabbed Lacey's wrists and pulled her over his head. She landed on her back, winded. Marlin was on her, sitting on her chest, leaning into her face, his knife right under her nose. "I've got you now, bitch. You killed my pa, and now I'll kill you, and then that other bitch." "No, you won't cut me, Marlin. It's too late. The cops are here. One of them shot your pa." Marlin jerked up and brought down the night. "Sherlock, flatten!" She pressed as hard as she could into the floor, even as she heard the gun crack, loud in her ears. It was a very hard shot to make without hitting her in the process. Marlin had been so close to her, they'd had to hold off until they got a better angle. She felt Marlin jerk over her. She knocked him off her, sending him onto his back. The bullet had hit him in the back of the neck. She rolled and came up on her elbows next to him. He was looking up at her. "Tell me how you did it." "I left him a message. In my purse. In the floor of the shower. I wrote it in eyebrow pencil on the inside of my makeup bag." She looked up. "Dillon, keep everyone away. I've got to talk to him, just for a moment." She leaned right into Marlin's face. "Did you kill Belinda?" He grinned up at her. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. But he didn't look to be in any pain. "Did you, Marlin, did you kill Belinda?" "Why should I tell you anything?" "So I can judge which of you is the better man, Marlin, you or your daddy. I can't really know until you tell me about Belinda. Did you kill her?" He looked away from her, upward, but the ceiling was dark, impenetrable. What was he looking at? "You want to know what she did, Marty?" "What did she do?" "She killed my kid." "Oh yeah, she tried to tell me it was a miscarriage, but I know she killed the kid because she was scared it would be all crazy even before it was born. She told me about her pa being a loony. She told me she'd have to be nuts herself to have a kid that I fathered. That's why she killed my kid. She told me she wanted the kid. She didn't care if it was crazy, but then she went and she killed it." His eyes were vague and wide. She leaned close. "Listen to me, Marlin. Belinda didn't abort your baby. Her husband hit her and she miscarried. It wasn't her fault. It was Douglas's fault. He probably found out the baby wasn't his and he hit her."
Oh God, I knew I should have killed that jerk. He couldn't father a kid, at least he hadn't been able to with her. Belinda told me he had this real low sperm count. You knew I was Belinda's sister, didn't you, Marlin? Not at first. I recognized you when you came to the hospital. Then I knew who you were. But how? You were just a teenager then, but we did have fun with you. I took Belinda to see my maze, made her promise she'd scream and groan and carry on, all for your benefit, to punish you for hiding in the trunk, for spying on us. You really pissed Belinda off. He closed his eyes and sucked in air. Blood trickled out of his mouth as he whispered, "We drove to the warehouse, and Belinda pulled you out of the trunk, told you that you'd been captured and you'd have to walk the walk with her. She told you she was going to die because of you. You were sobbing and pleading with me, but Belinda pulled you into the warehouse and kept you with her. She screamed real good for you. Then she even let me pretend to knife her when you got to the center of the maze, and you saw it all. You just collapsed then. Nobody touched you, you just fell over. Belinda got scared, but I told her you were just a nosy teenager and you'd get over it. When we got back to Belinda's house, you were still unconscious. Belinda told me later that you never remembered a thing. She felt guilty about doing that to you. Even though you were a sneak, she loved you. She realized you admired Douglas and were afraid she'd leave him for me. But then she killed my kid. Then I had to kill her. I had no choice at all. She had to die. She betrayed me. It was a miscarriage. You killed her, and she didn't deserve it. You made a big mistake, Marlin. I believed she'd betrayed me. I had to kill her, but I didn't really want to. She didn't betray you. He opened his mouth again, and a fountain of blood spurted out. Blood flowed from his nose. Lacey positioned his head back, then leaned really close to his face. It's over now, Marlin. You've destroyed quite enough. Yes, Marlin, die now. He tried to raise his hand, but couldn't. He whispered, his voice liquid with his blood. You sure are pretty, Marty. Not as pretty as Belinda, but still pretty. His head fell to the side, his eyes still open, a small smile on his mouth. She looked up to see Dillon standing there, not 2 feet away from them. There were at least 20 other police officers and special agents in a circle around the center of the maze. No one was moving. No one said a word. She smiled up at him. No more questions, no more mysteries. He killed Belinda. He told me so, and he told me why. All this time, 7 long years, she'd driven herself, felt consumed with guilt. All this time, she hadn't remembered that Belinda had forced her into Marlin's maze. She couldn't dredge up a single memory of that night, even after being told what had happened. She wondered if she'd ever remember, even under hypnosis. Well, it didn't matter. Belinda had been dead for 7 years. Her murderer was dead. Lacey's life was her own again. And she had Dillon. She had a future. Yes, Dillon said. We all heard him confess. It's over, Sherlock. Who shot Marlin? A grizzled old cop raised his hand. I'm sorry I had to wait so long, but I couldn't get a clean shot. You did perfectly. She looked at Hannah. Are you all right? I'm just fine now. She was standing beside Dillon, leaning against him. Lacey looked at her. Thanks for tripping, Marlin. That was really well done. I wasn't quite sure how to get him low enough to loop him. I knew you'd be ready. You'd best stand up straight now, Hannah. I don't want you leaning against Dillon ever again. You got me? Hannah laughed, a raw, ugly sound that was quite beautiful. I hear you, Sherlock. I hear you really well. I thought you might be mean once it occurred to you. Good going. Lacey slowly stood up. Marlin's blood was all over her. She looked around at the circle of faces. She was alive. She gave them all a huge smile. Thank you all for saving our lives. Mr. Maitland, sir, we finally got him." "No shit, Sherlock," Jimmy Maitland said, then punched Louis Jacobs and laughed.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. Soon everyone was laughing, even as they held their weapons in their hands. Their relief, their triumph, made them shout with laughter. Jimmy Maitland said, "I wanted to say that since I first saw your name among the new trainees. I love it. Does anyone know where that line's from?" 37. Dr. Lauren Bowers said very quietly, "Lacey, do you remember getting into the trunk of Marlin's car?" Lacey moaned, her head turning from side to side. "It's all right. I'm here. Dillon is here. You're safe. This was a long time ago. Marlin's dead. He can't hurt you. You're remembering this for you, Lacey. Now open your mind. Relax. Did you get into the trunk?" "Yes. I wanted to be sure that Belinda was betraying Douglas. I'd overheard her talking to him just an hour before. I heard them make a date. I followed her and this guy. I didn't know she was there. I heard her talking to Marlin, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. When we got to the warehouse and they dragged me out of the trunk, I'd never been so terrified in my life. Then Marlin made me walk to the center of the maze with Belinda. I believed she was as terrified as I was, but she wasn't, at least she wasn't that night. But I believed she was. I walked every step beside her. Once she even handed me the string. Every few feet Marlin would call out to us, tell Belinda how he'd have to punish her if she didn't get to the center of the maze. Oh God, I remember being so afraid, feeling so helpless. Yes, that's all right, Lacey. You were just 19. What happened next? When we finally got to the center of the maze, Marlin was there, and he was smiling. He smiled even when I thought he knifed Belinda. I thought he'd kill me next. I can remember screaming, running to where Belinda was lying. The horror of it just shut me down. That's all I remember. "And you just refused to remember it later," Dr. Lauren Bowers said to Savich. "Anything else? Did Marlin tell Belinda he had to punish her because she cursed too much? Because she bad-mouthed her husband?" "I think so. Wait, yes, he did." "I think we know everything she needs to let go of the past." Dillon was silent a moment. Then he said quietly, "Before you bring her back, ask her what she wanted to do with her life before Belinda's murder. Oh yes, tell her not to recall it." When Lacey awoke, she looked at Dillon and said, "The answer was there all the time, locked in my brain. I guess that's why I had the horrible nightmares for months and months after Belinda's murder. Why I was terrified that someone would get to me and murder me. That's why I had the nightmare at your house, Dillon. It was coming too close. The dream helped me keep it under wraps." "That's right, Lacey, but it's gone now." Savich asked her later as they walked to the car, "Will you tell Douglas that Belinda did indeed have an affair with Marlin, that it was his child she carried?" "I think he already knew. I don't think he knew it was Marlin, but he sure had to know that it wasn't his kid. Belinda wouldn't have ever had an abortion. She wanted that baby. Yes, Douglas must have known he had a low sperm count. Even then he must have known. And that's why he hit her. He was furious. Yet he married Candace when she told him she was pregnant. Guess he wanted to believe that despite a low sperm count, he'd scored. Who knows?
Now maybe he and Candace have a good shot at making it. If he can't sire a kid and she doesn't want one, well, then all problems are solved. Now that I can remember, I can see that Belinda's life was out of control. I don't think she was difficult like our mother, which is what my father told me, but she was over the edge. And I was a bratty teenager, bugging her, spying on her. Yes, you're probably right. And that's the answer to the differences Wild Ralph York found in all the physical comparisons he did of the murders. Marlin killed Belinda for different reasons, and the differences show up in how he built the props. You know something else, Sherlock? She cocked her head to the side in that unique way she had. He patted her cheek. It's all over now, every shred of it, every scintilla. They'll be the media, but you can handle that. Jimmy Maitland will try to protect you from the vultures as much as he can. Oh yeah, there's just one other detail. He paused a moment, frowning down at his shoes. Hannah hired a hood, one of her informants, to go after you in that car, and the same guy broke into your house. She claims that he didn't follow orders. She never told him to rape you, just scare the shit out of you. She says she's really sorry, Sherlock, claims she never meant to hurt you. She's been asked to leave the bureau. It's up to you if you want her prosecuted. Did she tell you why she did it? She claims she lost it. She was crazy jealous. She thought she could scare you off, make you pack up and go back to California. If we get the guy she hired, then she'd have to take a fall too, wouldn't she? He nodded, then said, yes, if they catch the guy, she'd be prosecuted. Let me think about it. He helped her into his Porsche, then walked around to the driver's side. He gave the left front tire a good kick. Damned car, I can't believe it wouldn't start that night. If Luke hadn't come along, we might have been in deep trouble. Luke's coming to the wedding? Oh, yes. He leaned over and kissed her. Fasten your seatbelt. I'm feeling like a wild and crazy guy. I'm feeling kind of wild and crazy, too. Tell you what, why don't we go home and watch old movies and eat popcorn? Why don't we go home and make our own movies? Popcorn is optional. But you don't have a movie camera, do you? Let's call this a dress rehearsal. She gave him a slow, sweet smile. You promise to make me a star? Epilogue. I don't believe this, Lacey said as she took a glass of Chardonnay from Fuzz the bartender. He never told you? Never let on? Sally Quinlan asked, saluting her with her own glass of Chardonnay. Never a word. Sure, he would sing me country and western songs, but this? I had no idea. Doesn't he look beautiful up there, wearing those boots and that belt with the silver buckle? The two women sat back, as Miss Lily, draped in a white silk dress that made her look as epic as Cleopatra, said from the small square stage. Now listen up, brothers and sisters, even you yahoos we've got here tonight. I've got a special treat for you. We finally got our Savage back. He and Quinlan have agreed to play for us. Take it away, boys. This ought to be great, said Marvin, the bouncer, at Lacey's shoulder. You just sit back and enjoy, chickie. Dillon's beautiful baritone filled the smoky bar, his guitar a mellow background, Quinlan's sax running a harmony with the melody. His voice was deep and rich and sexy, carrying clearly to every darkened corner of the club. What's a man without love? What's his night without passion? What's his morning without her smile? What's his day without her in his mind? Bring her love to my nights. Bring her smile to my mornings. Bring her mind to fill my days. Just bring her back to me. What's a man without his mate? What's his life without her laughter? What's his soul without her joy? What's a man without his mate? Bring her love to my nights. Bring her smile to my mornings. Bring her joy to my days. Just bring her back to me. Sherlock was crying. She hadn't meant to, didn't even realize she was doing it. Not making a sound, just letting the tears gather and trickle down her cheeks. When the sax and guitar faded out, there was absolute silence in the Bonhomie Club. A woman sighed. A man said, "Ah, shit." Then the applause came on, really soft and light at first, then gathering momentum. The women were clapping louder than the men. "It's his cute butt, Sally," Miss Lily said, leaning over to pat Lacey. "Well, actually, it's both their cute butts."
Now, little gal, when are you and my Savage gonna get married? I don't allow any gal shacking up with him. He's innocent. I don't want him taken advantage of. You got me? You'll get the invitation next week, Miss Lily. Good. Just maybe Fuzz will bring another bottle of Chardonnay that has a real live cork, just like he did for Sally and Quinlan. Your Dillon's real talented, honey. You just let him sing to you and bring him down here once a week. It's good for my soul to hear him wail out his songs. Also, no crooks dare come near the club when the two super cops are playing here. Now he's looking at you, and he's got that wicked smile on his face. Imagine an FBI agent who could smile at a woman like that. Just goes to show you, doesn't it? Well, I'm off to win myself some money in a little poker game. Don't tell my boys about it, will you? Their cop genes just might get scrambled, and we don't want them to feel like they're in any moral dilemma. Quinlan said from the stage, "Savich here is gonna get himself married, just like I did. It's about time." Now we have this song for you that celebrates his short number of bachelor days left. It's called Love Surfin'. Move myself to the bright blue sea. Knew the change would be good for me. Made enough money in the old rat race, sure to die if I kept my pace. Now I'm lying in the warm, soft sand, checking all the girls showing lots of tan. All these girls, what's a guy to do? I want 'em all, think I'll surf right through. Goin' love surfin', gonna love 'em all. Love surfin', headin' for a fall. Love surfin', such a greedy man. Love surfin', gettin' all I can. Lacey was laughing so hard that when she threw her purse at him, it bounced off Quinlan instead. Miss Lily was standing outside of her open office door. She yelled out, "You taken your life in your hands, Savich, what with your chickie being an FBI agent." Savich was beaming at Lacey. He said into the mic, "My sister wrote that one. I just came up with the music." "I'll be speaking to your sister," Lacey called out. "I heard you got an offer on your townhouse." "Yes, a very good offer. It's a done deal. I'm here to stay now, Dillon." "Good. Let's get married on Friday." "That would be nice, but I don't think we've got the time to pull it off. How about next month? I promised Miss Lily that she'd get an invitation. Actually, I told her she'd get one next week. Also, my friend McDougal from the academy just got back from the desert. I want him to come." "You mean a big wedding? All my family? Your family? Even Douglas and Candace? My God, even your mother and father and the BMW? A ton of people? All with fistfuls of rice? I guess we have to. You once told me that family was family, and there was nothing you could do about it. You just made the best of it and went about your business. Hopefully, Mom and Dad will try to act normal for the day. Hopefully, Douglas won't start screaming at Candace and then go slave her over my mother. Oh yeah, there's Connell Francis, Belinda's father, my mother's first husband. He's called my mother. My father is livid. Families are grand. Any idea what's going to happen there? Not a clue, but it should be fun to see it played out. I don't think I'll invite him, though.
My shot at trying to keep the peace. You know, Sally Quinlan said a big wedding was great sport. You don't want to? Well, hell, let's go for it. He kissed her nose, then her chin. We don't have to worry about the BMW. Dad just bought a Porsche, a fire-engine red 911. He said even Mom on her worst days couldn't possibly think he'd want to hit her driving that beauty. He laughed then. He said her new shrink is making progress. He's even had sessions with her. Also, Mom's on some new medication. Families, ain't they great? She kissed his shoulder. Oh yeah, I've got another piece of good news for you. They caught the guys who were murdering those abducted kids in Missouri. Ollie's gut was right. It happened really fast. Turns out that it was 3 young males, all 21, who were reported to a local FBI agent by one of the girlfriends who was angry because her boyfriend kicked her out for another babe. He laughed. I just heard that they just caught up with the girlfriend. She'd skipped bail and took off for Mexico City with all the money. She laughed with him. I'll bet Ollie is pleased. Yep, but he wanted to be the one to make the arrest. Oh yeah, he added, raising his face just above hers. Your wedding present from me is arriving tomorrow. You took the day off to see your doc, so I set up the delivery. She grabbed his arms, hugged him, then shook him. What is it? Tell me, Dillon, what did you get me? I ain't talking, honey. You can just wait for now, but I sure want to hear something out of you when I come in tomorrow night. You won't even give me a hint? Not a single one. I want you to wallow in anticipation, Sherlock. She sighed, then punched his arm. All right, but I'll probably be too excited with all this anticipation to sleep. Would you sing me just one line? He blinked, then raised his head and sang, I don't know nothing better than a spur that's got its boot. All right, that's not enough. More. He kissed her ear, then her throat. I don't know nothing better than a barb that's got its wire. She laughed and snuggled closer. More. I don't know nothing better than a glass that's full of scotch. More. I don't know nothing better than a poke that's got his cow. And the last line? No, I don't know nothing better than a man who's got his mate. Oh, Dillon, that's the greatest. Goodness, you're easy. He kissed her mouth. No, my sister didn't write that one. I did. You like that? You're not putting me on, are you? You appreciate the finer points of my music? Oh, yes, she said. Oh, yes. I wrote it for you. She gave him a radiant smile. I just thought of another verse. An eyebrow went up. She sang in an easy Western twang. I don't know nothing better than a fetlock with its horse. A team, he said. We make a great team. What's a fetlock, anyway? She just grinned up at him. He stroked his fingers over her soft skin. He began kissing her and didn't stop for a very long time. When he was finally on the edge of sleep, he wondered what she'd play for him first on the new Steinway grand piano that was being delivered tomorrow. The end.